Chu Feng traversed to the Jiuzhou continent and obtained the inheritance of the ancestral god from a mysterious blood pearl. When his cultivation had reached the peak martial emperor realm, he happened to save a stunningly beautiful woman. They came to know each other, fell in love, and married only for him to discover that she was actually the Empress of the Jiuzhou Empire. After giving birth to a pair of dragon and phoenix twins, she left without saying farewell. After Chu Feng repeatedly washed the marrow and tempered the bones of the two infants, supreme divine patterns were unexpectedly born within their tiny bodies, capable of suppressing all energies under heaven across Jiuzhou. 3 years later, the adorably naive yet unconsciously invincible siblings seized the moment when Chu Feng entered seclusion to undergo his divine tribulation, sneaking out of the village to embark on a journey to search for their mother. On the Jiuzhou continent in Dashishi village on the northern border of Lanzhou, the surrounding lands were blanketed in white snow, yet Dashishi village alone remained as warm and vibrant as spring. The goose-feather snowflakes drifting down from the sky seemed to be subtly diverted by some mysterious power, veering off their natural course to fall in a ring around the village instead. To the east of the village, Chu Feng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the two children playing in the courtyard, his eyes filled with tender affection. Tall and broad-shouldered, with sword-shaped brows and star-like eyes, he wore a snow-white robe and stood with an air of unworldly grace, like an immortal descended to earth. After a long while, Chu Feng lifted his gaze toward the sky, stretching 10,000 li above, boundless yearning surfacing in his eyes. "Aro, where are you? It has been 3 years. Are you well? I can no longer suppress my cultivation. The Divine Tribulation is about to descend. Once I pass through it and become a martial god, I should be able to find you. I just do not know how long transcending this divine tribulation will take. If it lasts too long, those two little troublemakers will hardly be willing to stay obediently at home. They will surely try to sneak out and stir up trouble. Do you know I have been cultivating them into something truly extraordinary? If you were to see them, you would surely be astonished." As he envisioned that beautiful scene, a faint smile appeared on his face. For a peak martial emperor, crossing the divine tribulation was a necessity in order to ascend and become a martial god. The chances of success were slim. Failure meant crippling injury, if not certain death. Yet he felt no fear that he would fail. Chu Feng had originally transmigrated from Blue Star, his body becoming that of a 16-year-old youth. By chance, he obtained a mysterious blood pearl, and after fusing with it, he received the so-called ancestral god inheritance. Disliking conflict by nature, he chose to live in seclusion and cultivate quietly in this Dashishi village. Whether due to his own talent or the influence of the blood pearl, in just 3 short years, he cultivated all the way to the peak martial emperor realm. Just as he was preparing to find a secluded place to face the divine tribulation and achieve the martial god realm, he unexpectedly encountered a woman named Aro. At that time, Aro was gravely injured and being hunted down. Chu Feng rescued her, and the two were mutually drawn to each other. A year later, when Chu Feng was 20 and Aro 19, they were married in Dashishi village under the witness of the villagers. When Chu Feng was 21, after giving birth to the dragon and phoenix twins, Aro left behind only a letter and disappeared without farewell. In the letter, she urged him not to seek her out or her life would be placed in grave danger. She hoped Chu Feng would raise their children to adulthood and filled the remaining lines with deep apologies. At that time, Chu Feng had already sensed that the divine tribulation was about to descend, yet the two children had just been born. How could he rest easy and leave them behind? In the end, he found within the ancestral god inheritance a divine ability known as transference. This technique required exhausting one's entire cultivation and using rare heavenly and earthly treasures to create a medicinal bath which could wash the marrow and temper the bones, improving another's talent and aptitude. The one who dispersed his cultivation could then cultivate anew without damaging his own foundation. Even so, this divine ability was labeled by the ancestral god as the most wasteful of all techniques. To employ this divine ability, one's cultivation had to have reached at least the martial saint realm. Yet a martial saint typically required several hundred, even thousands of years of painstaking cultivation. Who would willingly disperse a lifetime of hard-won power just to wash the marrow for others, only to spend centuries or millennia cultivating anew? More importantly, having already lived for centuries or even millennia, a martial saint who dispersed his cultivation would likely have very little lifespan remaining, with scarcely any time left to start over. Chu Feng, however, was different. It had taken him only 3 years to reach the peak martial emperor realm, and because he naturally disliked struggle, he felt little attachment to this cultivation base. If abandoning his cultivation meant spending a few more years accompanying his son and daughter, then what harm was there in discarding it? He roamed the northern borders in search of countless rare heavenly and earthly treasures for the medicinal baths, then transferred his peak martial emperor cultivation to the two children, washing their marrow and tempering their bones. The two children were already extremely gifted by nature, after undergoing this washing of marrow and tempering of bones, they directly transformed into innate sacred bodies able to cultivate smoothly to the martial saint realm without ever encountering a bottleneck. Such a physique was exceedingly rare even among the 10 great sacred lands. While Chu Feng cared for the two children, he also began cultivating anew. Unexpectedly, his speed was even faster this time. In just a single year, he once again reached the peak martial emperor realm. At this point, the two children were only 1 year old. Although they could already walk and run with astonishing steadiness, he still could not set his worries aside. Thus, he traversed the perilous lands of the Daxia Empire searching for even more superior heavenly and earthly treasures, and dispersed his cultivation a second time to wash the marrow and temper the bones of the two children once again. This time the siblings' physiques transformed once more, becoming innate divine bodies capable of cultivating unobstructed all the way to the martial god realm without needing to undergo any divine tribulation. Such a physique had appeared only 2 or 3 times in the entirety of Jiuzhou, and even Chu Feng could not help but feel a trace of envy. After cultivating anew yet again for a year, he reached the peak martial emperor realm for the 3rd time, and carried out a 3rd marrow washing and bone tempering for the children. This time, in addition to gathering many rare heavenly and earthly treasures, he also forced the blood pearl out of his own body, using it together with the medicinal bath to wash and temper the children. When it ended, the blood pearl had shrunk to half its former size, and the children's physiques had transformed yet again. However, this transformation was something Chu Feng had never even heard of before. Their blood had turned to gold, and dense divine patterns had emerged within their bones. The elder sister's divine patterns contained terrifying sword intent, while the younger brother's patterns brimmed with fearsome saber intent. Their physical bodies possessed inexhaustible divine strength and astonishing speed. Relying on fleshly defense alone, they could withstand the full-force strike of a martial king wielding no imperial weapon. Chu Feng himself was utterly stunned, yet also secretly proud. This was all his handiwork. However, ever since the divine patterns had emerged, all true chi the children cultivated was devoured by those patterns. Fortunately, they could mobilize the power hidden within the divine patterns, an energy even more advanced than true chi, terrifying in its might. He named this energy the power of divine patterns. Over the following year, based on the characteristics of their respective divine patterns, Chu Feng selected from the ancestral god inheritance the strongest sword art and saber art to teach the two children. The inheritance did not state the names of these sword and saber arts. It only recorded that they each ranked first on the ancestral god's sword and saber rankings. Chu Feng thus named them the Supreme Sword Art and Supreme Saber Art. At the same time, Chu Feng bestowed upon his daughter the imperial weapon he had refined during his first recultivation, the Zhantian sword. Over the course of that year, the siblings progressed at astonishing speed. Unfortunately, all true chi they cultivated was still swallowed and transformed into the power of divine patterns, so to this day, they appeared to possess no cultivation at all. Meanwhile, Chu Feng once again cultivated to the peak martial emperor realm. During this recultivation, he specially refined an imperial weapon for his son, the Patian saber. However, the transference divine ability could only be used 3 times at most. If he were to disperse his cultivation with it again, he would truly become a cripple. Though Chu Feng disliked fighting, he had already raised his 2 children to be so exceptional. If their father were to become a useless cripple, would he not only bring them shame in the future? Thus he refrained from dispersing his cultivation again, and resolved to find a remote and safe place to face the divine tribulation. The might of the tribulation was far too great. If he crossed it nearby, everything in the vicinity would be reduced to ruin. He simply did not know how long this tribulation journey would last. If too much time passed, those 2 children would almost certainly be unable to sit still. He was not worried that the children would be bullied. Although they appeared to possess no cultivation, their true strength was already extraordinarily fearsome. Working together, they would not even fear encountering a peak martial saint. In addition, with the treasures he had prepared for them over the years, as long as those reclusive martial emperors did not personally make a move, they could practically walk sideways across all of Jiuzhou. The problem was that they were still too young, without the ability to distinguish right from wrong, and far too pure and easily exploited. Therefore, Chu Feng had always forbidden them from going out. At the same time, in the imperial capital of Zhongzhou, within the imperial study, the Empress Long Yurou secretly summoned her younger sister Long Yufei. Yufei, I am appointing you as the governor of Lanzhou this time. Besides resolving the problems in Lanzhou, there is also a personal matter I would like your help with, she said softly. What personal matter? Long Yufei asked in puzzlement. A trace of sweetness and yearning surfaced in Long Yurou's eyes, and only after a long silence did she speak again. Once you have stabilized Lanzhou, go to Dashishi village on the northern border of Lanzhou and see whether he and the children are well. The children. Long Yufei froze for a moment, then suddenly understood, exclaiming in shock, you, and he already have children. A hint of happiness appeared on Long Yurou's face. When father passed away, master ordered me to return and inherit the throne. I knew that this trip back to the palace would be a path of 9 deaths and 1 life, so I left without saying farewell, she said softly. Although I am now the empress, the various provinces refuse to submit to the royal clan, and those imperial uncles are all eyeing the throne like tigers. If they were to learn that I have children, they would never let them live. Thus I have concealed it until now. By my reckoning, they are already 3 years old. Poor children. It is their mother who has wronged them. 2 lines of tears slipped silently from the corners of her eyes. Long Yu wiped away her tears and turned to Long Yufei. Just go and take a look for me. Do not disturb their lives, and do not tell them my true identity. So long as I know they are living well, that will be enough. Although life in Dashishi village may be somewhat harsh, it is far better than spending every day and night in the palace in constant fear. Very well. But my true body must enter seclusion, so only a clone can go. Long Yufei nodded. She could not comprehend the feelings between her elder sister and that so-called ordinary man, but whatever her sister entrusted to her, she would see it done. Chainer. Chu Feng beckoned with his hand, and the 2 children ran toward him in delight. Whoosh! 2 streaks of light flashed and vanished, and in the next instant they were nestled in Chu Feng's arms. Fortunately, Chu Feng was a peak martial emperor. If it had been an ordinary person, that impact alone would have shattered them to pieces. Daddy! The 2 children pressed their smooth, tender faces against Chu Feng's cheeks from left and right, their childish yet affectionate voices sounding in his ears almost at the same time. Chu Feng thoroughly savored this feeling. His grin nearly reached his ears. Only after a long moment did he finally speak. Daddy will be going away for a while. Daddy, are you going to the imperial capital to save mother? The elder sister Chu Xian wore a red dress. Her lips were rosy and teeth white, her hair tied in a ponytail. With her pair of snow-white little hands, she clasped Chu Feng's head and forcibly turned it toward her round, large eyes filled with yearning. Her younger brother Chu Chen wore white clothes and had his hair tied into 2 little buns, his chubby face radiating an almost festive cheerfulness. With his plump little hands, he turned Chu Feng's head toward himself, asking with a look of longing, Daddy, I want to go save mother too. In the past, the siblings had asked every day where their mother was, and Chu Feng could only lie that she was imprisoned in the imperial capital. From then on, their daily question became, when would they go save mother? Chu Feng shook his head. I am not going to save mother this time, and I will be back soon. It is very dangerous outside the village. You have no cultivation at all right now, so you must not leave the village. Grandpa Village Chief will look after you. Behave yourselves at home, and wait for me to return. Daddy is going out alone to have fun again, and won't take us. Bad Daddy, I'm not talking to you anymore. Chu Chun pursed his little lips and jerked his face firmly to one side. Daddy will be back very soon. When I return, I'll buy you lots and lots of tasty treats and fun toys, all right? Chu Feng pinched Chu Chin's chubby little cheek and spoke gently. I don't want that. I just want to go with Daddy, Chu Chun said stubbornly, his plump little hands folded across his chest, his expression broadcasting that no amount of coaxing would work. Smack! Just as Chu Feng was about to speak again, a snow-white little hand reached over and tapped Chu Chun on his small head. Little brother, why are you so disobedient? Daddy must have serious matters to attend to when he goes out. Don't pester him. Chu Xian lectured Chu Chun with an utterly serious little face. Perhaps thanks to the divine patterns within their bodies, though they were only 3, they sometimes spoke and acted like little adults. Chu Chun, who had just been stubbornly talking back to Chu Feng, now rubbed his little head, his face full of grievance, yet he did not dare utter a word in retort. The little fellow might dare to ignore Chu Feng's words, but he would definitely listen to his elder sister Chu Xian. At times, Chu Feng felt that his authority as a father was not even as great as that of this little girl Chu Xian. Of course, that was also because he rarely put on a stern face with the children. Once his expression truly darkened, the 2 little ones would not dare talk back at all. All right, behave yourselves at home and wait for my return. If you dare sneak out when I come back, I'll tan your little behinds, Chu Feng warned. Got it, Daddy. You should hurry and go, Chu Xian said, waving her small hand to urge him on. Chu Feng's eyelid twitched. Why did it feel like this girl could not wait for him to leave? Wu Daddy, you must come back soon. We will miss you. Sensing that her tone had been off, Chu Xian's delicate little face instantly showed reluctance to part, her eyes welling with tears. Now that was more like it. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction, rubbed the 2 children's heads, offered a few more words of comfort, then turned and left, setting out on the road to face the Divine Tribulation. The siblings escorted him all the way to the village entrance, which made Chu Feng's heart feel warm and full. Unfortunately, he soon left the scope of the formation he had laid around the village and could no longer hear any sound from within its bounds. Otherwise, he might have been infuriated by the siblings' whispered conversation. Elder sister, why did you stop me just now? If I cried for a while, Daddy might have softened and agreed to take us along. Chu Chun rubbed the spot on his little head where his sister had hit him and asked with some resentment. Don't be silly. When has that trick ever worked? Chu Xian shot him a sidelong glance, then said excitedly, once Daddy's gone, we'll sneak out on our own. Isn't that bad? Chu Chen hesitated. Though he liked to act stubborn in front of Chu Feng, the idea of secretly running away from home still made him a bit afraid. What's bad about it? If Daddy won't take us to save Mother, we'll go ourselves. Excitement sparkled in Chu Xian's eyes. Do you still remember the stories Daddy told us about Yang Jian cleaving Peach Mountain to save his mother and Qin Xiang splitting Mount Hua to rescue his mother? This time we siblings will cleave open the imperial capital to save our mother. Okay, that's great. At those words, Chu Chen immediately clapped his hands in delight, slapping so hard that his chubby little face trembled. But he quickly furrowed his brows again. Daddy won't let us go out. He said we have no cultivation and that it's very dangerous outside. That's not right. Chu Xian extended the index finger of her snow-white right hand and wagged it from side to side, analyzing like a tiny adult. Grandpa Village Chief said that cultivators are divided into martial warrior, martial master, martial king, martial emperor, martial sect, martial venerate, martial saint, martial sovereign, and martial god. Grandpa Village Chief also said that for most people, reaching martial master is already very good. Within several thousand li around here, aside from Grandpa Village Chief, there is only one martial king. Grandpa Village Chief is also a martial king, but he can't beat us, and he calls us little monsters. So even though we have no cultivation, we're still very powerful. Daddy is just trying to scare us, so we won't go out. That does seem to be the case. Chu Chen thought it over. Chu Xian raised her left hand and wiggled the pretty red ring on her index finger, saying with a giggle, "We also have the treasures Daddy gave us. Even if we can't win in a fight, we can throw talismans. With talismans piled as high as a dozen great mountains, that should be enough for us to throw for many days. Even if we can't win with the talismans, we can still summon Daddy's spiritual body." Chu Chen also looked down at his own plump little hand where a white ring rested on the index finger of his left hand. These two rings had been given to them by Chu Feng. Unless one's cultivation surpassed his, they could not be destroyed. Within each ring was a small, independent world filled with the talismans and pills Chu Feng had refined over the years, as well as formation stones capable of instantly setting up arrays and all manner of treasures. Even the clothes the two children wore were defensive saintly artifacts. Of course, the most important items were the two summoning tokens, which could call forth Chu Feng's spiritual body 9 times. His spiritual body possessed strength comparable to an early-stage martial emperor. For the sake of his children's safety, Chu Feng had truly racked his brains and done everything he could. Elder sister is right. Chu Chen finally made up his mind and urged excitedly, "Then let's hurry and go. Don't rush. We'll go once Daddy is farther away." Chu Xian watched the figure at the edge of their sight, her round, large eyes brimming with excitement. Chu Feng glanced back and saw the two children standing at the village entrance watching him. For a moment his heart was filled with emotion and reluctance, and he even felt a surge of desire to turn back. But when he thought of how only by passing the Divine Tribulation could he find a row, he steeled his heart, tore open the void, and disappeared. "Yage, Daddy's gone, we're going too." The moment they saw Chu Feng vanish, the two adorable little ones cheered and jumped for joy, no trace of their earlier reluctance to part remaining. "Wait, we should leave a note for Grandpa Village Chief before we go. We'll say we went to look for Mother so he won't worry," Chu Xian suggested after a moment's thought. "Okay, I'll write it." Chu Chen volunteered eagerly. Then the two little ones darted back home, found paper and brush, and began to write. Chu Xian glanced at his writing from the side, then pushed Chu Chen away with a look of disgust. "Daddy told you to practice your calligraphy, but you never listened. Look at what you've written. Is that a ghost's scribbles?" Chu Chen let out 2 silly laughs and obediently stood off to the side without a word. Practicing calligraphy was nowhere near as fun as practicing with a blade, much less as simple as roasting meat. Finished. After Chu Xian finished writing, she looked it over and was very pleased with her masterpiece. It had to be said her handwriting was indeed quite beautiful. Carefully using an inkstone to press the note on the table, she took Chu Chen by the hand and slipped out of the village while the villagers were not paying attention. Seeing that no one was around, Chu Xian's snow-white little hand quickly formed a seal, and she cried out in a childish yet clear voice, "Heaven-cleansing sword emerge." As her words fell, a circular energy array appeared behind her, and a red longsword floated out from the formation, terrifying sword intent flickering along its blade. At the same time, Chu Chen also formed a seal and summoned his own pitch-black heaven-rending saber, its domineering saber intent surging and trembling. The two small bodies leaped lightly and landed steadily atop their respective weapons. "Go!" the siblings called out in unison. One divine pattern after another surfaced on the two imperial weapons, then they turned into 2 shooting stars and vanished from the world in an instant. "Sister, Father said Daidu seems to be in Zhongzhou." "Yes. Father also said our Dashi village is in Lanzhou and Zhongzhou lies south of Lanzhou, so it should be to the south of Dashi village." "Sister, do you know which way is south?" High above the siblings flew while they talked. At the last question, Chu Xian suddenly halted midair. Chu Chun nearly collided with her. Fortunately, his skill in riding the Patian blade was deft. He slipped past Chu Xian on the blade, coming to a stop several dozen meters ahead, and complained, "Sister, why did you suddenly stop? You nearly made me crash." Chu Xian paid him no heed, extending a snow-white finger to point in every direction, her pretty brow nearly knitted together. Clearly she did not know which way south was. Chu Chen flew back, peering at the ant-sized forest below, then looked around again and asked, "Sister, shall we go back?" and asked the village chief. Smack! Chu Xian tapped Chu Chun lightly on the head with her white little hand, rolling her eyes. "You idiot. We finally escaped. If we go back, will the village chief let us out again?" Although the village chief could never defeat her in a fight, she still dared not strike him. Though father was usually mild-tempered, if she ever hit the elders, the grandfathers and grandmothers, uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters in the village, father would truly give her a sound thrashing. Then what should we do? Chu Chun rubbed his little head and asked. "Never mind, let us go, we will find someone." Chu Xian waved her hand, and the siblings continued onward. After an unknown stretch of flight, they finally spotted a cluster of ant-sized figures moving on the ground. "People below, let us go ask them." Chu Xian cried, forming a hand seal as the Zhantian sword descended through the clouds and dove down. "Sister, wait for me." Chu Chen hurried after her. The siblings fell like meteors, hovering midair to peer down. Below, a pack of Qing wolves about 1 zhang tall swarmed and attacked a group of women. The Qing wolves breathed wind blades that shredded trees wherever they passed, their destructive force formidable. Yet the women's footwork and swordplay were exquisite. They dodged and countered even as they were besieged. Alas, the Qing wolves were far too numerous, an endless throng. "Sister, wow, so many big dogs. How long will it take to roast them?" Chu Chen's eyes gleamed as he stared at the pack. Besides honing his sword techniques, his greatest pleasure was roasting meat. So long as it was not human, so many big dogs. How long would that last? Chu Zin's eyes shone as well as she stuck out a little tongue, licked her lips, and swallowed hard. Aside from sword practice, her greatest delight was eating the meat her brother grilled. "Brother, get the tools ready, you'll go first." She could not contain her appetite and leapt from the Zhantian's sword. The sword shrank into a streak of light and slid into her body. Father had warned never to use that sword unless absolutely necessary. It might be stolen by villains. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled and dust billowed up. The sudden commotion startled both the women and the Qing wolves, and everyone turned to look. Regrettably, all they could see were more Qing wolves. There was no sign of anything unusual. In the next instant, a chorus of wolf cries rose. One of the Qing wolves vaulted into the air and surged toward the women's position. "Protect the prefecture lord." The women thought the wolves were attacking and hastily sheltered a hooded woman at their center. Thud! The Qing wolf crashed to the ground, and after a few shudders fell still. "Dead!" The women stared in shock. Before they could make sense of it, more Qing wolf carcasses came flying in at an even faster pace, bewildering them utterly. Fortuitously, the attacking wolves seemed equally baffled and did not take advantage of the moment to renew their assault. "Prefecture lord, could something even stronger be coming?" A woman swallowed hard and spoke with a tremor in her voice. Once the possibility was voiced, everyone snapped to heighten vigilance. Stronger than the Qing wolves. That would mean a 5th rank, perhaps even a 6th rank monstrous beast. Each of these Qing wolves was already a 4th rank Yao beast comparable to a Wu Huang. The women could scarcely hold them at bay. If a 5th rank Wuzong level beast or a 6th rank Wuzong level 1 were to appear, they would surely be annihilated. The hooded woman frowned slightly, worry flashing in her eyes. If the hand behind this can command 5th rank beasts, how could she safely reach the Lanzhou prefecture seat? At that moment, a flute note rang out, its source untraceable. The once bewildered Qing wolves' eyes glowed red as they turned and launched their attack on the women again, more frenzied than before. The women fought with all their strength, but the wolves were too many, and their encirclement tightened. The space in which the women could move grew ever smaller. Boom! Just then a black shadow fell from the sky, landing before the women so violently the ground trembled. Several nearby Qing wolves were flung aside. When the dust settled and they could see the fallen figure, the women were dumbfounded. "A child, he looks not more than 3 years old. Did he fall from the sky? Is that a big cauldron he's holding? And some strange rack?" The women could not believe such a small child had caused such a disturbance. What astonished them further was that the child held a cauldron larger than 3 of him in one hand and a black, odd-looking rack in the other. The prefecture lord felt an inexplicable surge of fondness upon seeing Chu Chun, a flicker of puzzlement crossing her eyes. "Auntie, please watch the cauldron and the grill for me." Chu Chun tossed the cauldron and the grill at the women and then charged into the bewildered pack of Qing wolves. "Be careful, these Qing wolves are 4th rank Yao beasts." The prefecture lord was taken aback. He was such a tiny mite, scarcely worth a wolf's attention. But before she finished speaking, Chu Chun leapt atop a Qing wolf and, brandishing his pudgy little fist, struck the beast once upon the head. There was a crack. The Qing wolf howled, collapsed, twitched twice, and went still. The onlookers were stupefied. That was a fourth-rank beast comparable to a Wu Huang, felled with a single punch by a 3-year-old. While everyone gaped, Chu Chun vaulted again among the wolves. One by one the Qing wolves leapt, and then fell convulsing twice before expiring. On the other side the same spectacle unfolded. They saw now it was an exquisitely formed 3-year-old girl. She too swung her snow-white little hands. Each punch felled the Qing wolf. Even the wind blades the wolves hurled were shattered by her blows. Where the wolves had once driven the women to the brink of despair, corpses now piled like a mountain. Crucially, the women could sense no trace of true qi from the children. Their power was pure flesh and bone, raw strength and defense. How terrifying! Could they be some kind of feral beasts in disguise? The women swallowed hard, faces pale with dread. Woo-woo. A flute melody rose once more, faster, more urgent than before. Simultaneously, the previously clear sky darkened. Thick, sudden clouds blotted out the sun, plunging the entire realm into utter blackness. Elder sister, is it night already? Chu Chun scrambled atop the carcass of a green wolf and lifted his plump cherubic face toward the sky, eyes wide with innocent bewilderment. How strange! How could the sky turn black so abruptly? Chu Xen frowned in confusion, blinking her large luminous eyes at the encroaching gloom. Suddenly a crimson moon ascended from the abyssal void, its blood-red radiance slicing through the darkness, casting faint, eerie light that barely restored visibility. Awoe! All the green wolves threw back their heads and howled, their auras surging with savage, unbridled ferocity. The blood moon rises, the green wolves sing to the moon. The blood wolves of Wan Shou sect. The prefect's voice rang out, trembling with shock. Are they truly formidable? Chu Chun, standing nearby, asked curiously. Hurry, stop their blood transformation. The prefect did not answer but cried out urgently instead, then brandished his long sword and launched himself into battle against the nearest pack. Sword chi lanced across the air, only to shatter against a shimmering crimson barrier. Female sword cultivators guarding her likewise struck with full force, but each blow met the same impenetrable shield. This barrier's defense is too strong, we cannot breach it. One woman spoke grimly. Meanwhile, the fur of the green wolves began shifting, deepening into vivid scarlet. Once fully transformed into blood wolves, their strength would surge by an entire cultivation realm. 5th-rank demonic beasts, peerless equals of martial venerables. There were still at least 20 green wolves crowding the field, equivalent to 20 martial venerables. At that moment, Chu Chun, standing close, heard their words, tilted his head, and gazed intently at the crimson barrier before clenching his soft, pudgy fist and delivering a single decisive punch. Crack! Fractures spiderwebbed across the barrier. Then in the next breath it shattered like brittle glass. Not much of a defense after all, Chu Chun murmured softly under his breath. The prefect and her companions stood frozen, stunned into silence. Was this child sent expressly to humble them? They were all martial sovereigns, yet even their utmost efforts had failed to pierce that barrier. And yet this tiny child had shattered it with one casual blow. What unimaginable strength must he possess? Little brother, don't just stand there. Go start the fire. I'll handle the killing. My mouth's already watering. Chu Xian's youthful voice chimed brightly. Even as she spoke, she darted into the midst of the transforming wolves, her snow-pale hands flashing, her lithe form leaping and twisting each strike, felling a green wolf with effortless precision. Yes, elder sister. Chu Chun nodded, obediently approached the group of women, then withdrew a conical stove from his spatial ring, set a large cauldron upon it, piled dry firewood inside, and struck flint to kindle the blaze. As roaring flames engulfed the hearth, he uncorked a small vial and poured its fragrant golden oil into the pot, an alchemical essence whose aroma was intoxicatingly rich. The prefect and her companions stared dumbfounded. Did this child keep cooking utensils in his spatial ring? His practiced motions suggested he'd done this many times before. White steam curled upward from the pot, the scent of the oil deepening, growing richer, until even the prefect found herself unconsciously inhaling deeply. With a flick of his small hand, Chu Chun tossed in a handful of seasonings, then drew forth a spatula from his ring. Hovering slightly above the ground, since the stove towered over him, he began stirring with deft, rhythmic strokes. After a while, he uncorked another tiny vial, its size no larger than his palm, and poured in a stream of crystal-clear liquid imbued with a singular, haunting fragrance. Though minuscule, the vial seemed bottomless, pouring half a cauldron of liquid without diminishing a drop. Chu Chun clapped his hands, descended lightly, and flung a massive basin outward with a shout. Elder sister, catch some fresh dog blood. Got it. Chu Xian leapt high, caught the basin midair, then materialized a slender dagger in her other hand. In a blur, she appeared before a green wolf, plunged the blade into its throat, and crimson torrent erupted in a violent, pulsing arc. So much blood. Chu Xian beamed with unrestrained delight as she held the basin aloft, leaving the prefect and her entourage utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Chu Chun knelt beside a green wolf carcass, drew a small knife, and, with practiced ease, skinned, eviscerated, and desenuded the beast, rinsed the meat with water from his vial, then cleaved the massive body into portions with a broad cleaver. Bones went into the cauldron to simmer. Soon the entire wolf lay neatly prepared. Big. Chu Chun strode to a modest grill, formed a hand seal, and uttered a low command, the device instantly expanding into a colossal structure 3 zhang long and 1 zhang wide. With a resonant thud, he dumped all the prepared meat onto the grill, then retrieved countless custom skewers from his spatial ring and turned to the women. Aunties, could you help thread the meat? Huh. The women finally snapped out of their daze, faces slack with disbelief. Surely, with dozens of blood-transforming wolves still threatening nearby, cooking was the last thing one should do. And ask them for help. Little brother, once blood transformed, these wolves become 5th-rank demonic beasts, equal to martial venerables. The prefect cautioned again, then pausing realized a 3-year-old might not grasp the gravity of such power. She added gently, roughly 10 to 20 times stronger than the green wolves you see now. A martial venerable. Chu Chun counted on his chubby fingers. Martial king. Martial sovereign. Martial venerable. 2 realms above a martial king. That is quite impressive. Then perhaps we should prioritize slaying the beasts first, the prefect suggested. No need. We'll skewer the meat. The elder sister will handle the beasts. Chu Chun waved his plump little hand, then called out, Elder sister, the aunties say they'll grow far stronger soon. Let's hurry and finish them off. Right. Chu Xian responded sharply, then formed a sword seal. Countless sword chi erupted from her body, converging into a devastating storm that blanketed the entire battlefield. Flip, 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 flesh parted with sickening precision. One by one, the blood-transforming wolves collapsed, until only 2 remained standing. The prefect and her companions gaped, realizing with dawning awe that the girl had merely been toying with them all along. Whoa! The last 2 green wolves glowed incandescent crimson, completing their blood transformation. Their auras exploded, towering, suffocating, terrifying. No, it's done. They've completed the transformation. A cry rang out, voice trembling with dread. Though only one realm separated martial venerables from martial sovereigns, the gulf between them was chasm deep. A single martial venerable could slaughter them all without effort, let alone 2 5th-rank demonic beasts rivaling such power. One blood wolf lunged toward Chu Xian, the other charged straight for the prefect. Protect the prefect. In unison, the women cried out and stepped forward without hesitation, shielding her with their bodies, even knowing death awaited. Then, a tiny figure darted before them, raised his soft round hand, and struck the charging blood wolf with a swift, open-palmed slap. Slap! A sharp, brittle crack echoed, followed unmistakably by snapping bone. The blood wolf shrieked in agony, hurtling backward over a dozen meters, crashing through multiple trees before slamming into the earth, rolling violently, and lying utterly still. Auntie, you said 5th-rank demonic beasts were fearsome, but they're not very impressive, are they? Chu Chun frowned, genuinely puzzled. He'd even amplified his strike, expecting overwhelming resistance. Yet the creature crumpled far more easily than the auntie had claimed. Silence fell, profound, absolute. The prefect and her companions stood paralyzed, speechless, minds reeling in stunned silence. Finally, I can grill meat in peace. Chu Chun clapped his chubby little hands, a joyful smile lighting up his face. Brother, didn't you say they would become very powerful? You made me kill them all at once, and I barely got any big dog blood. Chu Xian appeared in front of Chu Chun, holding a large basin, her pretty brows furrowed as she spoke angrily. The state lord and others turned to look, only to see that the blood wolf lunging at the little girl had also been sliced in half, leaving them even more astonished. Where on earth did these 2 3-year-old kids come from? Their strength is utterly terrifying. Only a female guard frowned tightly, her expression revealing a hint of unease, but everyone's attention was focused on Chu Xian and Chu Chun, so they did not notice her. Chu Chun scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment on his chubby face. I don't know, that pretty aunt said they would become martial sovereigns, and I thought martial sovereigns are 2 levels higher than martial kings, so they must be very powerful. How was I to know martial sovereigns are so fragile that they can be killed with a slap? The state lord and others twitched their lips, exchanging silent glances. The conversation between these 2 children was truly humbling. To change the subject, the state lord asked, Are you going to grill meat? Yes, who cares if they are powerful or not? Grilling meat is the priority. Chu Chun suddenly realized and hurried to the grill, starting to skewer the meat, while turning to call the state lord and others. Aunties, why don't you help a little? Haven't you been fighting for so long? Aren't you hungry? All right. The state lord glanced deep into the woods, seeing that all the blood wolf's beasts were dead. They should have run away by now. Then she signaled the other women to join in skewering the meat. After placing the large basin down, Chu Xian went to deal with the other blue wolves, expertly dismembering and skinning them. It's hard to imagine how 2 3-year-old kids learned to do this. Chu Chun sprinkled something into the large basin, and soon the wolf blood inside coagulated. He then took a small knife, cut the wolf blood into small pieces, and tossed them into the boiling pot. He took out a brush and grilling seasonings, working on the already skewered meat. After a while, he took out a large pile of charcoal from his storage ring and added it to the empty spot under the grill, igniting it with a fire starter. Grilling big dog meat. Chu Chen cheered, floating slightly above the grill, showcasing his superb grilling skill. The State Lord couldn't help but ask, "Little brother, who taught you to do this?" "Daddy." Chu Chen replied without looking up, "This grill, the big pot, and the charcoal, all of these were made by Daddy. From Daddy's grilled meat is really delicious. The meat I grill is also delicious." Someone couldn't help but ask, "You are so capable, why doesn't your father make you powerful weapons instead of these things?" "We have weapons." Chu Chen glanced at her and continued grilling. "But Daddy said unless it's a matter of life and death, we shouldn't take out the weapons or bad people will snatch them away." A matter of life and death. That refers to a critical moment, right? Everyone thought to themselves, recalling the battle process of the two little ones. It seemed they generally didn't need weapons. "Little brother, what realm are you in now?" Someone asked again. "Daddy said we have no cultivation." Chu Chen said, turning to look at the women around, quietly saying, "Sho? Don't tell Daddy, okay? Daddy said we are too weak and that the outside world is very dangerous, so he doesn't let us go out. We snuck out." His chubby little face wore a nervous expression, which was incredibly cute. The women couldn't help but want to pinch his chubby cheeks, but thinking that this little guy could kill a fifth-tier monster with a single slap, they couldn't help but shiver. If they angered this little fellow, and he slapped them, it would be disastrous. "Little brother, my name is Long Yufei. What's your name, and where are you from?" The State Lord asked curiously. "My name is..." Chu Chen was about to answer truthfully, when Chu Xian, who had finished dealing with a blue wolf herd, and quickly said, "My brother's name is Ai Cao Ro, and I am Ai Chi Ro. We come from Grilling Village. Daddy said that children should learn to hide themselves outside, and not casually reveal their real names to others." Ai Cao Ro. Ai Chi Ro. Grilling Village. The women were momentarily taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter. Even if they wanted to hide their names, they should choose a more normal one. This name is so ridiculous that even a fool would know it's fake. Long Yufei teased, "Then what is your father's name?" Chu Xian was momentarily stunned, thought for a moment, and said, "Daddy's name is Ai Chi Cao Ro." This time Long Yufei and others could no longer hold back, bursting into laughter. These two children are just too adorable. While grilling, Chu Chen leaned over to Chu Zin's ear and asked, "Sister, is it that your name isn't nice? Then should we change it?" Chu Xian stole a glance at the State Lord and others, asking softly. "Forget it." Chu Chen shook his head, his chubby face jiggling. After a long while, the meat was grilled to perfection, exuding an irresistible aroma. Chu Xian rushed over, eagerly grabbing a piece of leg meat to eat, and although it was hot, she fanned herself, her delicate face full of enjoyment. "Brother, your grilling skills are getting better and better, almost as good as Daddy's." She praised him while eating. "Of course." Chu Chen grinned widely. Long Yufei and others swallowed, continuously drawn by the delicious aroma. For them, there was almost nothing they hadn't tasted, but the scent of this grilled meat was something they had never experienced before. It was simply too fragrant. However, Chu Chen didn't invite them to eat together, and they felt too shy to reach for it. Fortunately, Chu Chen didn't forget them, and handed each a skewer cheerfully, saying, "Auntie's tried, it's really delicious." "Thank you." Long Yufei and others expressed their gratitude, taking a small bite, their eyes lighting up immediately. "This is so delicious." They then disregarded their manners and began to eat heartily. Seeing everyone enjoying the meal, a happy smile appeared on Chu Chen's chubby little face. He loved grilling meat, not just eating it. Every time he watched others eagerly devour the grilled meat, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He took out a few small bowls and approached the big pot to request a bowl of soup, which contained wolf blood stew. After taking a shallow sip, he squinted his eyes in enjoyment. Long Yufei and others had drunk 2 bowls and eaten a few pieces of grilled meat, but were already full. Yet they were astonished to see Chu Chen and Chu Xian still eating heartily. It took them a full 2 hours to process and finish eating an entire 20 to 30 blue wolves. Long Yufei and others gaped in wide-eyed astonishment at the siblings, unable to comprehend how those tiny stomachs could hold 20 to 30 blue wolves. Were these 2 little ones truly transformed ferocious beasts? Little did they know everything that Chu Xian and Chu Chen consumed would be transformed into energy by the divine patterns within them and absorbed. Not to mention 20 to 30 blue wolves. Even if dozens more came, it would be no problem. It's been so long since I've had such a satisfying meal. After eating their fill, Chu Xian and her brother Chu Chen lay on the ground, rubbing their little bellies with contented expressions. The outside world is amazing. We can eat so many demon beasts right after coming out. In the past, father only brought back 1 demon beast each time. He was too stingy. Chu Chen squinted slightly, his little tongue licking his greasy lips, wearing an expression of lingering desire. They are so cute, I want to hug them. Seeing the little arms and legs of Chu Xian and Chu Chen, a female guard felt her heart melting. Long Yufei looked at the siblings and asked, "Where are you 2 planning to go?" Chu Chen looked up and asked. South. Long Yufei was also a bit confused, thinking that when mentioning directions one should at least Chu Chen looked up and asked. South. Long Yufei was also a bit confused, thinking that when mentioning directions one should at least provide a reference point. Chu Xin's delicate little face was filled with confusion. Grandpa the village chief said that the imperial capital is to the south of the village, but we don't know where the south is. We just flew here. Are you two going to the imperial capital? What for? Long Yufei was very surprised. We are going to save our mother. Chu Chun nodded vigorously, his little face trembling, his tone and gaze extremely serious. Save your mother? Is your mother in the imperial capital? Long Yufei's expression turned strange, feeling an inexplicable sense that she had forgotten something important. Father said mother is imprisoned in the imperial capital. We want to learn from Yang Jian and Chun Xiang to rescue our mother, to go to the imperial capital to save her. Chu Xian declared emphatically, waving her little fist. Seeing the serious expressions of the siblings, everyone felt their hearts melt at their cuteness. A female guard asked with a smile, how do you plan to rescue her? We will split the imperial capital in half. Chu Chun held his chubby little hand like a blade, striking left and right seriously, yet the whole act was incredibly adorable, making Long Yufei and the others burst into laughter. Split the imperial capital. Even the martial emperor can't do that. No laughing. We are very serious. Chu Xian said, hands on her hips, looking indignant. Yes. Chu Chun nodded earnestly, his two little buns on his head and the chubby flesh on his face shaking with emotion. For them, saving their mother was a sacred matter. How could they be laughed at? All right, we won't laugh. Long Yufei restrained her smile and said, this is the northern border of Lanzhou. I don't know where you came from. The imperial capital is located in Zhongzhou. To get from Lanzhou to Zhongzhou, you have to pass through several states, and there are seas between the states. The state sea is vast, and it's hard for someone unfamiliar to find their way, making it easy to get lost. Even without getting lost, it would take at least 10 years for cultivators below Marshal Saint to fly to the imperial capital. How long is 10 years? Chu Xian and Chu Chun asked curiously, having no concept of time. Well, Long Yufei was momentarily stunned, not knowing how to explain. After thinking for a while, she said, it would take enough of today's grilled blue wolf meat for you to eat several 100,000 of them. Huh. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian and Chu Chen drooped their heads, looking dejected. Although they didn't know exactly how many 100,000 was, it sounded like an enormous amount. If it takes so much time to eat that much grilled meat to reach the imperial capital, how long would that take? However, if there are special flying treasures, the speed would be much faster. In addition, there are teleportation arrays between the states. Using those would be even faster, Long Yufei added. That's great. Where is the teleportation array? Upon hearing this, the siblings became excited again, eagerly asking. Teleportation arrays are generally located in state cities. It's a bit far from here, so wait until my master arrives and I will take you there. Long Yufei said with a smile. For some reason, seeing these two children gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity, and moreover, the two children had saved them, so it was only right to help them. By the way, what is your mother's name? Long Yufei asked. Sister, what is our mother's name? Chu Chun turned to ask Chu Xian. Chu Xian furrowed her brows in distress and said, how would I know? Father didn't tell us. The village chief also once say, always saying we haven't grown up yet. You don't even know your mother's name. The girls were taken aback. Long Yufei asked again, what does your mother look like? I have some connections in the imperial capital. Perhaps I can help you find her. Sister, what does mother look like? Chu Chun turned to look at his sister again. Chu Xian scratched her hair, even more distressed. I don't know, I've never seen mother. It turns out these two children have never had a mother since they were little. They are really pitiful kids. Long Yufei and the others looked at the distressed siblings, feeling a surge of pity. Long Yufei gently patted Chu Chun and Chu Xian on their little heads, saying softly, then let's go to the Lanzhou state government together first, but there may be dangers on the way because someone doesn't want me to reach the state government. It's okay, we will help Auntie beat the bad guys. Chu Xian waved her little white fist. Yes, we are very powerful. Chu Chen also waved his chubby little hands in agreement. For some reason, they felt a warm and friendly aura from this beautiful aunt, and sometimes they even wanted to call her mother. But they knew that this beautiful aunt was not their mother, as their mother was still imprisoned in the imperial capital waiting for them to save her. Moments later, a figure broke through the air at high speed. Sister, someone is coming. Chu Chen's expression changed, and he assumed a battle stance. Stronger than the blue wolf. The divine patterns within Chu Xian's body flickered slightly, a sharp sword intent rising into the sky. Long Yufei and the others looked at the two in shock. These little kids had just hidden their strength. Especially this little girl, the sword intent emanating from her made them feel a sense of fear. Don't be nervous, it's my master. Long Yufei quickly spoke as she saw Chu Xin's sword intent becoming stronger. It's Auntie's master. Chu Xian relaxed, and the sword intent around her dissipated. Seeing that Chu Chun was still in a fighting stance, she couldn't help but pat his little head and said like a little adult, Didn't you hear Andy say? That's Andy's master, he's a good person. Oh. Chu Chan rubbed his little head and chuckled, his adorable appearance making the girl's eyes sparkle. Moments later, a white-haired old woman landed before the group of girls. I have met the Lord. The female guard stepped forward to pay their respects. Master. Long Yufei also stepped forward to bow. However, the old woman did not pay attention to the girls, but instead looked around, calling out solemnly, "Which esteemed person is here? Since you have arrived, please show yourself." The sword intent that had flashed just now was certainly not possessed by an ordinary cultivator, who just from the sword intent alone, it seemed to be stronger than her. Her expression became extremely serious, and the long sword in her hand trembled lightly, ready to strike at any moment. Grandma, my sister is not tall as she is right here. Chu Chen raised Chu Zin's hand, saying innocently, "Stinky little brother, how am I not tall? I am taller than you," Chu Xian said, displeased, trying hard to stand straight to compare their heights. In her view, the sister should always be taller than the brother. If she were shorter, wouldn't that make her the younger sister? Thus, she has always placed great importance on height. Master, Long Yufei tugged at the white-haired old woman's sleeve, pointing at Chu Xian. That sword intent just now was released by her. The white-haired old woman looked at the little girl who was arguing over height and was instantly dumbfounded. The white-haired old woman scrutinized Chu Xian, her aged eyes filled with disbelief. This little girl showed no signs of true chi fluctuation, nor could she sense any sword energy, so how could she possibly possess such terrifying sword intent? That sword intent even exerted pressure upon her. It must be a mistake by her disciple, who such a dreadful sword intent would never manifest in a 3-year-old girl. The white-haired old woman took another look at Chu Xian, who was arguing with her younger brother Chu Chan about her height, further solidifying her thoughts. She turned to Long Yufei and asked, "The old bastard who tried to stop me said he sent his outstanding disciple Blood Wolf to hunt you down. It seems that old rascal is intentionally trying to disturb my mind." No matter. The white-haired old woman waved her hand, forcing a smile. Originally, she was evenly matched with that old rascal from the Beast sect, but upon hearing that Blood Wolf was after her disciples, her mind became chaotic and she was ambushed. Taking advantage of the attack, she used it as an opportunity to retreat, quickly catching up with Long Yufei and the others. Upon arrival, she sensed that terrifying sword intent and had to desperately suppress her injuries to avoid revealing any flaws to her enemies. Now she could no longer hold it back. "Leave this place quickly." The white-haired old woman waved her hand, summoning a model of a flying boat, which rapidly expanded in the wind, becoming over 3 zhang long, beckoning everyone to jump on. "Ai Chi Ro, Ai Cow Ro, you two get on too." Long Yufei called to Chu Xian and Chu Chun. "Ai Chi Ro, Ai Cow Ro. What strange names." "Okay, Andy." The two adorable kids nodded and jumped, landing steadily on the flying boat. The white-haired old woman looked at the two adorable children in surprise. At only 3 years old, they could jump 1 or 2 zhang high just with their physical strength. This was innate divine power. But she wondered about their bone structure. If their bone structure were exceptional, she might consider taking them as disciples and nurturing them, as they would surely become significant figures in the future. However, this was not the time to think about such matters. With true chi surging within her, the flying boat transformed into a streak of light and instantly vanished. Shortly after the flying boat disappeared, a green-haired old man appeared out of nowhere, frowning slightly at the bones scattered on the ground. "Sectmaster." At that moment, a figure burst through the dense forest, collapsing to the ground. It was a man in his 20s who was now sobbing like a child. "Sect Master, you must avenge my blood wolf." "What happened?" the green-haired old man asked solemnly. The man gritted his teeth and with a face full of fear said, "All the blood wolves have been killed. If it were just a simple killing, that would be one thing. But they even skinned my blood wolves and cooked them into pieces to eat. Those 2 little brats are simply too cruel." "Little brats." The green-haired old man frowned again. "To wipe out your blood wolves, they must possess considerable strength. Can you tell which powers prodigies they belong to? Could it be that they came with the newly arrived prodigy Long Yufei from Central Continent? I don't know where they came from. They look like they're only 3 years old, yet their strength is terrifying. They can take down a blood wolf with a single punch. It's too savage." As he spoke, the man's body trembled. Fortunately, he had hidden far enough away and had not been discovered. Otherwise his small frame would probably not withstand even one punch from those 2 little brats. He couldn't be sure whether those 2 little brats would roast him and eat him after killing him. After living for 30 years and encountering countless prodigies and demons, he had never seen such brutally savage little brats. It was terrifying. 3 years old. The green-haired old man was stunned, turning to the man and saying in a deep voice, "Blood wolf, do you know what you are saying? Your blood wolves, even if they haven't blooded, are 4th-tier demon beasts comparable to martial emperors. Even the most extraordinary prodigy could not possibly possess the cultivation of a martial emperor at the age of 3. Sect Master, it is absolutely true. They really are about 3 years old." "Indeed," the man said with conviction. Moreover, in the end, 2 blood wolves that successfully blooded were also killed with a single slap, by those two little brats. A blooded blood wolf is comparable to a 5th-tier demon beast of martial sect level killed with a single slap by two 3-year-old children. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child? The green-haired old man believed the man was trying to deceive him. It was simply too absurd. A green poisonous snake emerged from his chest, winding around the man, the enormous snake, head directly facing him, its tongue flicking in and out. Sect Master, every word I say is true. I would never dare to deceive you. The man turned pale with fright, trembling on the ground. The green-haired old man was about to say something when he suddenly reached into the air, conjuring a small bird formed of true chi in his hand. The bird's beak opened and closed as if trying to speak, but no sound emerged. Yet upon hearing it, the green-haired old man revealed a hint of shock and killing intent, looking down at the man and saying, "I will tentatively believe what you say. Your mission has failed, though I should have killed you. For the sake of your contributions to the sect, I will spare your life today. Within 7 days, gather your spirit beasts again, and after 7 days participate in the Lan Prefecture Grand Competition with the Black Tiger." "Yes, Sect Master," the man quickly replied. The green-haired old man tore through the air, pursuing the direction the flying boat had disappeared. That true chi bird not only provided him the direction for the flying boat, but also mentioned those two 3-year-old children. Such talent, if captured and trained, would surely make the beast sect renowned throughout the 9 prefectures in the future. As for that old woman, having been poisoned by his snake toxin, she would not be his opponent. The man slumped to the ground, panting heavily as if he had just escaped death. Meanwhile, on the flying boat, the white-haired old woman was sitting cross-legged, healing her injuries, when suddenly she spat out a mouthful of black blood. "Master, are you poisoned?" Long Yufei exclaimed in shock, her face full of anxiety. "No matter." The white-haired old woman feigned indifference, but internally, she sighed slightly. The snake toxin had already spread throughout her body, with the blood permeating her internal organs, making it difficult to suppress. It seemed that this time she would truly die in this Lan Prefecture. "It's good if nothing is wrong." Long Yufei thought everything was fine, and she let out a sigh of relief. "The old lady is about to die." Just then a childish voice with a baby-like tone rang out. "What?" Long Yufei turned to see Chu Xin looking at the white-haired old woman with certainty. "That's right, the poison has entered her organs, as she is really about to die." Chu Chun nodded vigorously, his little round head and chubby face shaking continuously. The white-haired old woman trembled, not expecting that the poison within her body could be seen through by these two 3-year-old children. "Master, is what they said true?" Long Yufei turned to the white-haired old woman again, asking with a worried expression. The white-haired old woman sighed and said, "They are not wrong. That old bastard snake toxin is indeed formidable. Feier, it seems I will no longer be able to protect you from now on." "No, it's not true." Long Yufei shook her head repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. "Annie, don't cry. With my brother and me here, Grandma won't die. Aichi-ro, can you save my master?" Long Yufei seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, holding onto the shoulders of Chu Xin and Chu Chun with an expression full of hope. "Feier, forget it." The white-haired old woman shook her head. "How could two 3-year-old children cure a martial saint-level poison? Auntie, let Grandma take this detoxification pill. No matter what poison it is, it can be resolved." Chu Xin took out a small jade bottle from her Shumi ring and handed it to Long Yufei. Long Yufei quickly took the jade bottle, poured out a white pill, and handed it to the white-haired old woman, saying, "Master, eat this quickly." At this moment, she didn't have time to think about whether this detoxification pill would be effective, as there was no other. The white-haired old woman looked at Long Yufei's anxious expression, sighed slightly, took the detoxification pill, and although she had no hopes in her heart, she couldn't bear to refuse her disciple. Suddenly the white-haired old woman was stunned, her face showing astonishment. The white-haired old woman looked at Chu Xin and Chu Chun in astonishment, but had no time to say anything. She quickly circulated her cultivation technique to guide the medicinal power of the detoxification pill as it spread through her blood. Wherever the medicinal power reached, the snake venom, like a worm stuck in a bone, seemed to encounter its nemesis and dissipated into nothingness. Moments later, she opened her eyes and exclaimed, "The snake venom in my body has truly been resolved. That's wonderful." Long Yufei was overjoyed and hugged Chu Xin, planting a kiss on her delicate little face. "Aichi-ro, you truly are my lucky star." Chu Xin wiped the drool from her face, looking disgusted, as she said, "Auntie, please don't spit on my face." Chu Chun, standing nearby, secretly felt relieved that Auntie did not spit on his face. Huh. Long Yufei and the others were amused by the adorable expressions of the two little ones. "Aichi-ro, did you refine this detoxification pill?" Seeing her master sitting cross-legged again to adjust her breath, Long Yufei was in high spirits and curiously asked, while holding Chu Xin, "No, it was refined by my father." Chu Xin blinked her round bright eyes and said with a smile, "I have lots and lots of them. If Auntie gets poisoned in the future, I will help Annie detoxify." Long Yufei was both amused and helpless, silently reciting the phrase, "Children say the darndest things," as she patted Chu Xin's little head, saying, "Thank you for the detoxification pill, Ai Chiro. You've really helped me a great deal. No need to thank me, Andy. My father said that saving a life is better than building a 5-level butcher." Chu Xian waved her little white hand with a look that said it was unnecessary to be polite. 5-level butcher. Long Yufei and the others looked at each other in confusion. "Sister, it's a 7-level butcher." Chu Chen tugged at Chu Xin's ponytail and whispered a reminder. "A 7-level butcher." Chu Xian tilted her little head, looking puzzled. "It must be a 7-level is indeed much stronger than a 5-level. Chu Chen looked determined. "Well then, let's go with a 7-level butcher." Chu Xian nodded in agreement. "A 7-level butcher. It should be a 7-level stupa." A female guard couldn't help but laugh. These siblings were just too cute. At this moment, the white-haired old woman finished adjusting her breath and bowed to Chu Xian, saying, "Thank you for the detoxification pill, young friend. If you ever need anything, I will do my utmost to fulfill your request." "Granny, no need for formalities. My father said that helping the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled is a virtue," Chu Xian said innocently. The old woman's mouth twitched slightly, as she never expected that one day a martial saint like herself would be classified among the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled. However, she did not argue with a 3-year-old girl and curiously asked, "This detoxification pill can resolve snake venom at the martial saint level. It must be a saint-grade pill. Is your father perhaps a pill saint from the pill sect?" "A pill saint? A master alchemist of that level would be treated as a guest of honor no matter where they are. I didn't expect the father of these 2 children to have such a powerful background. No, my father has always lived in the village. Apart from this time, he has never left the village." "No pill sect? Then he must be a wandering pill saint. For a wandering practitioner to become a pill saint, that talent must be quite terrifying." The old woman looked deeply at the siblings. Not only did these 2 children have extraordinary innate talents, but their father was also a pill saint with similar talents. It was best to befriend them and not offend them. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. She had more important matters to attend to. She stood up and surveyed the female guards, saying, "To avoid the influence of the Lanzhou forces, we did not come through the teleportation array, but relied on several martial emperor seniors to open a teleportation passage that brought us to the border of Lanzhou. This matter is concealed, and the Lanzhou forces cannot possibly know. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that there is a traitor among you." Upon hearing this, the female guards all changed color and knelt on the floor of the flying boat, urgently, saying, "Master, please see clearly. We as disciples of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion have guarded the imperial family for generations. How could we ever betray?" Long Yufei's face turned grim. In fact, he had suspected this for a long time, but was unwilling to believe. The Heavenly Sword Pavilion is specifically responsible for guarding the imperial family. If even the Heavenly Sword Pavilion has been infiltrated by malicious forces, then the Empire is in grave danger. I also do not wish to believe it, but for Long Yufei's safety, there are some things I must do. The old woman hesitated for a moment before saying in a deep voice, "I will perform the divine search technique on you. The traitor will be torn to pieces, their family destroyed. As for the loyal ones, your families will receive the full support of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the female guards changed dramatically. Once the divine search technique was cast, they would all turn into idiots. Even Long Yufei's face changed, saying, "Master, how can we harm the loyal for the sake of a traitor? Disciple, we do not have time to slowly uncover the traitor. If I am correct, she has already revealed our whereabouts, and that old beast from the 10,000 Beasts sect may soon catch up. If it were just him, it wouldn't be a problem, but if a few more Martial Zone or Martial Venerable come, escaping will be difficult." The old woman sighed lightly. Long Yufei thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we let them pilot the flying boat while my master and I take another round?" The old woman shook her head, saying her means of transmitting information is something even I cannot detect. No one can guarantee that she hasn't left some mark on you. This, Long Yufei was momentarily speechless. "Auntie, is this divine search technique very powerful?" Chu Xian tugged at Long Yufei's sleeve, looking up with curiosity. Long Yufei explained the divine search technique, as the name suggests, can search others' soul memories. However, the flaw of this technique is that the person being targeted will turn into an idiot. "What is an idiot?" Chu Chen asked in confusion. "An idiot is someone who sleeps all the time and never wakes up," Long Yufei explained. "That's so pitiful." Chu Xian and Chu Chen instantly showed sympathetic expressions, and their gazes towards the old woman carried a hint of fear. Thinking that if they fell victim to this divine search technique, they would never be able to eat roasted meat again, it was too terrifying. "For the sake of the governor, we are willing to undergo the divine search technique." The female guards spoke one after another. "All right." The old woman sighed slightly. If possible, she did not want to use the divine search technique. "If only we had the true words talismans from the talisman sect, they could make them speak the truth." Long Yufei closed her eyes in pity, murmuring that it was a pity the talisman sect was not in Lanzhou. "Speak the truth." Chu Chen's eyes lit up as he raised his chubby little hand, saying, I have a talisman that can make people speak the truth. AI Cow Ro, you have a true words talisman. Long Yufei immediately asked upon hearing this. The old woman who was about to use the divine search technique also paused and turned to look at Chu Chun. True words talisman. I don't know what a true words talisman is, but this talisman can really make people speak. As Chu Chin spoke, he took out a stack of talismans and proudly said, these were specially refined for us by my father to prevent people from deceiving us. Is it really the true word talisman? Can your father really craft talismans? Long Yufei expressed her surprise. Generally speaking, to become a pill saint, one must dedicate all their time to alchemy and cannot afford to spend too much time studying the art of talisman crafting. Of course, my father knows a lot. Chu Chun nodded his little head, his two bun-shaped pigtails and the chubby cheeks on his face shaking with his movements. Father is the most powerful person in the world. Chu Exine chimed in, nodding repeatedly, her large round black eyes filled with admiration. Long Yufei couldn't help but chuckle, but she understood, after all, in a child's mind a father is always the strongest. The true word talisman is not considered high in rank among talismans, so she was merely surprised. Wonderful. With this true word talisman, there's no need to use the spirit search technique anymore. A smile appeared on the old woman's wrinkled face. After all, they were all disciples of her Tianjian sect, and their innate abilities were quite good. She naturally didn't want to turn these disciples into idiots unless absolutely necessary. Little friend, may I buy these true word talismans from you? She looked at Chu Chun, trying to make her smile appear. Chu Chun handed the true word talismans to the old woman and said nonchalantly, Granny can take them if she needs them. I have plenty more. The old woman smiled, accepted the true word talismans, and turned to the female guards, saying, each of you take one and stick it on. The female guard sighed in relief and stepped forward to receive a true word talisman to stick on themselves. Only one person, after receiving the true word talisman, began to look around furtively, and seeing no one paying attention to her, she leapt to escape the flying boat. Bang! However, a protective shield suddenly lit up on the flying boat, and the female guard crashed into the shield, bouncing back. The old woman's expression darkened as she said, I didn't expect it to be you. Oomph. The female guard snorted coldly, her internal energy surging, intending to self-destruct. The old woman's expression changed. This female guard possessed the strength of a martial sovereign, and if she self-destructed on this flying boat, it would be doomed. At that moment, Chu Chun took out two talismans and threw them, which instantly stuck to the female guard. Her previously bloated body shrank, visibly returning to its original state. At the same time, chains emerged from another talisman, quickly binding the female guard tightly. Locking Yuan talisman. Confinement talisman. The old woman exclaimed in surprise. These two types of talismans were much more advanced than the true word talismans, capable of locking the internal energy of cultivators, rendering them unable to mobilize it. You little wretch. The traitor glared at Chu Chun, her beautiful face filled with resentment. Now her body was restrained, her internal energy sealed, unable to move or self-destruct. She could only be at the mercy of others. Slap. A small figure suddenly appeared in front of the female guard, slapping her face and causing her to spin several times on the deck of the flying boat. After stopping, she spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with several teeth. Bad woman, you're not allowed to insult my brother. Chu Xian, with her hands on her hips, glared angrily at the traitor. If she hadn't wanted to avoid killing with that slap, the traitor would have lost her head. Woo-woo. The traitor wanted to say something, but with her swollen cheek and the loss of teeth, she couldn't even articulate. What incredible speed. The old woman was filled with shock. Even she hadn't noticed how this little girl appeared in front of the traitor. Moreover, throughout it all, she felt no fluctuations of internal energy, clearly indicating it was pure. Having cultivated for nearly 1,000 years, she had never seen anyone with physical speed reach such a to support such a terrifying speed. The physical strength must have reached an extremely formidable realm, meaning the power of pure physicality must also be considerable. Could it be that the Bloodwolves' pets were truly killed by these two 3-year-old kids? The old woman recalled what Long Yufei had said earlier, and such thoughts emerged in her mind. Little friends, can you hand her over to me? Normally, she would directly capture the traitor to deal with her. However, facing the bizarre sibling pair of Chu Xian and Chu Chen, she did not act recklessly. These two little children must be treated with care, not to offend. All right. Chu Xian and Chu Chen nodded. Although they were powerful, they had never killed anyone and truly didn't know what to do if it were left to them. Thank you. The old woman clasped her fists and approached the traitor coldly, saying, if it weren't for your true word talisman, I would have almost lost my disciples of the Tianjian sect because of you. Whoa. The traitor glared fiercely, making incoherent sounds, but unfortunately no one could understand what she was trying to express. The old woman raised her hand and grasped the traitor's head using the spirit search technique, and immediately a stream of memories flooded into her mind. At first the traitor struggled violently, but in the end her eyes gradually became vacant. Moments later, the old woman withdrew her hand, lifted the traitor, and threw her off the flying boat. Then with a wave of her hand, a multitude of sword chi surged forth, tearing the traitor to shreds. Fortunately, Long Yufei promptly covered the eyes of Chu Xian and Chu Chun, preventing them from witnessing. After the silence, Chu Xian pried open Long Yufei's fingers, peeking through a gap to look, and seeing no horrific scene, she hurriedly pushed Long Yufei's hand away, pouting, "I'm very brave, you know." "So am I." Chu Chin also pushed away Long Yufei's hand, wearing an expression that said he was impressive. "Yes, yes, yes, you are both the bravest." Long Yufei was amused by their adorable demeanor. Even the pain of betrayal seemed to lighten a bit. Of course, Chu Xian and Chu Chun both raised their little heads proudly like proud little roosters. Long Yufei smiled slightly, feeling even more that these two little ones were her lucky stars. If it weren't for meeting the siblings, Chu Xian and Chu Chun, on this journey, she might have already met with misfortune. She truly wondered what kind of existence could cultivate such two little monsters. Suddenly she recalled Chu Chin's large pot and barbecue grill and couldn't help but ask, "AI cow meat, I remember that barbecue grill was also crafted by your father, right? Does your father also know how to forge?" Chu Xian swatted away Long Yufei's hand, fuming. "I'm serious, you mustn't laugh. Auntie, if you dare to have designs on my father, I will spank you and make your bottom bloom with flowers." With a solemn expression and a hint of a childish tone, she waved her little fists in a show of threat. "Yes, I will also hit you." Only then did Chu Chun realize what was happening, waving his chubby little hands, his mouth stretched wide as he tried to put on a fierce expression. Unfortunately, the two adorable children, one exquisitely delicate and the other adorably charming, found that no matter how hard they tried to look fierce, they only appeared endearing and utterly lacking in intimidation. All right, I understand. I won't have any designs on your father," Long Yufei said cheerfully, reaching out to ruffle the heads of the two little ones, liking them even more. So young and already protective of their mother must be truly fortunate. The image of her sister appeared in her mind, and she sighed. "I wonder how my sister's two children are doing now." Just then a cold voice suddenly rang out, "Finally caught up to you." Everyone turned to see a green-haired old man standing atop a giant green serpent with a triangular head rapidly approaching. "That old scoundrel is here." The old woman's eyes flashed with a glint of sword intent, but she quickly covered her heart, her face contorted in pain. "Master Sect Leader." Long Yufei and the group of female guards exclaimed in shock. Clearly the poison had been resolved, so why was this happening all of a sudden? Chu Xian looked at the old woman, then at the approaching green-haired old man, blinking her big eyes, as if she understood something. She rushed to the old woman and cried out, "Woo, Granny, please don't die. There are bad people coming. Oh, what will we do if you die?" Chu Chun reacted a beat slower, but performed even more exaggeratedly than Chu Xian, rolling and crawling like a little ball to appear in front of the old woman, wailing loudly. Seeing the two little ones cry so pitifully, the female guards thought something terrible had happened to the old woman and were extremely anxious. However, Long Yufei suddenly realized something and shouted, "Form a formation, let's fight him." Hearing this, the female guards, filled with hatred, stepped forward to shield the old woman, forming a sword array as their swords flew out from their bodies, aiming to obstruct the green-haired old man. "Old sword slave, it seems the poison has seeped into your lungs. You are not far from death." The green-haired old man sneered, striking out with a palm, a massive green handprint coalescing. "Withdraw the formation," Long Yufei suddenly shouted. The female guards were momentarily stunned, but still retracted the sword array. At that moment, a beam of sword light shot through the air. The green-haired old man was startled. Just as the green handprint had formed, he could not switch to a more powerful martial technique, and could only grit his teeth and slam the green handprint down. He quickly formed hand seals, unleashing a more powerful martial technique. The sword light pierced through the green handprint, maintaining its momentum, and in an instant appeared before the green-haired old man. At that moment, the old man's new martial technique was not yet ready. In a hurry, he summoned the defensive green armor from within, but did not have time to channel his true energy to fully activate the armor's defensive capabilities. The sword light sliced through the armor, penetrating the green-haired old man's shoulder, green blood gushing out. "Damn, your poison was cured." The green-haired old man staggered back, glancing at the wound on his shoulder. His face darkened as he looked at the old woman, who was slowly rising into the air from the flying boat, filled with astonishment and rage. "Haha, last time you schemed against me, this time I return the favor. We are even now." The old woman laughed heartily, feeling exhilarated. "Impossible. My serpent poison can only be cured by the alchemy saint himself, otherwise it cannot." The green-haired old man's face was filled with disbelief. "No, even if the alchemy saint were here analyzing the toxins in my serpent poison and refining the antidote, could not be done this quickly." Hearing the green-haired old man's words, the old woman and Long Yufei finally understood that they had underestimated the antidote of the two little ones and also underestimated their father's alchemical skills. The old woman coldly declared, "There is nothing impossible, old scoundrel. today marks your death." After saying this, she formed hand seals with both hands. Thousands of sword energies soared from behind her, and then with a sweep of her finger the sword energies rained down towards the green-haired old man. "You merely made me suffer a bit of injury. You seem to have forgotten that a beast tamer's strength depends on their pets. You should not have ambushed me. You should have ambushed my pets instead." The green-haired old man snorted coldly, the giant green serpent at his feet coiling around him, quickly providing him with protection. Giant serpent guard. With a furious roar, the green energy surged into the serpent, and a layer of emerald shield appeared around. All the sword energies clashed against the shield, ringing out like bells, unable to break through. As Long Yufei and the others anxiously watched the clash between the two martial saints in one corner of the flying boat, Chu Exine and Chu Chun were whispering to each other. "Brother, that giant green serpent looks delicious. Ooh, I've never eaten snake before." Chu Exine licked her lips with her little tongue, her cravings peaked. "Sister, I've never roasted a snake either. A father has never brought a snake home." Chu Chin's big eyes sparkled, clearly interested in roasted snake. "But that snake is covered in so much green poison, it's too disgusting. Ew, I don't want to dirty my hands." As Chu Exine muttered softly, she took out a stack of talismans from her shumi ring. "For dealing with poisonous snakes, lightning and flames should be the most effective, right?" No. Chu Chun shook his head repeatedly, his flesh jiggling violently. "Lightning and flames will char the meat. That would make it taste bad." "That's true." Upon hearing this, Chu Exine quickly put away the stack of lightning and fire talismans and took out another stack of talismans, saying, "What about the ice sealing talisman?" No. Chu Chin shook his head again. "After freezing, the meat won't taste good." "That makes sense." Chu Exine put away the ice sealing talismans again, furrowing her little brows in thought for a moment before taking out another stack of talismans, saying, "Destruction talisman, this should work, right?" Yes. Even if it shatters the soul, it won't affect the quality of the meat." Chu Chin's eyes lit up, immediately nodding vigorously as he rummaged through his shumi ring and quickly took out a stack of destruction talismans, saying, "Sister, I'm ready." "Let's sneak around to his back." With a wave of her small hand, the two little ones transformed into two streaks of light and instantly disappeared. What are those two little rascals up to?" The old woman, who was maintaining the continuous assault of sword energies against the green-haired old man, naturally noticed the two little ones suddenly appearing behind the old man, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion, yet her expression showed no change, nor did she allow the old man to detect any flaw. "Smash it for me." Just then Chu Zin's childish voice rang out. "All right." Chu Chun replied in his childish voice, and then the two little ones began to frantically hurl talismans at the green serpent as if they were free of charge. Hearing the sound, the green-haired old man turned around, staring in shock at the overwhelming array of talismans flying towards him. Yet when the talismans landed on the green serpent's protective green barrier, they made no sound. The green-haired old man was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "I thought it was impossible to have so many high-level talismans. It turns out they are all just for show." In the distance, the old woman and others, including Long Yufei, who had also been drawn in by the sound, were stunned. Initially, upon seeing the two adorable children causing such a commotion, they thought it would be earth-shattering, but to their surprise there was no reaction at all. Could these be low-level talismans crafted by the two adorable children for practice? Just then the green serpent suddenly let out a piercing howl, its body thrashing violently, as if it had suffered a horrific blow. "What is happening?" The green-haired old man's expression changed drastically as he struggled to calm the green serpent, maintaining the flow of his chi. Soon the serpent seemed to feel better, its thrashing subsiding significantly. Just as the old man let out a sigh of relief, Chu Zin's childish voice rang out once more. Again, no sooner had she spoken than another wave of talismans came crashing down. The old man's mouth twitched slightly. "Where did this mischievous child come from? Is your family in the talisman business? Do you have any idea how much a single talisman costs? Don't your parents care about such wastefulness?" As he was lost in thought, the talismans landed on the green barrier once again. Still no sound, but the green serpent let out an even more anguished howl than before. "Damn it, talismans attacking the soul. Are those destruction talismans, eh?" The green-haired old man was taken aback, realizing that destruction talismans could only be crafted by talisman masters of the saint level, each one incredibly precious and costly. These two little rascals are throwing destruction talismans around like they're worthless pieces of paper, and judging by this momentum, it seems like they'll never run out. "Hey, still not dead." At this moment, Chu Zin's childlike voice chimed in again. "Sister, this big snake soul seems quite strong." Chu Chin's voice followed suit. "It's fine, throw a few more times. I refuse to believe we can't smash it to death." Chu Exine said nonchalantly, pulling out another stack of destruction talismans and hurling them down. "We must smash it to death today." Chu Chin nodded vigorously, launching another stack of destruction talismans. Listening to the conversation between the two adorable children, the old woman and Long Yufei looked on in disbelief. Even with their strength and status, acquiring a single destruction talismans would come at a significant cost. Yet these two children were throwing them out in heaps. Having such a good father is indeed fortunate. Damn it, which scoundrel gave birth to these little rascals? The green-haired old man cursed both children and their parents in his heart, but this time he dared not let these talismans land on the green serpent. Just as he prepared to have the green serpent retreat, the old woman made another hand gesture with her sword technique, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that left the old man unable to act recklessly. In that brief moment, the overwhelming destruction talismans fell again, and the green serpent emitted a desperate and painful howl. Its green eyes gradually became dull and lifeless, its body weakly collapsing. Damn it! The green-haired old man's eyes turned bloodshot. The pet that had accompanied him for many years was just obliterated in soul by these two little rascals using talismans. That was a 7th-tier demon beast comparable to a martial sage. To die in such a manner is nothing short of infuriating. Damn little rascals, I will dismember you into 1,000 pieces. The green-haired old man shouted angrily, pushing his hands forward, releasing green chi to form a green barrier in front of him, laboriously resisting the oncoming sword energy. However, Chu Xin ignored the green-haired old man and turned to Chu Chen, saying, "Brother, quickly catch the big snake, don't let it fall and break. If it breaks, it won't taste good." "Okay, sister," Chu Chen replied, transforming into a streak of light as he rushed towards the falling green serpent. When he got close to the green serpent, a whip appeared in his hand, which he swung fiercely to ensnare the triangular head of the serpent, pulling the falling giant snake up and flying back to the flying boat. Though the giant snake was over 10 zhang long, the flying boat appeared to be only a little over 1 zhang long. The interior space of the boat was, however, much larger than it looked, easily accommodating the long giant snake. "Are you guys really planning to eat this snake?" Long Yufei asked in astonishment. "Of course, we've never had snake." Chu Chen nodded, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. Long Yufei and the others looked at the slick green giant snake and felt a wave of nausea at the thought of consuming it, turning their heads to look away into the sky. "Eat." The green-haired old man, who was desperately resisting the old woman's sword energy in midair, spat out a mouthful of green blood upon hearing this. Killing his own pet wasn't enough, they even wanted to eat it. That is simply too brutal. This momentary distraction caused his chi flow to falter, making the green barrier flicker. Alarmed, he hurriedly steadied his mind and reinforced the barrier. "You old beast, you were right, most of your strength comes from your pet. Now that you have lost your pet, how do you intend to—" The old woman, seeing the old man still holding on, couldn't help but sneer. She changed her sword technique, gathering the sword energy into a colossal sword 10 zhang long. With a wave of her sword, the giant sword came crashing down towards the green-haired old man's head. A loud bang echoed, and although it didn't instantly shatter the barrier, it caused the old man to vomit several mouthfuls of blood, clearly injured. The two adorable children paid no attention to the battle. Instead, they were on the flying boat, using a peculiar liquid to wash the snake venom off the green serpent before starting to fillet and skin it. Despite their small stature, they were remarkably skilled and quick, finishing the processing of the giant snake in no time. Subsequently, Chu Xin took charge of cutting the snake into segments, while Chu Chun handled the fire for roasting, their roles clearly defined and in perfect harmony. Soon the aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Long Yufei and the female guards could not help but sniff the air. It was simply too fragrant. So fragrant. The trembling old woman and the old man also couldn't help but sniff the air. However, upon seeing the scene on the flying boat, the green-haired old man's eyes turned blood red, and he instantly lost his composure. "You little beasts, I will kill you." The green-haired old man roared, no longer caring about the sword energy raining down, charging straight towards the flying boat. Chu Xin was startled by him, and threw a talisman, which instantly transformed into a barrier that enveloped the flying boat. Bang! The green-haired old man crashed into the barrier and was sent flying back. But he quickly flew back, attacking the barrier frantically. "Sister, he seems to have gone mad." While Chu Chun roasted the meat, he remarked with a hint of confusion in his eyes, seemingly unable to understand why the old man, who was fine just a moment ago, suddenly went insane. Chu Xin clasped her small hands behind her backside softly and shook her head, saying, "The collapse of adults happens in an instant." Long Yufei and the female guards immediately burst into laughter, tears streaming from their eyes. It was evident that these two children had seen their father act like this before, and this little girl had perfectly mimicked him. Her childlike voice, combined with the old-fashioned tone and comical actions, was utterly adorable. Oh! Upon hearing this, the green-haired elder became even more frenzied, disregarding the blood flowing from his wounds as he attacked the barrier with greater intensity. "What a pity." Chu Chen looked at the green-haired elder with pity, picked up a piece of grilled snake meat, and asked, "Would you like some? It's just been roasted." Uffed. The green-haired elder spat out a mouthful of blood, his body plummeting from the sky. Already gravely injured, the sudden anxiety caused him to faint. Left. It seems he doesn't want to eat anymore. Chu Chen shook his head and turned to Long Yufei, asking, "Annie, do you want some?" I'm already full from before, so I won't eat anymore. Long Yufei waved her hand and smiled. Although it smelled delicious, she simply couldn't bring herself to eat snake. Chu Chun scanned the other female guards, and before he could speak, they all shook their heads in unison, saying, "We're full, we won't eat anymore." What a shame. Chu Chun pouted and handed the snake meat to Chu Xian, saying, "Sister, hurry and eat, or it will get cold." Chu Xian was not polite, taking the snake meat and biting into it. Her round eyes immediately squinted with delight as she nodded vigorously. Wow. So delicious. I told you this big snake is really tasty. Father always forbids us from eating snake meat. Pao mean. Really, is it that good? May I have a taste? The old woman landed on the flying boat, her face revealing a kind and gentle smile. Sure, Granny, here you go. Chu Chun handed a piece of freshly grilled snake meat to the old woman and continued to roast more. The old woman took a bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. The roast was indeed very delicious. Master, what happened to that guy? Long Yufei leaned over and asked in a low voice. He's dead, the old woman replied indifferently. As soon as the green-haired elder fell, she had already unleashed thousands of sword energies, piercing him with countless wounds, ensuring he could not survive. Great. Long Yufei smiled. That green-haired elder was one of the greatest obstacles to her reaching the state capital, so his death was naturally a relief. The old woman looked at Chu Chun, who was focused on roasting meat, and at Chu Xian, who was engrossed in eating, and said softly, "These siblings must get along well. Oh, it will benefit us in the future." If it weren't for their assistance this time, it would have been impossible for her alone to kill that beast from the beast sect. Merely maintaining a stalemate would have been good enough. Long Yufei nodded. These siblings were strong and had many treasures. Who were their parents to have raised such formidable children? She couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Compared to these two kids, she valued their powerful father, who provided everything for them, even more. If she could pull their father into the royal faction, her sister's situation wouldn't be so difficult. Let's go. Who knows what old fellows are waiting for us ahead? The old woman ate the grilled meat while urging her true energy to steer the flying boat away. Long Yufei's expression also showed a hint of seriousness. Since those guys didn't want to arrive at the state capital on their own, they must have invited not just the beast sect's master, but also other formidable foes. The road ahead would still be tough. Granny, are you still eating? Chu Chun asked in a babyish voice. Yes, I have lived so long and have never eaten such delicious grilled meat. The old woman smiled and said, this wasn't flattery aimed at the two cute kids, but a heartfelt sentiment. However, when she turned to look at the two little ones, she was taken aback. Half of the snake meat on the grill had already vanished. Granny, here you go. Chu Xian picked up a piece of grilled snake meat and handed it to the old woman, not forgetting to lick her greasy little fingers. You've already eaten half. The old woman asked incredulously while holding the snake meat. Yes. Chu Xian nodded her little head and returned to her spot, focusing on eating meat. She took a greasy bite, puffing out hot air, and kept chewing, finishing a piece of snake meat nearly a foot long in just a few bites. The speed at which she devoured the meat left the old woman in awe. She just couldn't understand how such a small belly could hold so much snake meat. Long Yufei laughed. Master, these two little rascals can really eat. Even the dozens of blood wolves were devoured by the siblings. The old woman was dumbfounded. They finished off dozens of blood wolves. She could hardly finish one. How did these two little ones manage to do that? She shook her head and turned back to continue eating the grilled meat, urging the flying boat to go faster. Previously, she had been injured and didn't dare to exert herself fully. Now that the formidable enemy was dealt with and the snake poison was resolved, she pushed the flying boat to maximum speed, increasing it tenfold. Long Yufei glanced at the old woman, then at Chu Xian, and Chu Chun, a hint of suspicion flashing in her eyes. Was the snake meat really that delicious? Should I give it a try? Chu Xian seemed to sense Long Yufei's desire and picked up a piece of grilled meat, saying, Annie, have some, it's really tasty, and this big snake contains more energy than those big dogs. Long Yufei's eyes brightened. Indeed, this was a 7th-tier demon beast, and the energy contained in its meat had to be substantial. Whether it was a demon beast or a ferocious beast, the meat contained a certain amount of energy, and consuming more powerful demon and ferocious beasts was beneficial for cultivators. Of course, the energy contained in a demon beast's body couldn't compare to that of a ferocious beast that specializes in physical strength, but 7th-tier demon beasts still contained a lot of energy. With this in mind, Long Yufei hesitated for a moment before deciding to give it a try. She sniffed it. There was no strange odor, and after taking a bite, she was taken aback for a moment before starting to eat heartily. Seeing that the state lord had started to eat heartily, the other female guards joined in the feast of grilled meat. Wow, so the snake meat is really delicious. Once they started, they couldn't stop. The Bi-Sword sect has been waiting for the state lord for a long time. At that moment, a loud voice rang out from a head infused with terrifying sword intent, as if it were meant to shred everything. Everyone looked up to see a burly man standing in the void with his arms crossed. Elder Chu Feng of the Bi-Sword sect. Upon seeing the newcomer, the old woman's expression tightened, and the flying boat came to a halt. Though both were martial saints, this one was undoubtedly stronger than the previous old beast. Chu Xian and Chu Chun leaned over the railing of the flying boat, standing on their toes to gaze at the man. Looks like there's no more meat to roast this time. Chu Chun scratched his head. No more meat to eat this time, huh? Chu Xian pouted, their little voices dripping with unhidden disappointment. So it was the Vice Master Long of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. The man did not notice Chu Xian and Chu Chun, but merely glanced at the old woman, his tone still indifferent, clearly not regarding her as a threat. The old woman said solemnly, "In the past, the old master of the Bi-Sword sect had a close relationship with the old master of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion." "What? Are you Bi-Sword sect going to stop the State Lord? Do you know the identity of the new State Lord?" Chu Feng replied nonchalantly, "Of course I know." The old woman said sternly, "Since you know, how dare you come to obstruct? Aren't you afraid of annihilation?" Chu Feng smiled slightly and said, "Master Long, I have already been expelled from the Bi-Sword sect. I am no longer their elder. My actions are entirely my own. Furthermore, the royal family of the 9 provinces is too preoccupied to concern themselves with my Lan prefecture. So you really intend to kill the State Lord today?" the old woman asked in a deep voice. No. Chu Feng shook his head and smiled, saying, "I am not here to kill the State Lord, but to stop her from going to the state capital. At least she cannot go for a month. As long as the State Lord stays here obediently for a month, I assure you, I will not harm her. After a month, I will not prevent her from going to the state capital." "A month? What exactly are you planning?" The old woman frowned slightly. Chu Feng shook his head again, saying, "I do not know about that. I am only responsible for stopping you. Vice Lord Long, as a martial saint, you are not my match. Do not force me to take action. How can you know I am not your match if we have not fought?" The old woman snorted coldly, quickly forming a sword gesture with her hands, and countless sword energies reappeared, sweeping through the air like a storm. Buzz. A protective barrier emerged around Chu Feng, undisturbed by the onslaught of sword energies. From this defense alone, Chu Feng was far stronger than the previous green-haired old man. Why go through this? Chu Feng sighed slightly, raised his hand, and sent a blood-red sword light slicing through the air. The old woman waved her sword fingers in quick succession, unleashing 5 sword lights, barely shattering the attack, her expression growing graver. Midstage Martial Saint. From their initial engagement, she had sensed Chu Feng's approximate strength. She was merely at the early stage of Martial Saint, and although the difference to the midstage was only a step away, that step represented a significant gap in power. "I just broke through not long ago." Chu Feng laughed loudly, his body enveloped in swirling blood-red sword energy, instilling fear in the hearts of others. "No way." The old woman quickly frowned again, speaking in a deep voice. "When the former head of the Bajang sect and the former head of the Tianjin Pavilion discussed the Tao, I witnessed the sword energy of the Bajang sect's old head, which was black and carried a pure oppressive aura. Your previous sword energy was also black, although its oppressive nature could not compare to that of the old head. But now it has turned blood-red, filled with a strong stench of blood. What kind of evil technique have you practiced?" Chu Feng smiled wickedly, not bothering to explain further, and waved his hand, sending blood-red sword energies piercing through the air, sealing off the surroundings of the old woman. While the old woman was busy dealing with these blood-red sword energies, Chu Feng's body flickered and suddenly appeared in front of the flying boat, pointing his sword, and the blood-red sword light surged, shattering the protective shield of the flying boat. "Dragon State Lord, please come with me. I rest assured I will not kill you, and will let you go after a month." Chu Feng looked down at Long Yufei, his tone calm. "Chu Feng, if you dare to harm the State Lord, I will tear you to pieces." The old woman shouted angrily, wanting to rush over for support, but the blood-red sword energies that seemed casually released by Chu Feng instantly formed a formation, changing endlessly and displaying tremendous power. She needed some time to break the formation, but that little time was enough for Chu Feng to take away Long Yufei. Ignoring her threat, Chu Feng merely watched Long Yufei with interest and said lightly, "Or I could kill them all and take you with me. Dragon State Lord, how will you choose?" "All right, I will go with you." Long Yufei sighed slightly. With her master trapped in an instant, how could she resist? Rather than increasing casualties, it is better to surrender willingly. "Auntie, you still need to take us to the state capital to use the teleportation array. You cannot go with him." Chu Chun tugged at Long Yufei's sleeve, raising his little head and speaking. Long Yufei patted his little head, forcing a smile, and saying, "I'm sorry, I cannot take you to the state capital for now. You should follow these aunties and find a place to hide. I will take you to the state capital after I return." "Don't worry, Auntie, I'll help you beat him." Chu Xian waved her little fist, looking fierce and fierce. "He should have reached the midstage of Martial Saint much stronger than that previous Snake Elder. You are not his match." Long Yufei shook her head, although she did not know the true strength of the siblings. A 3-year-old child, without the support of a Martial Saint, could hardly defeat a midstage Martial Saint. "Who says I am not his match?" Chu Xian was displeased, soaring into the air and leveling with Chu Feng, one hand on her hip, and the other pointing at Chu Feng, her childish voice, saying, "Hey, that person over there, Auntie Long, is under my protection. If you want to take her away, you must first ask if I, your little aunt, agree." Chu Feng looked at her, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. A 3-year-old martial emperor. Only a martial emperor could levitate in the air, meaning this 3-year-old girl had actually reached the martial emperor realm. What kind of monstrous talent is this? Wait, I don't feel any fluctuation of true energy. He quickly furrowed his brow again, a hint of confusion in his eyes. You are floating without using true energy. I have not heard of any faction with such capability. Hey, I am talking to you, can you hear me? Seeing that Chu Feng was ignoring her, Chu Feng furrowed her little brows, hands on her hips, and angrily shouted. Chu Feng smiled and said, "Little girl, your talent is quite remarkable. Would you like to take me as your master?" With such exceptional talent, he naturally had a fondness for her. With just a little training, her future achievements would surely surpass his. "Become my master. You are not worthy." Chu Feng glanced at him disdainfully and pouted. "I am not worthy." Chu Feng was taken aback, then threw his head back and laughed loudly. Chu Feng achieved mid-stage martial saint before reaching 100 years old. This talent can rank among the top 50 in the entire Jojo, and you say, I am not worthy. Only the top 50. You dare to say that? Chu Feng said with a face full of disdain. I rank second in our village. Do you see me bragging about it? I rank third in our village, and I feel embarrassed to tell others, Chu Chun added, nodding in agreement, his face equally full of disdain. Long Yufei and the others burst into laughter. These two little ones were simply too cute. Chu Feng nearly spat out blood. Ranking second or third in your village cannot compare to my top 50 in Jojo. Forget it, why am I bickering with a little brat? He took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and turned back to Long Yufei, saying, Dragon State Lord, have you made your decision? I think you wouldn't want such an outstanding child to perish because of you, would you? Long Yufei was about to speak when she felt a terrifying sword intent shaking, making her hair stand on end, cold sweat pouring down. Turning her head, she saw Chu Feng surrounded by sword energy, even her beautiful eyes emanating a powerful sword intent. I said Annie Long is under my protection. Chu Feng spoke again, her childish voice carrying an indescribable dominance. So it really is. The old woman who was breaking the formation was horrified. She had sensed this terrifying sword intent before, and Long Yufei had said it was released by Chu Feng, but she had not believed it. Especially when she had used the extermination talisman to kill the green serpent, she was even more certain of her guess. If Chu Feng truly possessed such a terrifying sword intent, then her swordsmanship must be exceptionally strong. Why waste so many extermination talismans to kill the green serpent? But little did she know Chu Feng simply did not want her sword energy to touch the disgusting snake poison. What a strong sword intent. Chu Feng was also shocked. This sword intent made even him tremble, and it was hard to believe it came from a three. Which sect do you belong to, young friend? Chu Feng's tone became significantly more serious, losing the arrogance and confidence it initially held. I hail from Barbecue Village, Chu Feng declared proudly. Barbecue Village. What a ridiculous name. Chu Feng understood that the little one was withholding the truth, but at just 3 years old, she possessed such formidable sword intent that only a few top sword cultivator factions in the 9 provinces could nurture. Among them was the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, which protected the royal family. It was likely that this little girl was associated with the Heavenly Sword Pavilion due to her presence with the governor. Although stopping the governor from entering the state office had already offended the royal family and the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, it wasn't a complete offense, and even if there were consequences later, it wouldn't implicate the sword dominant sect. Unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to take action against this little girl. I kindly ask you to step aside, or don't blame me for using my strength against you. Chu Feng warned once again. Chu Feng, however, became a bit impatient, placing one hand on her hip and pointing at Chu Feng with the other, saying in a childish voice, why are you so long-winded? Are you going to fight or not? If you're not going to fight, then hurry and get out of the way. We need to activate the teleportation array at the state office to save my mother. Chu Feng's gaze sharpened. It was clear that unless he taught this little brat a lesson, she wouldn't back down. In that case, let's fight. Teaching a unseen lifetime genius a lesson would be quite fulfilling. He said solemnly, then I must offend you. With that, he formed a sword seal, and countless sword energies coalesced into swords floating in midair. Unlike the ethereal sword intent of the old woman, his sword intent was overwhelmingly domineering, dispersing all other sword intents in its path. The sword intent cultivated by the governor and the female guards could not even be released in the face of his domineering sword intent. How terrifying. Is this the sword dominance sword intent? Long Yufei and the others murmured in shock. Is the gap between mid-stage and early-stage cultivators this vast? The old woman who was breaking the sword formation also felt her heavenly sword intent suppressed, her expression changing. The heavenly sword intent could not possibly be weaker than the sword dominance intent, but Chu Feng's swordsmanship was a small realm higher than hers, enabling him to suppress her heavenly sword intent. This highlighted the significant difference a small realm could make. Young friend, do not clash Eden with him, I just hold him off. She urged loudly, fearing the little girl would recklessly confront Chu Feng. It would be a shame if she were to die, and it would also put the governor in jeopardy. She only hoped that the little girl could stall Chu Feng to buy herself time to break the formation. At that time, teaming up with the little girl might provide a chance to repel Chu Feng. Grandma, don't worry, I will protect Aunt Long. Chu Xin assured the old woman, her childish voice filled with unwavering confidence. Since you are so stubborn, then let us test our swords. Chu Feng shouted coldly, sweeping his sword finger. This sword of mine is named 10,000 Swords Return to One. As soon as he finished speaking, countless sword energies shot forth, coalescing into a massive black sword that bore the weight of the sword dominance intent, causing the very air to creak under the strain. Chu Xin formed a sword finger with her small hand and pointed it into the air. My sword is nameless. She mimicked Chu Feng's tone and posture, calling out in a childish voice. Immediately, a terrifying sword light coalesced from her fingertip and shot forth. The sword light was small compared to the black giant sword, yet the sword intent within it was not in the least inferior to the sword dominance intent on the black giant sword. Boom! The sword light collided with the black giant sword, producing a thunderous sound, and the terrifying energy waves rippled outward, sending the nearby flying boats tumbling back several dozen feet. Nearby towering trees were instantly shattered, crashing to the ground, and causing countless demonic beasts to flee in panic. Wow! So much meat! Chu Chun leaned over the railing of the flying boat, gazing at the fleeing demonic beasts below, with gleaming eyes, swallowing his saliva. Long Yufei picked him up, patting his little head, saying, Little guy, your sister is fighting, and you're thinking about barbecue. Chu Chen, still craning his neck to look at the fleeing demonic beasts, replied nonchalantly, Aunt Long, don't worry, my sister won't lose. Long Yufei found his carefree demeanor somewhat exasperating, yet she couldn't remain so calm. Holding Chu Chun, she kept her eyes fixed on the battlefield in the sky. The sword light and the black giant sword had both dissipated in this exchange. Neither side had gained the upper hand. Your sister can actually contend against the sword dominant sect's Grand Elder and Midstage Martial Saint. Long Yufei gasped in disbelief. During their last encounter, that little girl who called herself Ai Chi Ro had killed the blue wolf with her physical body, defeated the blood wolf with sword energy, and then crushed the green snake with countless annihilation talismans. While those scenes had shocked her, they paled in comparison to this moment. After all, the blue wolf and blood wolf were only at the martial sect level, and the annihilation talismans had been crafted by their father, unrelated to their own strength. This time, however, that little girl had directly confronted a midstage martial saint with her own swordsmanship. This indicated that the little girl's swordsmanship was by no means inferior to Chu Feng's. I told you my sister won't lose. Chu Chun remarked, unperturbed, still tilting his head and stretching his neck to watch the vanishing horde of demonic beasts below, his eyes filled with regret. Long Yufei, however, was not at ease. The little girl was only 3 years old, and her vital energy could not possibly match Chu Feng's. If the fight continued, she would likely fall to the disadvantage. Good. Chu Feng could not help but cheer upon seeing Chu Xin's sword. He had never seen such sword intent before. It was neither heavenly sword intent nor sword dominance intent, nor was it any sword intent he knew from the 9 provinces. Yet that did not diminish its power. Come again. Chu Feng changed his sword seal and pointed his sword into the air. This sword of mine is named Sword Domain of Dominance. With that, countless sword energies surged from around Chu Xin, forming a sword dominance domain. The sword dominance sword energies crisscrossed within the domain, sealing off all retreat paths. In this domain, there was nowhere to hide, and one could only face it heat in. But within the domain, the sword dominance energies were endless. Who could endure for long? Chu Feng, she's just a 3-year-old child, and you dare to use such vicious techniques. The old woman exclaimed, her eyes wide with rage. Under this domain, if one could not withstand it, they would be torn to shreds by countless sword dominance energies, their bones ground to dust. Chu Feng ignored the old woman. Before this, he had regarded her as his greatest opponent, but now he realized that his greatest opponent was actually this 3-year-old girl. Facing the encroaching sword domain, Chu Xin remained unfazed. She suddenly swung her little hands in a cross pattern, shouting in her childish voice, my sword is still nameless. Buzz. Sword energies erupted from her body, spiraling around her small figure, and quickly forming a sphere of sword energy that enveloped her. Countless sword dominance energies continued to assault her. However, as these domineering sword energies approached the sphere of sword energy, they were torn apart by the swirling sword energies. The overpowering sword intent could not suppress Chu Xin's sword intent. I want to see how long you can hold on. Chu Feng snorted coldly, his sword finger pointing out again, causing the domineering sword energies in the sword domain to multiply and the attacks to become more intense. Chu Feng, At that moment, the old woman finally broke through the sword formation, wielding a treasure sword engraved with 7 stars, her killing intent radiating as she swiftly approached. 7-star holy sword. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed. This was the holy artifact second only to the heaven sword of the heaven sword pavilion, with unparalleled power. He did not dare to be reckless. With a swift motion, a large black treasure sword appeared in his hand, and he struck down fiercely. A deafening boom echoed as 2 completely different sword intents collided, destroying everything within 100 feet. Numerous sword energies also surged towards the flying boat not far away. Long Yufei and the female guards drew their long swords ready to defend, but saw Chu Chun in Long Yufei's arms wave his hand, sending out a talisman. Buzz. A protective barrier rose up. The sword energies crashed against the barrier with a thunderous sound, but could not break through. Long Yufei and the others were astonished. Those were sword energies generated from the battle of 2 martial saints, which even a martial master might not withstand. Yet the barrier produced by this talisman could easily withstand it. Everyone had to marvel at the ability of the father behind these 2 little ones to craft talismans. The sword energy dragon is coming. Chu Chen looked at Chu Xian, who was enveloped in the sword domain, his eyes sparkling. Sword energy dragon. Long Yufei and the others looked up towards the sword domain. At that moment, the sphere protecting Chu Xian continued to expand as she released sword energies, gradually compressing the range of the domineering sword energies within the sword domain. In the end, when the sword energy sphere expanded to the size of the entire sword domain, it directly burst the sword domain. Uncle Wu, it's my turn now. Chu Xian was unaware of the concept of taking advantage of someone else's danger. She only knew that if you hit me, I would hit you back. With a small flick of her sword finger, the sword energy sphere instantly transformed, with sword energies combining in the air, forming an immensely large sword energy divine dragon. This sword of mine still has no name. As her childish voice faded, the sword energy divine dragon roared to the heavens, its sword intent soaring upwards, scattering the white clouds in the high sky. The sword energy divine dragon arrived in an instant, circling around Chu Feng and the old woman. The terrifying sword intent continuously impacted the 2, forcing them to halt, both displaying a hint of horror. Chu Feng, you've provoked a monster. The old woman laughed heartily, soaring into the sky, soon leaving the encirclement of the sword energy divine dragon to observe from a distance. Chu Feng also shot into the sky, wanting to escape, but the dragon claw of the sword energy divine dragon suddenly slammed down, exuding terrifying sword light. Chu Feng was alarmed and quickly raised the holy sword in his hand to defend. With a loud bang, Chu Feng groaned, his body rapidly plummeting. However, he did not panic. Instead, he used this downward momentum to dash towards the gap below at an even faster speed. Just as he was about to rush out of the gap, thinking he would soon escape, a sword energy dragon tail suddenly swept up from below. Get out of my way. Chu Feng did not retreat, roaring as he fused with the black holy sword in his hand, charging forward with even greater force. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted, sword energy surged forth, and the void was torn apart, only to quickly restore itself under the rules of the void. As Chu Feng merged with the sword, he was momentarily locked in a stalemate with the sword energy dragon tail, but soon was repelled by the immense force. Meanwhile, the sword energy divine dragon continued to spiral and compress, the internal space shrinking. Countless sword energies detached from the sword energy divine dragon, continuously launching attacks on Chu Feng. Aikuro, your sister's move is even more powerful than Chu Feng's domineering sword domain. Long Yufei said in shock. So terrifying. The female guards nodded in agreement, finding it hard to imagine that this was a sword move executed by a 3-year-old girl. She is only 3 years old. Even if she started cultivating from the womb, she has only been training for 3 years. How could she be so formidable? Chu Chun giggled and said, Aunt Long, this is nothing, and my sister has even more powerful moves that she hasn't used yet, like the Divine Pattern Sword. Divine Pattern Sword. What is that? Long Yufei asked curiously. The Divine Pattern Sword is... At this point, Chu Chun suddenly covered his mouth, and a moment later he released his chubby little hand, scratched his bun head, and said with a grimace, Oh no, Daddy said I can't tell others about the Divine Pattern Sword. My sister will beat my bottom if she finds out. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. Long Yufei, seeing his adorable expression, smiled and ruffled his little head, comforting him. But you can't tell sister, or my bottom will get beaten up. Chu Chun instinctively covered his little bottom, looking as if he had been spanked more than once. Long Yufei and the female guards couldn't help but laugh, the tension easing significantly. What a monster! It would be great if she could join the Heaven Sword Pavilion. The old woman, now a mere spectator, gazed at Chu Xian, who was floating in the air, filled with emotion. However, she also knew that such a monstrous genius might not even be qualified to join the Heaven Sword Pavilion. She truly wondered how their father cultivated these 2 prodigious little ones. At this moment, Chu Exine stared wide-eyed at the impending closure of the sword energy divine dragon, her small hand touching her delicate chin, murmuring softly, "That guy won't be torn apart, right? If he gets torn apart, I won't have nightmares tonight, right?" She mimicked Chu Feng's actions, looking especially cute. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from within the sword energy divine dragon. The domineering sword energy surged wildly inside, causing the sword energy divine dragon to tremble violently. In the next moment, a figure burst forth from the 7-inch mark of the sword energy divine dragon, hovering in the air as the sword energy divine dragon disintegrated and vanished without a trace. "You're not dead, that's great. Oh, I won't have nightmares tonight." Upon seeing Qin Feng, Chu Exine clapped her small hands in joy. She was genuinely happy from the heart, but to Qin Feng's ears it sounded piercing. At this moment, his clothes were shredded into tatters, his body covered in sword wounds, blood staining his body, looking exceedingly disheveled, no longer possessing the overwhelming aura he had when he first appeared. "Little girl, you've thoroughly angered me." Qin Feng's tone was icy, his killing intent surging. "Qin Feng, do you really think I don't exist? It's time to stop." The old woman's killing intent also surged. Chu Exine placed her hands on her hips and said in a childish voice, "Uncle Wu, if you don't leave now, you really will die. I am among the top 50 talents of the 9 provinces." Qin Feng glanced at the old woman, then at Chu Exine, his expression fluctuating. After a moment, he looked at Chu Exine and repeated, "I am one of the top 50 talents of the 9 provinces. I am second in my village." Chu Exine said earnestly, not caring whether it was the 9 provinces or her village, as she simply believed being second was better than 50. "Finally, he's gone." The elderly woman exhaled in relief. Qin Feng had exerted overwhelming pressure upon her. Though the little girl Ai Kairu appeared to hold the upper hand, she still harbored no confidence in subduing Qin Feng. After all, Ai Kairu was only 3 years old. How could the true energy within her tiny body possibly compare to Qin Feng's? No, she possessed no true energy at all. Though the elder woman could not fathom how the child wielded such formidable sword art, without true energy, she was certain it could not last. Should Qin Feng truly fight to the death, they would find themselves hard-pressed to gain the advantage. In truth, her anxiety was entirely unwarranted. Chu Exine, though lacking true energy, bore the power of divine runes, a force far more profound and mysterious energy for which even Chu Feng, having inherited the Blood Pearl legacy, had found no trace or clue. Chu Exine alighted upon the flying vessel instantly, surrounded by a retinue of female guards. "Wow, Ai Kairu, you were absolutely incredible. That was a mid-realm martial saint. And yet you stood your ground against him. You're only 3 years old. A martial saint at 3? That defies belief. Unimaginable. What heights might your strength reach by adulthood? She'll surely ascend to Martial Emperor." "Martial Emperor? You vastly underestimate the rarity of a 3-year-old martial saint. I believe she may one day become a martial god." The female guards chattered animatedly, voices brimming with awe and exhilaration. "Enough, step back. Let her rest properly." Yes. After battling a mid-realm martial saint, she must be utterly exhausted. "Let her rest first," Long Yufei said, cradling Chu Chun as she approached. Upon hearing this, the guards hastily dispersed. Chu Exine scratched her head and giggled. "Auntie Long, I'm not—" Long Yufei assumed the child was merely clinging to her fragile pride. After all, confronting a mid-realm martial saint should have left anyone drained. Little did she know Chu Exine truly felt no fatigue. That man hadn't even matched her father. She routinely sparred with him for extended stretches. This extraordinary endurance stemmed from the divine runes etched upon her very bones, bestowing not only immense strength, blinding speed, and peerless sword intent, but also unparalleled stamina and regenerative capacity. "Governor, please take the helm of the flying vessel. My junior friend and I shall now withdraw to recover." At that moment, the elderly woman landed upon the vessel and addressed Long Yufei. "Understood, master," Long Yufei replied solemnly, her expression grave. Even the great elder of the Overlord Sword sect had appeared. The adversaries ahead would undoubtedly grow stronger still. The path ahead remained fraught with peril. Her master and Ai Kairu would serve as the vanguard against these looming threats, and thus must conserve their strength entering battle in peak condition. Simultaneously, she inwardly breathed a quiet sigh of relief. If not for encountering this brother-sister pair, reaching the provincial capital would have been all but impossible. She had anticipated resistance, yet never imagined its scale. Had she known, she would never have dispatched only a projection. She would have awakened her true self and come in person. But it was too late now. Across such vast distances, she could not rouse her true self. Only death would trigger an automatic transmission of this projection's memories to her primary consciousness. Otherwise, no matter what transpired in Lan Province, her true self, deep in seclusion, would remain utterly unaware. Reflecting on this, she glanced once more at Chu Exine, utterly baffled. How could a mere 3-year-old wield such terrifying power? Was the child born a martial saint? A born martial saint, such a phenomenon had never been recorded across the 9 provinces continent. Sister, your dragon-shaped sword aura is even more potent than before. Chu Qin slipped down from Long Yufei's arms and bounded before Chu Xian, grinning. Of course, I grow stronger every single day, so naturally after all this time I've improved. Chu Xian spoke with effortless certainty. The others exchanged incredulous glances. Improvement in just a few days. They themselves hadn't advanced in years. Within the Heaven Sword Pavilion, they were considered prodigiously gifted. Yet beside this child, the gulf between them yawned like heaven and earth, a blow to their very pride. The elderly woman who had been seated in meditation opened her eyes, cast a quiet glance toward Chu Xian, then rose silently and settled into cross-legged repose in a secluded corner of the vessel, resuming her cultivation. Huh, why's Grandma sitting so far away from us? Chu Xian asked, puzzled. Did we bother her? Chu Qin whispered. Possibly. Chu Xian nodded, then rubbed her little belly and asked, Brother, share some of that roasted meat you hid. I'm hungry after that fight. No, I didn't hide any roasted meat. Chu Chun shook his head vigorously, waving his hands and stepping backward. Still trying to lie? When have you ever roasted meat without secretly hoarding some? Chu Xian rolled her eyes, planted one hand on her hip, widened her big eyes, and brandished her tiny fist. Hand it over, now, or I'll spank your bottom till it's red. Fine. Chu Chun instinctively covered his bottom, his face drooping in dismay as he retrieved 2 strips of roasted serpent meat from his spatial ring. Then, as if flipping a mask, broke into a cheerful grin. Sister, I saved these especially for you. Chu Xian gently patted Chu Qin's head, mimicking her father's approving tone. My little brother is such a good... She accepted the meat and began eating with delight. Chu Chun turned away, pouting, Stinky sister, always snatching my food. Brother, what did you just say? Chu Xian asked, chewing happily, her brow furrowed in mild confusion. I said, you're the kindest, most loving sister in the world. Startled, Chu Chun jolted upright, his plump cheeks instantly contorting into a pleading smile. Everyone watching burst into laughter at his lightning-fast transformation. Judging by this, he'd clearly endured many a playful thrashing from his sister. With such lively companions aboard, mirth and laughter filled the journey. A day later, the flying vessel neared a colossal mountain, when suddenly a bone-chilling gale swept forth. Long Yufei and the female guards alike shivered involuntarily. What's happening? Why has it grown so cold so abruptly? One guard squinted upward at the blazing sun. Stand ready. Enemy attack imminent. Long Yufei's voice hardened. Where anomalies arose, danger followed, especially along their path forward. At her command, the female guards drew their blades and formed defensive ranks, vigilant and poised. Meanwhile, Chu Xian and Chu Chun peered toward the mountain's summit, whispering to each other. Sister, is that man here to fight? Likely so. We've entered a domain saturated with frigid blade-like intent. The cultivator atop that peak must surpass even that Uncle 50 in strength. Excellent. This time it's my turn. The siblings' perception was extraordinary. They clearly discerned a man seated in serene meditation upon the summit. By then, the elderly woman, who had been meditating, had risen and gazed up at the peak, calling out in a clear, resonant voice, Your blade intent is icy, corrosive, and bone-deep. Dare I ask, are you of the Demon Blade sect? I was cast out of the Demon Blade sect long ago. The man seated in meditation atop the mountain finally rose, and in the next instant appeared before them all, as if conjured from thin air. His cold, piercing gaze settled upon the elderly woman as he spoke in a tone both detached and chilling. Vice Director Long, your methods are truly formidable. You even passed through Chu Feng's trial. His voice was unervingly effeminate, not the robust timbre of a man nor the gentle softness of a woman, grating and deeply unsettling to the ear. The elderly woman glanced sideways at Chu Xian, who stood on tiptoe beside her, leaning over the railing. Were it not for this little girl's intervention, I would never have bested Chu Feng. Yet this man before her had already reached the mid-realm of martial sainthood years ago, his strength far surpassing Chu Feng's. Her eyes locked onto him, brows knotted in grave concern as she demanded, Why do you persistently bar the prefect's entry into the prefectural mansion? You need not know. His voice, still eerily smooth and calm, echoed once more. Will the prefect accompany me willingly, or must I slaughter them all before dragging you away? Do not entertain illusions of escape. You evaded Chu Feng, but before me, Fu Tingfei, there is no path of flight. The Yin Demon Blade, Saint Fu Tingfei. The elderly woman's face darkened instantly, her brow furrowed with profound dread. Long Yufei and the others paled, their eyes flickering with raw fear. Is this lecherous demon truly so fearsome? Chu Xian tugged gently at Long Yufei's sleeve and tilted her head up, curiosity sparkling in her wide eyes. He is the Yin Demon Blade Saint, not a lecherous demon, Long Yufei corrected gravely. His strength is indeed formidable, but what chills the soul is not his power alone, but his methods of torment. Those who perish by his hand do not fall to a single cleaving blow. Instead, his bone-corroding blade intent seeps into their bodies again and again, gnawing relentlessly at every skeletal structure until their bones crumble entirely. Then cultivators collapse beneath the weight of their own ruined frames, crushed inward by their very body's organs rupturing under unbearable agony, until death mercifully arrives. How terrifying! Chu Feng patted her small chest with theatrical fright, then gave Chu Chen's shoulder a solemn, almost paternal tap. Little brother, father says apply others' Tao upon others. Remember that. You mean repay others with the very method they employed against you, Long Yufei replied, half amused, half exasperated. Exactly that. Chu Feng nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. I'll remember. Chu Chan bobbed his head earnestly, his plump cheeks set in an expression of startling gravity. Don't act rashly. Their opponent is stronger than Qin Feng. Long Yufei hurriedly intervened, sensing the two children's mounting eagerness to leap into battle. The siblings nodded in unison. They never acted recklessly. Seeing this, Long Yufei exhaled in quiet relief, then lifted her gaze once more toward Fu Tingfei, hovering ominously in midair, her face clouded with sorrow. Since you know my name, spare yourselves futile resistance. Fu Tingfei's gaze fell upon Long Yufei, his voice dripping with silken menace. Come quietly with me. I shall release you 1 month hence. Otherwise they will all die in excruciating torment, including your 2 children. My children. Long Yufei blinked startled and turned to look at the sister and brother. At that moment, Fu Tingfei's gaze shifted from Long Yufei to the pair, Chu Feng and Chu Chun, and his voice grew icier still. Surely the prefect does not wish to witness her own children's bones slowly devoured by corrosive blade intent, until their fragile frames collapse inward, crushing heart and lungs alike in endless agonizing suffering. Long Yufei's lips parted, yet no rebuttal emerged. Though these children were not her own, she could never stand idle while they were tortured to death. But if she surrendered to the Yin demon blade, the crisis of Lan province would remain unresolved, betraying her elder sister's trust. Fu Tingfei, while I draw breath, you shall harm none of them. The elderly woman drew forth the 7-star saint's sword. Sword intent roiled around her like storm-racked clouds. With a swift incantation she slashed, releasing a crescent wave of pure sword energy that tore through the void. Simultaneously she fused body and blade, becoming one with the saint's sword as she surged forward alongside that lethal arc. You, Fu Tingfei sneered, slashing his palm downward, a serpentine black blade intent surging forth. A thunderous collision erupted. The sword energy held firm for only a heartbeat before shattering. The black blade intent continued unimpeded, striking the 7-star saint's sword directly, its overwhelming force violently severing the fusion, hurling the elderly woman backward disjoined from her weapon. An astonishingly potent strike, and a most unnatural chi. Suspended midair, sword in hand, her face was grim as dark chi churned within her meridians, corroding her own cultivation like acid. Worse still, a bone-rotting blade intent had pierced her defenses, already gnawing at her skeletal frame. Though only traces remained, expelling them cost her immense effort. She knew full well prolonged combat would flood her body with ever more invasive chi and blade intent, until even a martial saint might find her own essence impossible to contain. I will hold him off. Flee now. She transmitted the orders, silently steeling herself for a final sacrificial stand, to buy Long Yufei and the others precious moments to escape. Long Yufei shook her head. To abandon her master and flee alone was utterly unthinkable. Fu Tingfei seemed to anticipate her move. Instantly his Yin-infused blade intent erupted outward, triggering something latent. Across hundreds of Zhang black blade energies erupted in chaotic intersecting arcs. The Yin demon blade formation. The elderly woman recoiled in horror. She had not expected him to have already laid such a terrifying formation here. Escape had just become near impossible. Fu Tingfei smirked. Precisely. I am the formation's core. Slay me and the array falls. He revealed the secret without hesitation, yet the elderly woman felt no relief. Fu Tingfei's innate strength was already terrifying. Now amplified by the formation, his power had ascended to a realm few dared imagine. Who among them could slay the Yin demon blade saint fortified by his own dread formation? She raised the 7-star saint sword high, her spiritual energy flooding its blade in a torrent. A colossal sword intent pierced the heavens. Thunder cracked across the sky, lightning flashed, and the heavens themselves trembled with gathering fury. Her face paled and her body swayed, yet her jaw clenched, teeth grinding as she held fast. Heavenly sword, purge evil. With a roar she brought the sword down. Above, the clouds parted like torn silk, and from the storm-racked firmament descended a titanic celestial blade wreathed in lightning and divine wrath. In that instant, an overwhelming tide of sword intent crashed downward, as if the entire vault of heaven itself were descending to crush all beneath it. Heavenly sword intent. Pity your realm is insufficient. Fu Tingfei regarded her with faint surprise, yet his tone remained icy and composed. Then he slashed his palm again, the bone-corroding blade intent resonating with the demon blade formation. Countless black blade energies surged upward, coalescing into a colossal obsidian demon blade that cleaved skyward to meet the heavenly sword. A cataclysmic boom shook the world, sky and earth trembling as if rent asunder. For a suspended moment, the heavenly sword and the demon blade locked in brutal stalemate, before the black blade began to vibrate violently, threatening imminent fracture. Fu Tingfei grunted, a trickle of blood appearing at his lip. Yet at that very instant, the elderly woman spat a mouthful of crimson, her spiritual energy faltering, causing the heavenly sword to dissolve into shimmering mist. The heavenly sword intent is indeed magnificent, but you cannot command it. Now stricken by backlash, your strength is crippled. How then can you hope to impede me? Without another word, he turned, blasting toward Long Yufei. Halt! The elderly woman cried out, lunging forward, only to cough up fresh blood, her body lurching violently, nearly plunging from the sky. Lecherous fiend, cease your arrogance. A tiny figure shot skyward like a comet. My name is Yinma Daoxing, not Yinma. Fu Tingfei coldly corrected. Almost. A single word difference, yet the meanings are worlds apart, aren't they? Forget it, why argue with a 3-year-old? Fu Tingfei took a deep breath and said coldly, Kid, step aside, I have no intention of playing nice with a child. If you continue to block me, you will suffer pain and die too. AI Cow Row, come down quickly. Dragon Yufei looked worried, and after all, he was Yinma Daoxing. Even the heavenly sword intent summoned by her master could not break through the Yinma sword array, so what was that little brat trying to prove? Aunt Long, don't worry, I'll help you deal with this, Yinma. Chu Chan waved his chubby little hand and said earnestly, I will use his own Dao against him. AI Chi Ro, quickly let your brother come down. She turned to the bystander Chu Xin and urged anxiously. Among the crowd, only that little girl had the potential to block Yinma Daoxing, but it seemed she had no intention of. Chu Xin waved her little hand nonchalantly and said, Aunt Long, don't worry, my brother won't lose. He is ranked 3rd in our village. Dragon Yufei was speechless. This little brat truly didn't understand the difference between a village and the entire Jiuzhou. Being ranked 3rd in the village didn't necessarily mean he was strong. She didn't know what to say and didn't believe Chu Chan could withstand the Yinma sword array. You little brat can't even articulate properly, and you think you can defeat me. Fu Tingfei was both angry and amused, raising his blade to strike down. Let me first break your Yinma sword array. At that moment, a crystal-clear stone appeared in Chu Chen's hand, aimed directly at Fu Tingfei, and he threw it with all his might. It's the Yinma sword array. Fu Tingfei couldn't help but correct him again, then swung his blade, the black sword energy, slicing through the air to strike the stone. However, it did not shatter the stone, but was instead bizarrely absorbed by it. Buzz! The stone radiated brilliant light, intricate patterns rapidly spreading outwards, enveloping a 100-zhang radius, in an instant forming a terrifying array imbued with infinite holy and domineering sword intent. Is this an array stone? Fu Tingfei was slightly moved. Although the range of this array was not as extensive as his own Yinma sword array, it severed the connection he had with the Yinma he had set up. Moreover, this holy and domineering sword intent had a natural suppressive effect on his soft, true chi and bone-corroding sword intent, causing a faint unease in his heart. Oh, the Yinma knows about array stones. Chu Chen's chubby little face revealed a hint of surprise, then he placed his hands on his hips, speaking proudly. Yinma, since you know this is an array stone, why don't you surrender? I didn't expect this little brat to have an array stone. Fu Tingfei looked at Chu Chen, speaking with a dark tone. Even he had rarely seen an array stone, so he didn't recognize it immediately. To inscribe a large array onto a stone requires terrifying mastery of array techniques. There are not many capable of doing this in the entire Jiuzhou. To his knowledge, there were no such powerful array masters in the royal family, so how could this little boy possess an array stone? But so what? Do you think this array stone can defeat me? Fu Tingfei's tone grew increasingly cold, his emotions becoming more volatile. And I said, I am Yinma Daoxing, not Yinma. Damn brat, how many times do I have to say it? With that, he shouted loudly, swinging his blade repeatedly, 3 streams of black sword energy slicing through the air. The soft, true chi and bone-corroding sword intent felt like falling into an ice cellar. You're too aggressive for a Yinma. Chu Chun frowned slightly, also waving his chubby little hand, unleashing 3 pure streams of sword energy that shattered the black sword energy, then seriously advised. Daddy said being too aggressive is bad for your health. Daddy also said that adults should learn to control their emotions. Only children throw their emotions at others. Daddy also said, damn brat, shut your mouth. Fu Tingfei was somewhat frantic. Today you'll settle the score for your bastard father. Hearing this, both Chu Xin and Chu Chun turned dark-faced, their expressions filled with anger. Damn Yinma, don't insult my dad. Chu Xin shouted angrily. Brother beat him to death. Chu Chen nodded heavily, his chubby little face turning cold, and his big eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. The old woman, along with Dragon Yufei, and the others were shocked by the change in the siblings. This was the first time they had seen them so angry. Damn Yinma insulting my dad, just watch me kill you. Chu Chen's tone was icy, his face devoid of any smile, terrifying sword intent gushing forth, making the air tremble. Boom. His sword intent activated the array, the endless, holy, and domineering sword intent amplifying his momentum, making it even more terrifying. What terrifying sword intent? Fu Tingfei was shocked at that moment. He seemed to realize he had done something incredibly foolish. However, he was not afraid. As the esteemed Yinma Daoxing, a mid-tier martial saint, how could he fear a 3-year-old brat? Though he thought this, he instinctively summoned his life's holy weapon, the Yinma blade. He sensed the aura of death emanating from this 3-year-old brat. Even though he was reluctant to admit it, he had no choice but to go all out. Yinma, take my sword. Chu Chan raised his chubby little hand, and boundless sword intent gathered above his head, forming a giant golden sword dozens of zhang long. With a sudden swing of his little hand, the golden giant sword slashed down, shattering the nearby void. My brother is angry. Chu Xian, watching from the flying boat, murmured. Angry. Dragon Yufei and the others could sense the endless rage emanating from Chu Chen's cold little face. This chubby little boy, who always had a cheerful smile, now showed no trace of humor on his face. He must deeply admire and respect his father, not allowing anyone to insult or slander him. With such a protective child, his father must be very happy, right? Seal the space. Fu Tingfei intended to evade, only to find he couldn't move. There was no dodging this strike. He could only take it head-on. I refuse to believe that a 3-year-old brat can do anything. Fu Tingfei yelled, the soft true chi and bone-corroding sword intent surging madly, also condensing into an enormous demonic sword, fiercely slashing against the golden sword. With a huge explosion, terrifying energy ripples surged forth, transforming into endless golden and black sword energy. The nearby giant mountain shattered under the assault of these dual energies. Chu Xian waved her hand, throwing out several talismans to shield the flying boat, blocking the incoming golden and black sword energy. The old woman and Dragon Yufei were already dumbstruck, astonished at how terrifying the little brat's swordsmanship was. Crack. At that moment, cracks began to appear on the demonic blades, swiftly spreading across the entire sword body. In the next instant, the enormous black, demonic blade shattered with a resounding bang. But the golden giant blade came crashing down. Damn it. Fu Tingfei's face changed dramatically as he raised the Yin demon blade high, surging with true energy to meet the descending golden giant blade. Bang! With a deafening sound, Fu Tingfei fell like a meteor, smashing into the ground and creating it. As the golden giant blade struck down with a thunderous roar, the earth was cleaved, leaving behind a massive chasm from which a chilling aura surged forth. The might of a single strike was terrifying. Is he dead? The old woman and others gaped in horror at the enormous chasm in the ground. That was the Yin demon blade saint of the mid-stage martial saint realm. He couldn't have been slain by a single strike. Just then, a figure soared from the chasm, dressed in tattered clothing, his face pale, clearly injured by that strike. I admit I underestimated you, but I am the Yin demon blade saint. It won't be easy to defeat me completely. Fu Tingfei's tone was grim as the Yin demon blade in his hand began to vibrate at an eerie frequency. With its rhythmic tremors, the chilling aura from the chasm seemed to be drawn up and absorbed into the Yin demon blade. Earthly fiendish chi. The old woman's brows furrowed slightly. Do you think I chose this place to set up an ambush for no reason? Fu Tingfei shot a cold glance at the old woman and said, there are many paths you will have to take to reach the state capital. I chose this location because there is an earthly fiendish spring beneath us. Earthly fiendish spring. The old woman's expression changed dramatically. It is said that the Yin demon blade saint cultivates using earthly fiendish chi. If he gains the assistance of the earthly fiendish spring, his strength will likely become even greater. Originally, I could only draw out some earthly fiendish chi to enhance the power of the Yin demon blade formation. I must thank you, little brat, for breaking the seal of the earthly fiendish spring with one strike. Fu Tingfei looked at Chu Chen, laughed loudly, and then his tone turned cold. To show my gratitude, let you experience my self-created ultimate skill, the earthly fiendish demon blade shatter sky slash. What a terrible name, it sounds awful, just like your lewd demon title. Chu Chen, however, looked disdainful, and a faint golden light flickered around him. If one were to peel back his clothing, they would see mysterious runes manifesting on his body. This was the divine patterns within his bones. Originally, Chu Feng had advised him not to use the power of the divine patterns lightly, but Fu Tingfei's insults towards Chu Feng made Chu Chen very angry. Although his father often liked to spank him, it did not hinder his admiration for his father. In his heart, his father was the most powerful and the best person in the world, and he would not allow anyone to slander or insult him. Therefore, he unleashed his ultimate move right away. However, the Yin demon blade saint was indeed formidable, having not been slain by that golden blade. Fu Tingfei's expression darkened as he angrily said, "Little brat, I am the Een Demon Blade, Saint, not a lewd demon." With a roar, the Een Demon Blade suddenly slashed the blade's aura mixed with earthly fiendish chi cutting through the air. The already chilling true energy and bone-corroding blade intent under the enhancement of this earthly fiendish chi made the flow of blood sluggish, as if in the next moment even the blood would freeze. Even more terrifying was that the soul was greatly affected, with response times becoming exceedingly slow, as if the soul itself was about to be eroded. Chu Chun could even feel that the surrounding space was sealed off, making it impossible to evade. Clearly this strike could only be taken heat in. However, he was utterly unperturbed as the faint golden light flickered and mysterious runes flowed, gathering in his chubby little hand, and in an instant a large blade entirely composed of divine patterns was formed. The overwhelming blade intent erupted, and the chilling aura that seemed to freeze blood and soul was forcefully dispelled. Wherever the domineering blade went, nothing remained. More domineering than Qin Feng's dominant sword intent, it was even more unparalleled. What kind of martial skill is this? The old woman and Long Yufei and others were dumbfounded, having never seen such a martial skill. The overbearing blade intent filled them with dread. That lewd demon saying such awful things deserved to insult my father. Upon seeing the divine pattern blade, Chu Xian sighed softly like a little adult, shaking her head and swaying, looking quite adorable. Lewd demon, didn't your father tell you? The blade is inherently a ruler. Why must you walk the soft path like a woman? Watch closely, this is how a blade should be wielded. Chu Chen's childish voice rang out, yet his tone was as if a senior was instructing a junior. Fu Tingfei, furious, coldly replied, "You should take my strike first before speaking." At that moment, the blade aura infused with earthly fiendish chi was already upon them. Chu Chun gently waved the divine pattern blade in his hand, striking the blade aura, and with a soft sound the blade aura shattered instantly. How is this possible? Fu Tingfei was struck with disbelief. That was a strike infused with earthly fiendish chi, a strike that had killed countless powerful foes, even having once defeated a martial saint who had just entered the midstage. But he never expected that it could be so easily shattered by that little brat's casual wave. What exactly was that flowing rune blade? Martial skill? Or a sacred weapon? He couldn't comprehend it, nor could he believe it. You should take my strike too. Chu Chun waved the divine pattern blade in his hand, sending forth a blade aura flowing with divine patterns that shot through the air. Fu Tingfei hurriedly raised the Een Demon Blade to block, but with a loud bang, he was sent flying nearly 100 zhang, crashing into a mountain, where he was buried under the rubble. Chu Chun, however, retracted the divine pattern blade, his figure flickering as he soared through the air, instantly appearing above the shattered mountain. At the same time, Fu Tingfei once again soared into the air, spitting blood, his momentum waning. "Insult my father, and he'll beat you to death." Chu Chun clearly had not calmed down, swinging his chubby little fist and landing a punch on Fu Tingfei's face. In the moment Fu Tingfei wailed and flew away, Chu Chun suddenly appeared in the path of his flight, delivering another punch. Fu Tingfei let out another piercing scream, his body arching backward as he flew away. "He'll join in too." Chu Xian soared up, breaking through the air. "Brother, catch this," saying that she lifted her little foot and kicked him away. "All right," Chu Chun replied, and in a flash he also kicked him back. The renowned Een Demon Blade Saint of the midstage martial saint realm, feared by countless people, was now being kicked around in the air like a ball by the siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chun, having great fun. The chilling screams of the Een Demon Blade Saint echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. So brutal. The female guards swallowed hard, their faces filled with horror. These two adorable children were far too ruthless when they got angry, making others shiver in fear. Long Yufei also nodded in agreement. Indeed, they were quite ruthless. But who told that guy to insult their father? He had it coming. The old woman was shaken. These two adorable kids were a bit too strong. At this moment she recalled how Qin Feng had wanted to take that little girl as a disciple, and what the little girl had said, "You are not worthy." The cries of the Een Demon Blade Saint grew weaker, and siblings Chu Xian and Chu Chun had played enough, thus they ceased their kicking battle. With one final kick, Chu Chun sent the ball into the flying vessel. "Grandmother, this lecherous demon is left to you." Although he shouted about wanting to kill the Een Demon Blade Saint, he found it hard to actually take a life. After all, he is still just a 3-year-old child. The old woman sighed softly, then glanced at the Een Demon Blade Saint lying on the ground, his eyes vacant and his body resembling a puddle of flesh, as her lips twitched slightly. Just as she lamented how the two little ones were too merciful towards their enemy to deal a fatal blow, she quickly retracted her thoughts upon witnessing the tragic state of the Een Demon Blade Saint. With her keen insight, she could immediately tell that all the bones of the Een Demon Blade Saint were completely shattered. Even if he were not killed, he would likely be crushed to death by his own body within a short time. This was far more cruel than directly killing him. However, she felt no sympathy for the Een Demon Blade Saint's fate. Reflecting on the outcomes of those he had killed, she could only conclude that karma was at play, and he deserved it. He'll take care of this first. With a wave of her hand, the old woman lifted the dazed demon blade saint with a surge of true energy, leaving the flying vessel and vanishing from view. Soon everyone felt an ethereal sense of sword intent emanating from the heavens. They all understood what had happened, although some were somewhat startled. After all, there were still 2 3-year-old children present. It's a pity there's no roasted meat to eat. Chu Xen licked her small lips with some regret, her gaze drifting towards her brother. Before she could speak, Chu Chen quickly waved his hands and shook his head. Sister, this time, there really isn't any roasted meat. All the ones I hid have been eaten by you. All right then. Chu Xen, unwilling to give up, glanced at the Shumi ring on Chu Chen's finger, nodded. Long Yufei held the siblings in her arms, smiling. Once we reach the prefecture, Auntie will get you lots of monster meat, so you can roast and eat slowly. All right, Auntie mustn't lie to us. Chu Chen clapped his small hands in delight. Daddy says that liars will have their noses grow very long. Auntie, your nose is probably this long, it looks ugly, Chu Xen said as she touched Long Yufei's nose and compared it with her small hands. Long Yufei couldn't help but laugh at the siblings leaning down to plant a kiss on their little faces. The 2 children were taken aback for a moment before simultaneously extending their snowy white and chubby hands to wipe their faces. What are you doing? Long Yufei was a bit confused. What did this mean? Was she being rejected by 2 little ones? As the second beauty of the imperial capital, how could she be turned away by 2 cute kids? Wu am no longer pure, Chu Chun cried with a sorrowful face, tears welling up in his eyes. Not pure. Long Yufei was somewhat bewildered. While wiping her face, Chu Xen explained, Daddy says we can't let others kiss us. If we do, we won't be pure little children anymore. Her voice carried a hint of crying. Long Yufei was speechless. Oh, what kind of nonsense had their father taught them? Seeing the 2 little ones on the verge of tears, she hurriedly said, Can your father kiss you? Of course Daddy can. The 2 little ones nodded vigorously, tears glistening in their eyes and falling as they did so. What about your mother? Can she kiss you? Of course Mother can. The 2 little ones nodded again. Long Yufei patiently said, Then you can consider me as your mother's sister. I am your little aunt. Can your little aunt kiss you? Little aunt can, Chu Chen nodded. However, Chu Xen tilted her head and hesitated, saying, But Auntie isn't our little aunt. Long Yufei's eyes twinkled as she laughed. Then once you find your mother, I will become sworn sisters with her and call her my elder sister. Is that all right, Mum? The 2 little ones wiped their tears from their eyes and nodded repeatedly, their little faces lighting up with innocent smiles once more. Long Yufei finally breathed a sigh of relief, managing to calm down the 2 little ones. This was even more exhausting than battling blood wolves. When I see your father, I must have a good talk with him about what it means to not be a pure little child after being kissed. The female guards stifled their laughter, covering their mouths. Master of the prefecture, let's go. The old woman returned to the flying vessel, letting Long Yufei pilot it, as she prepared to sit down and recuperate. Wait a moment. However, Chu Chen suddenly spoke up. What's wrong? Long Yufei asked in confusion. Wait for me a moment. Chu Chen leaped into the air and dove down, arriving above the abyss crack on the ground, pulling out a jade bottle and reciting a spell. The jade bottle suddenly expanded, generating a powerful suction. In the next moment, the cold spring water transformed into a waterfall flowing back into the jade bottle. Is he trying to collect the earth fiend in spring? What does he want that for? The female guards were astonished and began murmuring among themselves. The old woman and Long Yufei exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. The earth fiending spring was indeed a treasure, but collecting it was difficult, and crafting a vessel to hold it was even harder. Clearly, the jade bottle in the little one's hand was also a rare treasure. Moments later, after collecting the earth fiend in spring, Chu Chen placed the jade bottle into the Shumi ring, and the chilling aura in the area quickly dissipated. All right, let's go, Chu Chen said contentedly once back in the flying vessel. As Long Yufei piloted the vessel forward, she curiously asked, Ikeru, what do you need the earth fiending spring for? Your blade technique is fierce and overbearing. You can't possibly cultivate with the earth fiending spring, right? Cultivate? I don't want to use that for cultivation. Chu Chen shook his head repeatedly. Then what do you want it for? One of the female guards couldn't help but ask. For cooling, of course. Chu Chen took out a transparent bottle from his Shumi ring, which had handles on both sides and a soft nipple at the top. This was the milk bottle specially crafted by Chu Feng for the 2 children used for their milk, yet its defensive capabilities had indeed reached the level of a sacred artifact. The milk bottle was filled with a white liquid emanating a chilling aura. Earth Fiend, In Chi. Long Yufei was somewhat surprised, wondering if this was just taken from the earth fiending spring. Chu Chen retrieved a small chair from his Shumi ring, just big enough for his little bottom. Leaning back against the chair, he crossed his legs and held the milk bottle in one hand while supporting himself with the chair's armrest. After taking a sip, he said with a face of enjoyment, It's icy cold, really delicious. Wow. Brother, you're so clever. Quickly let me have some ice too. Chu Xian also took out her own milk bottle from her Shumi ring, not forgetting to complain. Daddy is really so bad. He drinks the cold stuff himself, shouting how delicious it is while warning us not to drink. Sister, I'll share some Earth Fiend Spring with you. You can handle it yourself. Chu Qin pulled out a jade bottle containing the Earth Fiend Spring he had saved. Chu Xian took the jade bottle, storing it along with her own milk bottle into her Shumi ring. Long Yufei and the female guards were astonished, realizing that only this little guy could think of using the Earth Fiend Spring for cooling, and only these two children would dare to drink it. Aunt Long, would you like some? It's very delicious. Chu Chun asked, holding up the milk bottle while sitting on a small chair. Long Yufei shook her head. She couldn't bear the baptism of the Earth's sinister energy. She glanced at the white liquid in Chu Chin's bottle, speculating that it must be some kind of beast milk, since these two children had never seen their mother since their birth. Poor children, she said with sympathy. When the opportunity arises, Aunt will get you some better beast milk. Great. We love beast milk. Chu Xian and Chu Chun clapped their small hands joyfully. Since they could remember, they had been drinking beast milk every day without interruption. The beast milk was fragrant and sweet, truly delicious. Alas, children without a mother are so pitiful, Long Yufei thought, feeling even more pity for the two delighted little ones. Aiko, what are you drinking? A female guard asked curiously. Chu Chin thought for a moment and replied, Dad said I forgot a bit. It seems to be something like 9 deer beast milk. No, it's 9-color deer beast milk, Chu Xian corrected, taking out a small chair from her storage ring to sit beside Chu Chun and began drinking from her own milk bottle. Wow, so delicious. Her large round eyes squinted into crescent shapes. Yes, it's 9-color deer milk. Chu Chun nodded repeatedly. 8th rank monster, 9-color deer. Everyone exclaimed in shock and disbelief. An 8th rank monster is on par with a martial emperor. These two children are actually drinking milk from a monster comparable to a martial emperor. Exactly. Chu Xian nodded and looked at Long Yufei, curiously asking, Aunt Long, what is the better beast milk you mentioned? When will you let us drink it? The female guards looked at Long Yufei with strange expressions. Even the elderly woman who was meditating couldn't help but open her eyes to glance at Long Yufei. Long Yufei's mouth twitched. She nearly slapped herself in frustration. That was 8th rank monster 9-color deer milk. Where was she supposed to find better beast milk than this? 9th rank monster. That's comparable to a martial god. One claw could squash me. Long Yufei's lips moved, uncertain of what to say. We're tired of this 9-color deer milk. We've long wanted to switch. If it weren't for the Earth's sinister spring keeping it cool, I wouldn't want to drink it at all. While drinking the beast milk, Chu Chin remarked, but Dad said there's no better beast milk than this. I didn't expect Aunt Long to have better milk. You're amazing, Aunt Long. I must save some to show Dad later to let him experience the better beast milk. Chu Xian laughed as she spoke, seemingly recalling a funny scenario. Long Yufei's eyelids twitched. Apart from the martial god level 9th rank monsters, there truly was no better beast milk. The key question was who could obtain milk from a 9th rank monster. If I had known you were drinking 9-color deer milk, I wouldn't have boasted. You want to save more? I really can't provide it. Long Yufei was nearly in tears, looking at the two little ones with their eager and expectant expressions, falling silent for a moment. What kind of freak is their father actually giving children milk from an 8th rank monster? Is this something a person should do? Isn't he afraid the children will explode from the energy? Long Yufei glanced at the milk in the two little ones' bottles again and suddenly asked, do you two have any uncooled beast milk left? Aunt suddenly feels a bit thirsty. How can you let Aunt have a sip or two? Although drinking children's beast milk is quite embarrassing, it's from an 8th rank monster, probably unique in the entire 9 provinces, and she wanted to taste it. Yes. Chu Chan waved his chubby hand, and a small bowl floated in the air, half filled with beast milk. In the bottles of the two little ones, the beast milk didn't feel like much, but now in the bowl, the rich scent of milk instantly wafted out, making the female guards inhale sharply. So fragrant, I want to drink it. The female guards whispered, astonished. Long Yufei, while controlling the flying boat, took a sip from the small bowl. The rich milk fragrance lingered in her mouth, and the beast milk transformed into an incredibly pure energy that surged through her body. Long Yufei's expression changed. She hurriedly handed the task of controlling the flying boat to a female guard, returned the bowl to Chu Chun, and then sat down to meditate. A massive energy fluctuation emanated from her body. What? The female guards were dumbfounded. Just one sip of beast milk, and the reaction was this intense. Chu Chun held the beast milk, looking confused and asking sister, what's wrong with Aunt Long? Chu Xian also looked puzzled, leaning over to see the milk in the bowl and asking, could it be that your milk has gone bad? Dad said that eating spoiled things isn't good for the body. Spoiled? Chu Chin looked at the milk in the bowl, sniffed it, and said it tastes great, and it's stored in the storage ring, it won't spoil. True. Chu Xian nodded, looking at Long Yufei, who was frowning and sitting cross-legged, her energy fluctuations growing stronger, shaking her head in confusion. Could it be that Dad said she's allergic to beast milk? Allergic to beast milk? The female guards couldn't help but roll their eyes. Clearly she was about to break through after drinking beast milk. How did it turn into an allergy? Could it be that these two little ones had never broken through? Right, these two little ones have no true energy in them. They might indeed have never broken through. The female guards soon recalled the special nature of the two little ones, feeling somewhat troubled. Freaks really cannot be treated with common sense. Allergic to beast milk. That's so pitiful, Chu Chen muttered while looking at the bowl of beast milk. Aunt Long has already drunk it. A dad said not to drink what others have drunk or you'll catch a disease. Disease. The female guards couldn't help but roll their eyes. Oh, what nonsense was this little one's father teaching? How could a little one capable of overpowering a mid-stage martial saint get sick? Let's pour it out. Chu Chen stood up, leaned over the railing on tiptoe, preparing to pour the beast milk from the bowl off the flying boat. Wait. The elderly woman who had already stood up beside Long Yufei quickly called out to stop him. That was the milk of an 8th-rank monster, a terrifying existence on par with a martial emperor containing immense energy. Throwing it away would be a waste. Young friend, could you give this beast milk to me? The elderly woman hesitated for a moment and still asked with a serious face. Sure, since I don't drink what others have drunk. Chu Chen nodded and handed the small bowl to the elderly woman. Thank you, young friend. The elderly woman carefully took the small bowl, afraid of spilling it. You each get a small sip, remember, don't drink too much, the elderly woman instructed the female guards. She was already a martial saint. This little milk was naturally useless to her, but these female guards were only martial emperors, and just a little would be enough for them to break through their current realm. Yes, guild master, the female guards cheered and rushed over. Chu Xian and Chu Chen looked at the excited crowd, somewhat dumbfounded. Their small heads were filled with confusion. It's just a little beast milk, what's the big deal? Sister, have they never drunk beast milk before? Chu Chen asked softly. It seems so. Chu Xian hesitated for a moment and nodded her little head. How pitiful, they're so big, yet have never tasted beast milk. We grew up drinking it. Chu Chen's chubby little face revealed a hint of sympathy. Seeing the female guards only taking small sips, he exclaimed, Ladies, there's no need to be so frugal. We have plenty of beast milk. If it's not enough, I can get you more. No, that's enough. The female guards hurriedly waved their hands and shook their heads, then one by one they ran off to sit cross-legged and cultivate. The old woman returned the small bowl to Chu Chen and after a moment's hesitation said, Young friend, could you let me have a bit too? I might need quite a bit, perhaps this whole bowl, but I won't take it for free. I can trade you a treasure in exchange. Saying this, she took out a crystal-clear lotus flower from her shumi ring, radiating a chilling aura. This icy aura was very pure, unlike the coldness of the earthly Eveline spring. Such a beautiful flower. Chu Xian and Chu Chen naturally did not recognize this treasure, but found it incredibly lovely and liked it immensely. The old woman explained, this ice mountain snow lotus was harvested from the extreme northern region of Shuezhou. While it is not as precious as the milk from an 8th-tier demon beast, it is still a 6th-tier top-grade treasure. This is the best treasure I can offer at the moment. When I return to the imperial capital, I will compensate you in other ways. No need for compensation, this flower is quite beautiful, and I like it. Chu Xian waved her small hand, took the ice mountain snow lotus, and the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. With a flick of her hand, a stream of white beast milk appeared out of thin air, filling the small bowl in Chu Chen's hands in an instant. Chu Chen eagerly handed the small bowl to the old woman and asked expectantly, Grandma, do you have any more beautiful flowers? I can give you a big bowl of beast milk in exchange. Although their beast milk was from an 8th-tier demon beast classified as a precious 8th-tier treasure in their eyes, it ultimately could not compare to a beautiful flower. The old woman's mouth twitched slightly as she forced a smile, saying, Young friend, that flower is hard to come by. I only have that one. All right then. Chu Chen felt a bit disappointed, but did not press the matter further. He turned to Chu Xian, looking at her with longing, and said, Sister, can I play with the beautiful flower for a bit? Chu Xian glanced at the ice mountain snow lotus in her hand, then at her brother, saying, You must not break it, otherwise I will spank you until your bottom is as red as this flower. Chu Chen nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice, taking the ice mountain snow lotus and exclaiming, It's so beautiful, and it's so cool and comfortable. Cool and comfortable. Hearing this, the old woman's eyelids twitched. That was a 6th-tier treasure of the ice type. Even she had to wrap her hands in true chi to dare to touch it. Only these two little prodigies could ignore the frost energy. Brother, is that enough? Hurry and give it to me. I want to put it away. What if it melts? After a little while, Chu Xian spoke up. All right, here you go. Chu Chen reluctantly returned the ice mountain snow lotus to Chu Xian. After playing with it for a while, she placed it into her shumi ring. Meanwhile, the old woman steered the flying boat to a secluded spot, finished the beast milk in a few gulps, returned the bowl to Chu Chen, and instructed, Little friends, I need to cultivate for a while. You two stay on the flying boat for a bit. Okay. Chu Chen nodded, took the bowl, went to the railing, stood on tiptoe, took out a jade bottle, poured a lot of water, and washed it several times before putting it into the shumi ring. The old woman's mouth twitched slightly. This little guy seems to have a cleanliness obsession. But what was that water? Why did it feel like the energy contained within was not inferior to that of the beast milk? Just how many good things do these two little prodigies have? In their hands, it really feels a bit wasteful. I don't even know how these two little prodigies grew up able to ignore the energy impact contained in 8th tier demon beast milk. It's simply incredible. Their father is even more incredible, being able to obtain 8th tier demon beast milk. That must require at least the strength of a martial emperor. The 9-color deer is typically in the early to mid stages of the 8th tier, and to obtain fresh 9-color deer beast milk, one must ensure it remains alive. To acquire its beast milk without killing the 9-color deer, one must possess at least latest stage martial emperor strength, or even peak martial emperor strength. Such cultivators are few and far between in the 9 provinces, and she knows them all. In recent years, she hasn't heard of anyone having 2 3-year-old little prodigies. Could they be from a hidden family that has never appeared in the 9 provinces? The old woman thought of many possibilities, but could not guess the true identity of the 2 little prodigies. The more she interacted with the 2 little prodigies, the more she discovered their terrifying nature. Not only were they strong themselves, but they also possessed many treasures. The key was the mysterious father behind them. No matter what, she had to build a good relationship with these 2 little prodigies. They seemed to really like my disciple, whom if given the chance perhaps she could indeed let her disciple become sworn sisters with their mother. Then let the emperor grant their mother the title of a princess of the 9 provinces, or something, bringing her into the imperial family of the 9 provinces. In this way, wouldn't these 2 little prodigies and their father stand on the side of the royal family? The addition of a suspected peak martial emperor and even a large family would be like adding fuel to the fire for the current precarious royal family. In just this brief moment, countless thoughts surged in the old woman's mind. She shook her head, formed a hand seal, and layers of light screens rose within the flying boat, isolating everyone who was cultivating from each other. This is the formation used for cultivation on the flying boat, which prevents several people from being affected while cultivating together. After doing all this, the old woman sat cross-legged with full anticipation and began to cultivate. She had remained at the early stage of martial saint for many years, just a step away from the mid-stage, but no matter how she cultivated, she could not break through. Today, seeing this 8th tier demon beast milk, she had a strong feeling that her chance to break through had come. However, she only had half a bowl before, which was not enough for her to break through, so she distributed it to the female guards. Later, hearing Chu Chen say he had plenty, she put on a bold face and asked for a bowl in exchange. Chu Chen glanced at Long Yufei, then at the old woman and the female guards, and asked in confusion, "Sister, why do they look like this after drinking the beast milk?" "I don't know either, but from what they said, our beast milk seems to be quite a remarkable treasure." Chu Xian guessed a few things from the snippets of conversation, picked up her milk bottle to examine it, and muttered, "But I don't see anything special about it. No matter how good the beast milk is, it's still just milk meant for children, right?" A powerful wave rippled across the air a day later, waking Long Yufei from her cultivation in excitement. "I've broken through to the late martial lord stage. This body is merely a clone." Oh, she had only recently broken through to the mid-martial lord stage. Unexpectedly, a sip of beast's milk allowed her to break through, once more entering the late martial lord stage. Looking up, she saw her master and several female guards also meditating, all emanating varying degrees of powerful true chi fluctuations, which left her momentarily stunned. Did they also drink beast's milk? Long Yufei chuckled to herself, but it wasn't surprising when she thought about it. The milk from a martial emperor-level beast is a genuine 8th grade treasure, rare in a millennium. Just a single sip had allowed her to break through the bottleneck. It was no wonder those 2 little ones consumed it daily, resulting in such terrifying strength. However, the physical strength and the resilience of their meridians and dantian had already surpassed common imagination. If it were 2 other people, they wouldn't dare to drink it every day. "Aunt Long, you're awake. Want some roasted meat?" Chu Zin's childish voice rang out. Long Yufei turned to see Chu Chan hovering in front of the roasting rack, flipping a piece of unknown beast meat, with its aroma wafting through the air. Chu Xian stood by the roasting rack, munching on roasted meat, one hand holding a piece, while tilting her head to look at her. They were truly 2 little foodies. Long Yufei smiled slightly, sat down beside Chu Xian, and while eating roasted meat, said, "Little darling, you can't casually reveal the treasures on you to strangers in the future, otherwise bad people might steal them from you." Chu Xian swallowed the meat in her mouth, nodding like a small chick pecking at rice, and replied in her childish voice, Daddy says the same. We're very obedient and haven't taken out any treasures." "Haven't taken out any treasures? What does that mean? Isn't the beast milk from a martial emperor level beast a treasure? Do these 2 little ones have treasures better than 8th grade ones on them?" Long Yufei was stunned. She now understood that the 2 little ones were not unaware of the principle of not revealing wealth. They simply did not grasp the allure these treasures held for cultivators. In their little minds, they naively believed that if they didn't like something, it wasn't a treasure, and others wouldn't like it either. Little did they know how precious the beast milk they drank daily was. Forget it, discussing this with these two little ones would be a blow to my self-esteem. Long Yufei silently continued eating her roasted meat. Before long, the female guards also woke up from their cultivation, and without exception, all of them had broken through their bottlenecks. They were only at the martial emperor realm, so the beast milk required for their breakthroughs was not much, and the time needed was also short. Although it was just a small breakthrough, it was enough to keep them excited for a long time. Everyone looked at the two little ones with faces full of gratitude and amazement. How many cultivators dreamt of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, yet these two little ones treated them as daily milk and had already grown tired of them. Truly, people surpassing others can be infuriating. 2 days later, an even more powerful true chi fluctuation rippled through the air. Haha, I finally broke through. I've finally broken through. The old woman laughed heartily, filled with excitement. Although the breakthrough from early martial saint to mid-martial saint was just a small realm, the difference in power was vast. If she were to encounter Chu Feng again, she would have half the confidence to defeat him without needing that little girl AI to intervene. Even if she faced the Demon Blade Saint again, she would have the strength to fight. Countless people across the 9 provinces had been stuck at this step for their entire lives, unable to advance, ultimately passing away with regrets. The old woman did not expect that her opportunity for breakthrough would come from the two little ones. Her earlier decision to forge good relations with them had proven to be incredibly wise. Sister, the grandmother seems a bit abnormal, won't she go crazy? Chu Chun, who was focused on roasting meat, was startled by the sudden laughter and nearly dropped the meat in his hand. She shouldn't, right? Chu Xian looked at the excited old woman a bit uncertain and said, if she really goes mad, wouldn't I be the murderer? Won't she come to pester me every day? Long Yufei couldn't help but chuckle, explaining, don't worry, she hasn't gone mad, she's just extremely happy about her cultivation breakthrough. Cultivation breakthrough? Why is that something to be happy about? Chu Xian and Chu Chun looked confused. The term cultivation breakthrough was too foreign to them, as they had never experienced one themselves. They wouldn't understand what it felt like to be stuck at a realm for too long, suddenly breaking through. Long Yufei was unsure how to explain. Fortunately, at that moment, the old woman walked over and gratefully said to Chu Xian and Chu Chun, thank you, young friends, for helping this old lady break through. It's nothing as long as Granny isn't crazy, that's good. Chu Xian waved her small white hand and said, The old woman was taken aback. She had only broken through a small realm, why would she go mad? However, she did not think much of it. In her good mood, everything she heard felt delightful. With a wave of her hand, the flying boat started instantly breaking through the air. The journey ahead encountered no further obstructions. Clearly, the person behind the scenes believed that 3 martial saints along with a blood wolf were enough to prevent the new provincial lord from reaching the provincial capital. In fact, he wasn't entirely wrong. These 3 martial saints could indeed easily handle Long Yufei and her group. However, he overlooked one point: the 2 little ones who had snuck out of Dashur village. From the moment they stepped out of Dashur village, the fate of the entire 9 provinces began to undergo unknown changes. 2 days later, the flying boat hovered above a massive city. The city was constructed from pitch-black giant stones, giving a heavy and ancient feel. Everyone be careful, we are about to enter the provincial capital. The old woman's tone was serious. On the way to the provincial capital, they had encountered 3 martial saints trying to kill them. Clearly, the opponent would not allow the new provincial lord to reach the provincial capital and would send even more powerful beings to block them. Yes, Secmaster. The female guards responded in unison, all placing their hands on the hilts of their swords ready to draw them at any moment. Long Yufei's face was also grave as she gazed down at the tranquil Lanzhou provincial city, feeling as though this was the calm before the storm. Wow, what a big village. This is comparable to many big roasting villages. In such a big village, there must be plenty of roasted meat to eat. However, this tense atmosphere was quickly shattered by the excited and amazed childish voices of the 2 little ones. Everyone turned to look, only to see the 2 little ones leaning over the railing of the flying boat on tiptoes, stretching their necks to observe the provincial city below with curiosity. As if sensing everyone's gaze, the 2 little ones suddenly turned their heads in unison to look at Long Yufei. Aunt Long, you said, when we reach the provincial capital, you'll prepare lots and lots of beast meat for us. Don't forget, okay? Yes. Aunt Long can't lie to us. Daddy said that adults who deceive children will be struck by. The old woman and Long Yufei helplessly rubbed their foreheads. We're in the middle of a tense battle preparation here. Can you be a bit more serious? Welcome, new provincial lord. I am the governor of Lanzhou. I have prepared a welcoming feast for you in the residence, specifically to welcome and clean up for the provincial lord. I hope you will grace us with your presence. At that moment, several figures soared into the air, and the leading man smiled at everyone on the flying boat. His square face was filled with respect, yet his narrow fox-like eyes carried a hint of coldness. A feast is never a good feast. The words simultaneously appeared in the minds of the old woman and Long Yu. Sister, that uncle looks like a bad person. Chu Chun whispered, glancing at the governor. Though his voice was low, those present were not ordinary people and could hear him clearly. Long Yufei and the others nearly burst into laughter. The governor's eyelids flickered slightly as he glanced at Chu Chun, but he did not respond, pretending he hadn't heard. Slap. Chu Xian raised her snow-white little hand and gently patted Chu Chun on the head, mimicking Chu Feng's tone as she earnestly said, "Brother, father has told us many times that one should not judge a person solely by their appearance, but rather by their heart. Why do you always forget this?" "Oh." Chu Chun rubbed his little head, pouting, and nodded. The governor's expression relaxed slightly, revealing a look of approval. This little girl was sensible, and perhaps he could consider sparing her later. Chu Xian stood with her hands behind her back, staring intently at the governor's heart area, and said earnestly, "In my opinion, his heart is even worse than his appearance." Puff. Several female guards could not hold back their laughter and burst out quickly, covering their mouths when they realized it was inappropriate. Even the officials behind the governor nearly laughed out loud, their faces flushed. The corners of the governor's mouth twitched, his gaze turning cold. He could not let either of these little brats go. "Children, speak without restraint. Please do not take offense, Governor." Long Yufei revealed a hint of a smile, but quickly reined it in. "No worries. The governor's two children are quite adorable," the governor replied with a slight smile. Long Yufei did not elaborate, merely ruffled the little heads of the two children and turned to the governor, saying, "Thank you, Governor. Please proceed." The governor held a position just below the governor, managing the affairs of the state in their absence. The prime suspect behind the attempted assassination to prevent her from reaching the governor's mansion was this very governor. Thus, even knowing that no banquet was a good banquet, she had to go. She held Chu Xian and Chu Chen's hands, walking through the air. The leading governor glanced at Chu Xian and Chu Chen again, and apart from believing that these two little brats were quite cheeky, he did not take them seriously. Now that the blood wolf was searching for pet beasts everywhere, and Qin Feng was severely injured, and in seclusion, no one had passed on any information about Chu Xian and Chu Chen. However, there were spies nearby in the state city. When their airship approached 100 miles from the state city, they already knew the mission had failed, though they did not know how it had failed. The old woman followed closely behind Long Yufei for protection, while the female guards flanked them on both. The governor's narrow fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, but he said nothing. In a way that Long Yufei and the others could not notice, he subtly glanced at the steward beside him before leading the officials of the governor's mansion to follow. In the governor's mansion, Long Yufei sat at the head of a long rectangular table with Chu Xian and Chu Chun sitting on either side of her. The old woman stood behind Long Yufei, while the female guards positioned themselves on either side, hands resting on the hilt of their swords, vigilantly watching the surroundings. The governor and the officials sat on either side of the long table. The governor at the lower left corner respectfully greeted Long Yufei, saying, 3 years ago, a mysterious, powerful figure forced the previous governor to activate the secret realm formation, and after that, this mysterious figure killed the previous governor. For the past 3 years, we have been investigating information on the murderer, but aside from knowing his appearance, we have no other information. Instead, over these 3 years, many citizens and cultivators have gone missing for no reason, causing panic among the people of Lon State. We hope that after the new governor takes office, you can lead us to find the true culprit and bring him to justice. On behalf of the former governor and the people of Lon State, I raise this cup to you, Governor. I came here precisely for this matter. Long Yufei nodded, lifting her wine cup to examine it closely, yet showing no intention of drinking. The governor smiled and said, "Could it be that the governor fears I have poisoned the wine? Allow me to drink first as a gesture of respect." With that, the governor downed the wine in his cup. Long Yufei finally felt at ease and prepared to drink. "Aunt Long, wait." Chu Chen suddenly called out to Long Yufei. "What is it?" Long Yufei asked in confusion. Chu Chen, with his chubby little hand, had somehow produced a silver needle which he pierced into Long Yufei's wine, and he said earnestly, "Father said that when strangers invite you to drink, you must test for poison first. This is a silver needle refined by my father. If there is poison, it will change color. Children, speak without restraint. Please do not take offense, Governor." Long Yufei suppressed her amusement and looked at the governor, whose expression was flickering. "No worries." The governor waved his hand, pretending to be unconcerned. At that moment, Chu Chun took out the silver needle, looking surprised and disappointed, as he said, "There's actually no poison." Turning to the governor, he muttered, "It shouldn't be. This guy looks very cunning. How could he not have poison?" The female guards struggled to hold back their laughter, their faces flushed. Long Yufei smiled and said, "Governor, please do not take offense. Oh, children, speak without restraint." Again, with the children speaking without restraint. The governor's eyelids twitched, but he feigned generosity and waved his hand, saying, "No worries." Long Yufei then drank from her cup, praising the heart wine of Lon State, indeed only authentic here. And Governor, you should know that a fine wine deserves fine dishes. The unique delicacies of Lon State paired with the heart wine of Lon State are truly the authentic flavor of Lon State. The governor's face was full of smiles as he gestured for her to enjoy. "Good." Long Yufei picked up her chopsticks and grabbed a piece of meat. In her view, even if the governor wanted to deal with her, he would not choose to do so in his own mansion, for even if he killed her, he would not escape death himself. Therefore, she was not worried that the governor would openly act against her at this banquet. According to her speculation, there might be assassins attacking later. When the assassins killed her, the governor would then eliminate the assassins. Since Lan State was adjacent to Song State, if they could invite Song State's barbarians to assassinate her and shift the blame to the barbarians, that would be even more perfect. At long wait, Chu Chan called out to Long Yufei again, piercing the silver needle into the piece of meat she had picked up, and after a moment, he took it out, looking at the unchanged silver needle, and pouted in disappointment, saying it shouldn't be. Why is there still no poison? Puff. Someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. This little cutie was simply too funny. Just as Long Yufei was about to speak, the governor chuckled dryly and said, "Children speak without restraint. I understand." Yet in his heart he cursed, where did this little brat get so much fuss? If not for fearing it would impact the bigger picture, he really wanted to have someone throw this little brat out. The governor is magnanimous. Long Yufei praised, preparing to taste the unique delicacies of Lan State. At long wait. At this moment, Chu Xian called out to Long Yufei, extending her snow-white little hand to grab the wine jug, pouring a cup of wine into Long Yufei's glass, then placing the piece of meat that Long Yufei had picked up into the wine, and then said to Chu Chin, "Brother, try it now." The governor's expression instantly changed. The governor said, "I respect the state lord, yet the lord allows his children to repeatedly humiliate me. Such behavior chills our hearts." The governor looked at Long Yufei, his tone icy with deep anger. Long Yufei also sensed the situation, her tone growing cold as she replied, "Could it be that the governor is deaf? Did you not hear them calling me aunt? They are not my children, and I cannot control them. Though you are the state lord, I am also the governor appointed by the previous emperor. How can I allow you to humiliate me like this?" Suddenly, the governor overturned the table, intending to feign great anger and interrupt Chu Chen's poison testing. Unexpectedly, Chu Chen was quick-witted and agile, moving his small body back, not spilling a single drop of wine. After a moment, he took out a silver needle and exclaimed excitedly, "It's poisoned. Indeed, it is poisoned. I knew that vile person would definitely poison it. Haha, I guessed it right. The silver needle is as black as ink. Not only is it poisoned, but it's also extremely deadly." Chu Xian clapped her small hands in delight, exclaiming, "Wow. I've never seen such a potent poison before. It's even more toxic than the poison father prepared for us." The female guards were both amused and exasperated. These two little kids had a thought process so different from adults getting excited over someone being poisoned. Moreover, could you explain what you mean by the poison that your father prepared for you? Governor, can you give me an explanation? Long Yufei's face darkened, her eyes gleaming with intense, killing intent. The wine is not poison, the dishes are not poisoned, but when combined they become deadly poison. Such cruelty. If it were not for the two little kids, she would have truly fallen this time. I never expected my plan would be thwarted by two mischievous children. Seeing the situation exposed, the governor no longer pretended, laughing coldly to the sky, yet his laughter was chilling. "I said this uncle looks like a bad person at first glance." Chu Chin stood tall and proud, his chubby little hands behind his back, exuding an air of superiority, adorably naive. "I said his heart is worse than his appearance." Chu Zin's exquisite little face also bore the expression of a strategist poised for victory. "Those cursed little brats, I will deal with you later." The governor snorted coldly and turned to look at the old woman behind Long Yufei, saying coldly, "A beginner martial saint and two intermediate martial saints cannot stop the state lord. It seems the rumors that the state lord's protector is only a beginner martial saint are utterly false." The old woman glanced at him, but said nothing. In fact, had it not been for the assistance of those two little kids, she truly would not have been able to protect the state lord. However, she naturally would not reveal this lest the two little kids become targets. "But this time, do you think I only have this little bit of means, eh?" The governor stomped his foot, and the ground suddenly lit up with intricate patterns that quickly converged into a form. In an instant, vast waves of energy surged into the governor's body under the formation's enhancement, causing his aura to rise sharply. "State lord, be careful." The old woman's expression changed as she hurriedly stood in front of Long Yufei. "The God-forging formation, a legendary formation that can forge gods, is now used to forge me, a mere martial saint. It truly feels like overkill." The governor, feeling the surging true chi within him, laughed uproariously to the sky, though for some reason there was a hint of melancholy in his laughter. At this moment, the aura he emitted had surpassed the mid-level martial saint, reaching the late stage, and was. The old woman did not hesitate and directly summoned the heavenly sword's intent as a giant sword wrapped in lightning descended from the heavens. "It's useless. This time you will undoubtedly die." With a wave of his hand, the governor shattered the heavenly sword's intent, casting a cold glance at the old woman and Long Yufei, his face twisted in a grimace, saying, "Why did you come to Lan Prefecture? If you hadn't come, things would not have escalated to this point." Upon hearing this, everyone looked bewildered. Long Yufei slowly stood up looking at the other officials and coldly said, "Kill him, and I will treat today's events as if you were not present. Otherwise, if I die, none of you will survive." The faces of the officials changed drastically. Indeed, if the new state lord died in the governor's mansion, the governor would surely be hunted by the imperial family, and they would not escape death. This governor is simply insane, actually poisoning the state lord here. The officials exchanged glances and began to attack the governor. The governor's steward hesitated for a moment, then shouted, "Long live the empire," and rushed towards the governor. "A bunch of useless fools." The governor snorted coldly, raising his hand to unleash terrifying true chi, sending all the officials flying, blood spewing from their mouths, and they fainted. "Next, it's your turn." He turned to look at the old woman and Long Yufei, not hiding the killing intent on his face. Raising his hand, a terrifying true chi gathered into a giant hand that pressed down. The old woman unleashed the 7-star sacred sword, thrusting it violently against the giant hand. The immense force struck her, causing her to spurt blood and kneel on the ground. "State Lord, hurry and flee." The old woman's face twisted from the exertion, her veins bulging, looking terrifying. The waters of Lan Prefecture are deeper than she had imagined. Unfortunately, the imperial family is currently preoccupied, and those powerful figures have their own matters to attend to. She can only protect Long Yufei. When she arrived at the governor's mansion, she had assessed the strength of these people. This governor was the strongest, yet he was merely at the martial honor level, posing no threat to her. Thus, even knowing the banquet was not a good one, she still brought Long Yufei along. At the same time, she shared the same thought as Long Yufei, believing that even if the governor wanted to kill them, he would not dare to act in his own mansion. However, she never expected this governor to be so insane and possess the God-forging formation, ultimately being too careless. "Run. None of you will escape today." The governor sneered, his gaze resolute, with the true chi within him still surging. "Moi." Suddenly, the governor's smile froze as the surging true chi within him abruptly stopped and rapidly dissipated. What happened? No, it's impossible. The governor's face changed drastically, frantically trying to continue his attack, but he found that the speed at which his true chi was dissipating was too fast, and he could no longer suppress the old woman. The old woman felt the force of the giant hand rapidly dissipating her face, showing a glimmer of astonishment. Then, with a forceful struggle, she shattered the giant hand. Upon carefully observing the governor, she discovered that his strength had indeed fallen back to the early martial saint stage. Looking down, she saw that the patterns of the God-forging formation beneath her feet had already disappeared significantly. "Sister, I dug out a treasure." At that moment, Chu Chen's childish voice rang out. "Brother, I also dug out a treasure." Following that was Chu Zin's equally childish voice. Everyone turned to look, only to see the siblings had somehow run to the corner of the banquet hall, each holding a small shovel in one hand and a piece of ancient artifact emitting a primitive aura engraved with patterns in the other. Beneath their feet were holes clearly just dug out from there. "Cursed little brats, ruining my formation base." The governor's desperate roar echoed throughout the banquet hall. "These two adorable little ones are truly my lucky stars." Seeing the power of the divine crafting formation weaken, Long Yufei felt immense joy, and a smile appeared on the old woman's face. "Damn those little brats, stop right there." The governor shouted angrily, as in just a moment Chu Xian and her brother Chu Chun had each unearthed a formation base, further diminishing the power of the divine crafting formation. Ignoring his furious incompetence, the siblings continued to search for the hidden formation bases underground. They seemed to transform into diligent little bees, happily wielding their small shovels and digging fiercely into the ground. Suddenly, a mysterious glow flashed from the small shovel, which surprisingly ignored the restrictions of the divine crafting formation, and with just a few strokes created a hole in the ground, quickly retrieving a formation base and storing it in a shimmy ring. Muttering about the treasure, they swung their small shovels even more joyfully. "That little shovel is indeed an extraordinary treasure." Long Yufei and the old woman were secretly astonished. Generally, the formation bases are guarded by restrictions, making it difficult for even a formation master to break through and take them away in a short time. Yet that small shovel could actually ignore the restrictions of the divine crafting formation, which was simply outrageous. The key question is, what proper father would forge such a treasure for their child? "Damn those little brats, I will tear you into pieces." The governor's strength had already fallen back to that of a martial sovereign, and knowing he was no match for the old woman, he turned his target towards Chu Xian and her brother Chu Chun. Even in death, he wanted to drag these two little brats down with him. He summoned a seal, the seal of the governor of Lanzhou. True chi surged into it, causing the seal to suddenly enlarge, hovering in the air and pressing down towards the siblings. The seal released a terrifying power, sealing off the space around the siblings, making it impossible to evade. They could only take it hidden. "Sister, this treasure seems quite nice." Chu Chen looked at the seal descending from above, his face filled with excitement. "It would be great for cracking walnuts." Chu Xian nodded, even thinking of future uses. Cracking walnuts. The governor nearly spat out blood in anger. This was the seal of the governor of Lanzhou, a high-grade sacred artifact, and this little brat actually said it was for cracking walnuts. Young friends, this is the seal of the governor of Lanzhou. You cannot take it. The old woman was also startled. This item was not only a high-grade sacred artifact, but could also work in conjunction with the governor's seal to suppress the fortunes of the state. Losing the governor's seal would be quite troublesome. Oh, in that case, forget it. I will just go dig for formation bases instead. As soon as Chu Xian heard it couldn't be taken, she lost interest, and ignoring the falling seal, grabbed her small shovel and moved to another spot to continue her treasure hunt. Sister, wait for me. Chu Chen also ran off with his small shovel. How is this possible? The governor controlling the seal was dumbfounded. When the seal pressed down, it was supposed to seal off space, preventing enemies from moving, forcing them to take it hidden. Although his strength wasn't enough to fully unleash the power of the seal, it was a bit excessive that these two little brats were completely unaffected. Nothing is impossible. The old woman snorted coldly. Those two little rascals could easily overpower even a mid-stage martial saint, and you, a mere martial sovereign, think you can barely wield a sacred artifact to restrain them. Too naive. She waved her 7-star sacred sword, unleashing a sword chi that sent the seal flying. As it flew back, the seal continuously shrank until it instantly returned to its original size, caught in Long Yufei's hand. The governor, on the other hand, was struck by a powerful backlash, spitting out blood and falling to his knees. The old woman continued to wield her sacred sword, directly crippling the governor's cultivation, and threw him in front of Long Yufei, as if he were trash. Long Yufei sat down again, looking at the governor lying on the ground, his face blank, and coldly asked, "Speak, why did you stop me from entering the governor's mansion? Did you perhaps kill the previous governor?" "I did not kill him." The governor looked back at Long Yufei, seeming to have accepted his fate, and coldly said, "The former governor was a peak martial saint. How could a mere martial sovereign like me kill him? Then why did you stop me from entering the governor's mansion?" Long Yufei knew that the governor could not have killed the previous governor and continued to inquire. The governor got up, moved a chair to sit down, and said casually, "It's nothing much, just accepting benefits from several major forces, allowing their disciples to advance in the Lanzhou Grand Competition and enter the secret realm of Lanzhou for training. I never thought of killing the governor. I just wanted him to delay his assumption of office by a month. After the Lanzhou Grand Competition, even if the governor wanted to punish me, it would only be a fine of my salary or dismissal from my position, which is insignificant compared to the benefits they provided." "Did they also bribe the previous governor?" Long Yufei frowned slightly, her mind racing with possibilities. Perhaps the former governor refused their bribes and was ultimately killed by their collusion. "I do not know." The governor shook his head and said lightly, "I have done what I should and have done what I shouldn't, but this has nothing to do with my family. Please spare my family." Long Yufei stared at the governor for a long time and asked, "If it was just bribery to manipulate the Lanzhou Grand Competition, as you said, it would only result in your dismissal, a crime not punishable by death. Yet you wanted to poison me knowing that regardless of success or failure you would die. Oh, why would you still do it?" The governor laughed heartily and countered, "Have you heard that cutting off a person's financial path is like killing their parents? How can one not seek revenge for a parent's death?" Long Yufei was left speechless, clearly unable to comprehend such reasoning. After a moment, she looked at the officials who were unconscious or healing and asked, "Are there any accomplices? If you truthfully confess, you might reduce your punishment." "Accomplices? You mean these useless people?" The governor turned to glance at the group of officials, his gaze lingering a moment longer on his steward, and scoffed, "A bunch of cowardly fools. How could they accomplish anything?" Long Yufei stared at the governor for a moment, then turned to Chu Chen, who was still digging for treasure, and called out, "Ikaro, may I borrow a true words talisman from Ani?" "Sure, Ani Long." Chu Chen nodded. After storing the formation base he had just dug up in the Shumi ring, he took out a talisman and tossed it over. "True words talisman." The governor's eyes narrowed, then he shouted in a deep voice, "To the victor belong the spoils I have lost, and death is all that awaits me. What is there to fear?" With that, he suddenly pulled out a dagger from his bosom and lunged at Long Yufei. "Seeking death." The old woman shouted angrily, her sacred sword about to swing, when she saw a figure rushing in from behind. "Governor, be careful." As the voice fell, a long sword pierced through the governor's back heart. The governor looked down at the tip of the sword in his chest. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but only blood poured from his mouth. The dagger fell from his hand, and his body weakly collapsed, his eyes wide open, seeing the steward holding the long sword. "What is your position?" Long Yufei asked the steward. The steward crashed to his knees with a thud. "Reporting to the state lord, this old servant is the steward of the prefect's manor. But please judge me fairly. This old servant had no part in poisoning the prefect." Long Yufei glanced at the steward and said nothing further. She tucked away the true speech talisman in her hand, turned to the assembled officials, and said in a low voice, "This matter ends here. I have no desire to pursue it further. The Lanzhou Grand Competition is about to begin. If I discover anyone attempting underhanded schemes, do not blame me if I turn ruthless." We shall obey the state lord's orders, the officials replied. The officials answered in unison, their tones overflowing with reverence. Long Yufei's gaze swept across them, but betrayed no hint of suspicion, as she said calmly, "You may all withdraw." "Yes, state lord." The officials exhaled in relief, rose, saluted, and then departed. At that moment, the steward looked once at the prefect's corpse and spoke respectfully, "State lord, no matter what, the prefect was my master. May I be allowed to bury his body?" Long Yufei nodded, then lifted her eyes to the brother and sister Chu Xian and Chu Chun. "Ai Chi Ro, Ai Cow Ro, have you finished digging?" she asked. "We're done." The siblings raced over. "Aunt Long, this Jushin array has so many array-based treasures. And they are all ancient relics. It feels comforting to hold them." Long Yufei smiled faintly, ruffled their little heads, and rose. "Let us go to the prefect's manor." "Yes." Chu Xian and Chu Chin each hugged an array-based treasure, faces full of bliss. The ancient relics seemed to contain some peculiar energy. Whenever they held them, they felt a pleasant warmth. The last time their father brought back 2 ancient relics, the children slept hugging them and awoke stronger and swifter, though those 2 relics were rendered useless thereafter. Finding so many relics this time delighted them beyond measure. As they were about to leave the banquet hall, the siblings glanced once at the steward, then turned and followed Long Yufei and the others away. The steward kept his back bowed, his demeanor abject. After the crowd had departed, he straightened, watched their retreating forms, and revealed a look that hinted at something intriguing. He then lowered his head toward the prefect's corpse and spat coldly 2 words, "Worthless." He pinched the air, a crimson true chi condensed in his palm, and a terrifying devouring force erupted forth ravenously, consuming the prefect's remaining true chi. When the true chi had been drained, he began to devour flesh and blood. The prefect's body withered visibly until it vanished entirely, leaving no bones behind. Long Yufei and the others were of course wholly unaware of any of this. Yet she was no fool. The prefect's confession had been far too easy, and he had suddenly attacked when she reached for the true speech talisman. Every detail suggested he was hiding something. What could he possibly have concealed that made him choose death rather than speak? And the steward's timing in killing the prefect was unervingly precise. "Aunt Long, I can't see through that," Steward Chu Chen said, tugging Long Yufei's sleeve and looking up with his small face. "I can't either, but I don't like him," Chu Xian said, frowning. A trace of aversion crossed her delicate features. Long Yufei was surprised. This was the first time she had seen such an expression on the child. Besides, the 2 little ones had discerned the prefect's ill intent from their first meeting. Their judgment had been proven correct. That the steward could baffle even them was not to be taken lightly. "Master, keep a close watch on the steward of the prefect's manor," Long Yufei whispered to the elderly matron. She had considered using the true speech talisman, but she could not be sure it would work on this steward. If it failed, the information gained might only cloud her judgment. The elderly matron nodded and asked, "State Lord, if the great powers are so eager to send their disciples into a mystic realm, could there be some newly emerging treasure within?" Long Yufei frowned slightly. "Aunt Long, what is a mystic realm?" Chu Xian asked curiously. Chu Chun tilted his head to his pudgy face, full of bewilderment. Long Yufei smiled and explained, "On the Jiuzhou continent, there are countless mystic realms. The greatest of them lies under the control of the Jiuzhou Empire. It is said to be the largest fragment fallen from the shattered ancient divine realm, containing infinite heavenly materials and even ancient treasures." "Ancient treasures?" The 2 children's eyes lit up. "Yes," Long Yufei answered with a nod. She continued, "The mystic realm enforces an age restriction. Only cultivators under 20 may enter without provoking the realm's laws. However, if one possesses a secret technique that hides one's age from the realm laws, or an artifact capable of resisting the realm's backlash, then one over 20 might still enter. But in all these years, no artifact has been found that can withstand the realm's laws, nor any secret art that can completely conceal one's age. And treasures, however abundant, are finite. Those too weak to hold them will only invite death." Since the appearance of mystic realms, many powerful figures had camped outside their borders, lying in wait to kill and plunder any young seekers who emerged. For a time, the entire Jiuzhou was awash in bloodshed. Later, the Jiuzhou Empire forcibly took control of the largest of those realms, arraying protective formations and appointing the 9 state lords to open and close its entrance. It was decreed that the realm would open once every 5 years. The Zhongzhou Grand Competition selects 200 prodigies, and the other 8 states each choose 100 by tournament, for a total of 1,000 prodigies sent into the realm for a 100-day trial. After 100 days, they must leave via the transference array, otherwise the realm's laws will exact final judgment, and death will be certain. "Sister, shall we enter the competition?" Chu Chun whispered into Chu Xian's ear. Chu Xian brightened for a moment, then shook her head. "No. We must rescue Mother. We cannot waste time here. Once Aunt Long opens the transference array for us, we shall go." "Very well." Chu Chen nodded. To them, saving their mother mattered far more than hunting ancient relics. Long Yufei smiled at the children. "Actually, you could enter the competition." Lanzhao's transference array cannot reach Zhongzhou directly. It must first teleport to Huozhou, then from Huozhou activate another array to reach Huangzhou, and only after crossing several states can one finally arrive at Zhongzhou. I can open the array for you, but the other states do not know you. They may not activate a personal array for your sake. The mystic realm has 9 exits. One of them leads directly to Zhongzhou. Hearing this, Chu Xian and Chu Chun exchanged a look, then turned to Long Yufei and said together, "Aunt Long, we will enter the competition." Long Yufei smiled, ruffled their heads, and explained the Lanzhao tournament begins in 2 days. The 3 great powers of Lanzhao and the State Lord's Manor each hold 1 slot that grants direct advancement into the top 10. You can send one chosen contestant straight into the top 10, while the other must begin from the start. Those who reach the top 10 receive a map of the mystic realm. The higher the ranking, the more complete the map will be, and the easier it becomes to find the exit that leads to Zhongzhou. "Thank you, Aunt Long," Chu Xian and Chu Chun said in unison. Chu Chun scratched his little bun, his eyes darting playfully. He leaned toward Chu Xian and whispered, "Sister Aunt Long is really nice. Should I tell father to marry her, so she can be our little mother?" "What? Asking your father to marry me?" Hearing this, Long Yufei couldn't help but roll her eyes, feeling somewhat speechless at this mischievous child. Is this really the thought process of a normal 3-year-old? Helping your father find a second wife. If your mother hears this, won't she be furious? The female guards lowered their heads, stifling their laughter, their pretty faces flushed. However, the old woman revealed a contemplative expression. If they could bring that mysterious powerhouse into the royal family, it might indeed be possible to arrange a match between Long Yufei and that mysterious figure when necessary. Marrying a man as a concubine and gaining 3 super strong allies is quite a bargain. Of course, this was just her own fanciful thinking. How could the sister of the Empress of the Jiuzhou Empire, Princess Yufei of the Jiuzhou Empire, become a concubine? Little brat. Chu Xian patted Chu Chen's little head, one hand on her waist, and the other pointing at Chu Chen's little nose, scolding. "We are here to rescue our mother, not to find a wife for father or to look for a stepmother." "Oh, understood." Chu Chun rubbed his little head, looking like a well-behaved child who had admitted his mistake. This child can be taught. Chu Zin's delicate face showed a satisfied expression as she patted Chu Chen's forehead, looking pleased. These actions were not typical for a 3-year-old, evidently learned from their father. After arriving at the state capital, Long Yufei arranged accommodation for the siblings and sent the female guards to hunt dozens of monster beasts, bringing them back to give to Chu Chun. This was what Long Yufei had promised earlier, and naturally, she had to keep her word, especially to 2 3-year-olds. 2 days later, the Lan Prefecture Grand Competition began. The siblings decided their fates through rock, paper, scissors, with sister Chu Xian ultimately winning and securing a direct entry into the top 10 from Long Yufei, while brother Chu Chun would participate in the competition. However, the sister who obtained the spot looked unhappy, while the brother who did not was full of excitement, which left Long Yufei quite speechless. Aside from Lan Prefecture City, there are also 9 major cities, each having its own competition area, selecting 10 outstanding individuals from each area, ultimately gathering in Lan Prefecture City to compete for the top 10. The competition consists of elimination rounds and challenge matches. The rules are simple. Contestants draw lots to determine their opponents, with the winners advancing and the losers being eliminated. Each competition area has 10 arenas operating simultaneously, with the final victor of each arena becoming one of the top 10 of that area. After the elimination rounds, challenge matches will take place. If the losers are dissatisfied, they can challenge the top 10, and if they win, they directly replace the challenged individual. This is because drawing lots to determine opponents may lead to early strong matchups, resulting in strong contenders being eliminated while weaker ones advance in other arenas. The challenge match serves as a second chance for those unfortunate strong contenders. After the challenge matches, the top 10 from the 10 competition areas gather in Lan Prefecture City, where they all can enter the secret realm. Thus, they can choose to either forego the competition for the top 10 in Lan Prefecture or continue with the elimination rounds, and after determining the top 10, they can enter the challenge matches to establish the final rankings. The top 10 of Lan Prefecture will receive a map to the secret realm, with higher-ranked individuals obtaining more complete maps. Although the secret realm hides immense opportunities, it is fraught with danger. Having a map naturally provides an advantage, so generally everyone aims to compete for the top 10 of Lan Prefecture. In the martial arts arena of Lan Prefecture City, thousands of cultivators have gathered, including participating geniuses, gamblers betting on outcomes, youths preparing to observe battles for the next Lan Prefecture Grand Competition, and spectators purely there for the excitement. Before the competition began, the atmosphere was lively and chaotic. Chu Chen, placed in the first arena, looked around in excitement, feeling unusually thrilled. This was far more people than in Dashi Village. He had never seen so many people gathered together. It was truly spectacular. After a moment, a female guard flew onto the arena waving her jade hand, and hundreds of tokens flew through the air, accurately landing in the hands of each contestant in the waiting area. After explaining the rules, she said, "Each of your tokens has a number. contestants with the same number will face each other. Now can the two contestants with number 1 tokens come to the stage? As soon as she finished speaking, two youths soared onto the arena, launching into an intense battle. The two boys looked about 15 or 16 and possessed the strength of martial kings, which made them decent little geniuses. However, Chu Chun lost interest after just one glance. Too weak. They were not even as strong as the 30 or so blue wolves he had eaten. Chu Chun glanced at his token number 9 and realized he would have to wait a bit longer. With a chubby little hand supporting his double chin and the other hand holding a milk bottle exuding a chilly aura, he drank while watching the competition on the arena with boredom. So cold. The surrounding contestants shivered, first looking up at the dazzling sunlight in the sky, then following the source of the chilling aura to see Chu Chun, all of them stunned. Wow, look, this little brother still drinking milk is actually here to compete. Isn't it ridiculous to let someone so small participate in the competition? Yes, although the Lan Prefecture Grand Competition prohibits intentional killing, blades are blind and injuries are inevitable. He is so small, I fear that a single sword strike could end him. The surrounding contestants, originally looking for the source of the chilling aura, were completely captivated by his tiny figure upon seeing Chu Chun. They couldn't understand how a 3-year-old toddler could participate in the Lan Prefecture Grand Competition. Even if he made it through, wouldn't entering the secret realm just be a death sentence? The secret realm is nothing like the competition. The monsters, ferocious beasts, and the geniuses from other states will not show mercy. Even the geniuses from this state might attack their own companions, making it perilous. Of course, these were things their elders told them, and not their own experiences. Chu Chun was not annoyed. He held out the milk bottle, revealing a pure smile on his chubby face, saying, "Want some beast milk? It's really delicious." His so cold. Everyone shivered in unison, staring at the chilling aura wafting from the milk bottle, only then realizing that the chill actually emanated from this little toddler's bottle. At this moment, battles continued on the arena, and finally, please the contestant with number 9 tokens come up to the arena and prepare for the match. The female guard's voice rang out from the arena. It's my turn. Chu Chun was overjoyed, putting away his milk bottle into his shumi ring, leaping into the air and landing on the arena with a thunderous crash, shaking the ground. Such formidable physical strength. The onlookers were astonished, having never seen a human genius with such terrifying physicality, let alone a 3-year-old toddler. Was he not a transformed beast? The female guard naturally recognized Chu Chun, gave him a wink, and then turned to leave. After she left, Chu Chun noticed that the scene in the arena had undergone a tremendous change. From the outside, the arena was only about 10 zhang, but after the match began, the internal space seemed boundless. This was normal. After all, many young prodigies were martial zone, or even martial sovereign, and a 10 zhang arena was insufficient for their play. This spatial barrier seems quite sturdy, even that old woman couldn't break it. But it doesn't matter, I have a spatial talisman that can send the meat out. Chu Chun sensed the situation in the internal space and pouted. It's you, the brat who roasted my pet beast. At that moment, a voice from ahead echoed. Coldness, anger, hatred, and killing intent surged forth. Roasted your pet beast. A look of confusion filled Chu Chun's chubby little face as he stared at the person. The person looked quite effeminate, yet his eyes were fierce like a wolf, staring intently at Chu Chun. Chu Chun tilted his head, pondering, and suddenly clapped his chubby little hands in realization, shouting, "Oh, I remember now, you're that guy called Blood Wolf, right? Did you come to deliver roasted meat to me again? This time I will make you pay the price." The man spoke in a cold tone. Although the internal space of the arena was boundless, it appeared to be only 10 zhang from the outside, and the sounds from the arena could be clearly heard outside, while the sounds from outside could also enter the arena. Hearing the man's words, the scene instantly became lively. Blood Wolf of the 10,000 Beasts sect. That's the prodigy, second only to the Black Tiger of the 10,000 Beasts sect. How does he know this little brat? From their conversation, it seems he suffered a great loss at the hands of that 3-year-old baby. Blood Wolf was quite famous in Lanzhou, even more so than the number 1 prodigy Black Tiger of the 10,000 Beasts sect, as Black Tiger was mostly in seclusion, while Blood Wolf often ventured out on missions. However, most people had only heard of Blood Wolf's name and did not recognize him personally. This was often because they only saw the wolf pack, not Blood Wolf himself. Chu Chun stared closely at the man, then turned to the referee area, asking, "He looks so ugly, he should be over. Can he even participate?" He is currently 18 years old, meeting the participation criteria. A referee from the 10,000 Beasts sect frowned and stated, "The referees for each competition zone in the Lanzhou Grand Competition come from the 3 major top forces and the Prefecture Lord's office. The referee from the Prefecture Lord's office in Lanzhou City is none other than Prefecture Lord Long Yufei." Chu Chun ignored the referee from the 10,000 Beasts sect and merely waited for Long Yufei's response. He only trusted Long Yufei. Seeing this, the referee from the 10,000 Beasts sect's face darkened. This brat was challenging my authority as a referee. Long Yufei nodded and smiled, saying, "He indeed is not yet 20. Although Blood Wolf participated in the ambush against her, there were merely a group of Blood Wolves, and she could not convict Blood Wolf solely based on that. Moreover, the moment she arrived at the Prefecture Lord's office, the 10,000 Beast sect had already announced the expulsion of that green snake elder, leaving her with no chance to blame the 10,000 Beast sect. Now, having just arrived at the Prefecture Lord's office and not yet having established a foothold, it was not wise to tear faces with these top forces in Lanzhou. This would hinder her investigation of the truth. Chu Chan then turned to look at Blood Wolf, pouting. Looking so ugly, he shouldn't be under 20, right? His voice was not small, and those nearby heard it all with speechless expressions. What does being ugly have to do with being under 20? Go, little brother, beat that ugly monster hard. In the spectator area, Chu Xian jumped and waved her little hands, shouting loudly. Okay, sister. Chu Chen nodded at his sister. Blood Wolf's eyelids twitched. I just look a bit anxious. How? Damn brat, today I will take revenge for those Blood Wolves you skinned and roasted to eat. He shouted angrily, quickly forming hand seals, and a blood-red six-pointed star appeared beneath his feet. A whoa! The piercing howl of a wolf echoed throughout the scene, and then 6 giant wolves, each 2 zhang long and entirely silver, emerged from the six-pointed star, howling towards the sky. These 6 silver wolves had an aura comparable to the previous blood-transformed blue wolves, clearly having reached the martial zone realm. If they completed the blood transformation, they would likely reach the martial sovereign realm. No wonder he is the second prodigy of the 10,000 Beast sect. Actually, having 6 5th-grade demon beasts is equivalent to 6 martial zones. I heard that Blood Wolf has a unique skill that allows his pets to undergo blood transformation, which can directly elevate their rank by 1 after blood transformation. Directly elevating a rank. Then after blood transformation, wouldn't he have 6 6th-grade demon beasts, equivalent to 6 martial sovereigns? Hiss. How can we even fight him? We might as well concede upon encountering him. The second prodigy of the 10,000 Beast sect is already this powerful. How terrifying must the first prodigy, Black Tiger, be? The crowd buzzed with discussions, all astonished. Hearing these voices, the disciples from the 10,000 Beast sect displayed expressions of pride and satisfaction. I didn't expect Blood Wolf already had a 5th-grade demon beast as a pet. The future is limitless. Congratulations, Elder Leopard. The 10,000 Beast sect will surely gain another holy level beast master in the future. The referees from the Sword Dominant sect and the Demon Blade sect congratulated the referee from the 10,000 Beast sect. The earlier incident of Blood Wolf's pets being killed by a mysterious expert during the ambush on the Prefecture Lord was not a secret among the 3 major top forces. However, no one expected that in just 7 days Blood Wolf had contracted 6 5th-grade demon beasts, which were much stronger than the dozens of 4th-grade demon beasts he had before. It was just luck, just luck. The referee from the 10,000 Beast sect stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Long Yufei looked at the referees from the 3 major top forces, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Wow. Meat, brother, I want to eat meat. In the spectator area, upon seeing the 6 giant wolves, Chu Xian cheered, drooling. Okay, sister. Chu Chun nodded heavily, waving his hand to bring the barbecue grill, iron pot, and other items to Chu Xian, saying, Sister, get the fire going. All right. Chu Xian nodded repeatedly. Although she didn't have Chu Chin's roasting skills, she had no problem doing the preparatory work. What are these 2 little kids up to? Everyone looked puzzled. Damn brats, today is different from the past. How dare you still underestimate and humiliate me? Blood Wolf was furious, quickly forming hand seals, and suddenly the sky darkened with thick clouds blocking the scorching sunlight, plunging the entire scene into darkness. In the next moment, a blood-red full moon slowly rose from the darkness, casting a dim red glow over the scene. Oh, whoa! The 6 silver giant wolves howled at the blood-red full moon, and then strands of blood-red light descended, merging into the bodies of the 6 silver giant wolves. This is Blood Wolf's ultimate skill, blood transformation. I didn't expect him to use it right away. The crowd gasped in astonishment. After blood transformation, they will be 6th-grade demon beasts comparable to martial sovereigns. The best way is to defeat them all before the blood transformation is complete. Or find Blood Wolf and defeat him. The crowd whispered as they looked at the 6 giant wolves gradually turning blood red under the dim red light. Brother, wait for them to undergo blood transformation. The meat is even tastier after blood transformation. At this moment, Chu Xian, who was stoking the fire beside the spectator area, loudly reminded. Got it. In the dim red light, Chu Chun nodded heavily. With the experience from last time, he naturally knew that the meat after blood transformation was tastier than before. Thus, he did not stop the blood transformation of the 6 silver wolves. Do these 2 toddlers even comprehend what Blood Wolf's blood transformation truly signifies? This is the optimal moment to strike. Eliminate him now before the transformation completes. Or better yet, target the Blood Wolf himself while the pack undergoes blood transformation. Toddlers remain toddlers, utterly devoid of fundamental combat experience. The crowd watched as Chu Chun made no move to attack. Instead, he calmly sipped milk from a bottle, prompting collective sighs and headshakes. After all, what combat experience could a 3-year-old possibly possess? Who then had the heart to send a mere toddler to compete in the Lanzhou Grand Contest? Unconscionable. Little one, strike them quickly. Once their blood transformation is complete, you'll stand no chance. A well-meaning spectator offered the warning. Such an endearingly innocent child was simply too precious to watch devoured by a pack of wolves. Upon hearing this, Chu Chun turned his gaze toward the speaker, a girl of 15 or 16, and broke into a toothy grin, chirping in his milky voice, "Big sister, you're kind-hearted. I'll treat you to beast milk later. It's delicious. But we mustn't kill them early. Only after they've fully transformed into crimson great wolves will their flesh be tender and flavorful. Oh, and I'll share roasted meat with you afterward. Truly exquisite." The girl rolled her eyes, speechless. "I'm no toddler. I won't drink beast milk. Roasted meat, that," she mused, "might indeed be worth tasting." A mournful howl pierced the air. In that instant, the 6 colossal wolves completed their blood transformation, their entire bodies blazing crimson, even their ferocious eyes now pools of seething scarlet. A wave of brutal, savage aura radiated outward, sending chills down the spines of every spectator near the arena. 6 sixth-tier demonic beasts, each matching a martial sovereign in strength. Though newly ascended to that realm, even a mid-stage martial sovereign would struggle to gain the upper hand. "Yield, little one," someone urged. With the blood transformation complete, the consensus was clear. This toddler, still nursing from a bottle, stood no chance. Continuing the fight meant certain death. "Damn brat, I'll have my blood wolves tear off your limbs, leaving you a crippled wretch for life." Bathed in dim crimson light, Blood Wolf's face contorted with grotesque fury, his eyes burning with thick murderous intent. This insufferable child had cost him 30 azure wolves and earned him a scathing reprimand from his master. He remained blissfully unaware that his master was already dead. Hearing those words, the onlookers shuddered involuntarily. What unspeakable grudge could inspire such venomous malice toward a mere 3-year-old? Chu Chun, however, paid it no mind. He slipped the milk bottle into his shumi ring and exclaimed in gleeful infantile tones, finally turned red. Time to slaughter. With that, his tiny frame launched skyward, then plummeted straight down upon the 6 blood wolves. A thunderous boom shook the ground violently, and all 6 beasts were hurled backward by the sheer force of impact. Blood Wolf vanished into the shadows, swiftly weaving hand seals, his figure indiscernible beneath the pallid crimson glow. A howl tore through the air. As the lupin cry echoed, the 6 crimson giants fanned out across the 6 cardinal directions, encircling Chu Chun. Crimson energy spheres coalesced within their gaping maws, not aimed at Chu Chun, but lowered toward the ground, where they discharged in unison. A low hum resonated as the 6 spheres sank into the earth. Crimson sigils flared and spread like living veins, converging instantly into a complex formation. From the array erupted serpentine chains of bloodlight, spiraling inward to bind Chu Chun tightly at its center. "Brat, in my blood wolf soul-binding formation, your true chi lies paralyzed and your body immobile. Submit quietly to the blood wolf's kiss." A raucous maniacal laugh rang out from the darkness, while Chu Chun, now trussed like a dumpling in crimson shackles, hung motionless at the formation's heart. "It's over. The toddler is finished." All spectators silently shook their heads. Alas, to prey upon the young is shameful, deeply shameful. The Wansho sect's referee sighed softly, yet his smile widened, radiant and untroubled. His vision remained unobstructed by the blood veil. He saw every detail unfold upon the arena floor. The referees from the other 2 supreme sects simultaneously turned toward Long Yufei, seated upon the central dais, eager to gauge her reaction. Everyone knew both children had arrived under her auspices. To their disappointment, Long Yufei's expression remained unchanged, serene, faintly smiling. "Does your excellency fear for the child?" "I am merely wondering whether that little one will share some roasted meat with me," Long Yufei replied coolly. "Roast meat?" Baffled, the Baijian sect and Modeo sect referees exchanged bewildered glances. "Young lady, your brother is bound tight. Are you not concerned?" From the spectator gallery, a curious onlooker leaned toward Chu Xin and asked. She didn't look up, her small hands busily stoking a fire, muttering to herself, "Must hurry, still need to skin and deb one the crimson wolves. So much to do." The crowd exchanged stunned silence. A howl split the air. 6 crimson wolves unleashed blood-edged wind blades, hurtling toward Chu Chun, now wrapped head to toe in crimson bindings. Just as all assumed the battle concluded, the crimson chains binding Chu Chun shattered, simultaneously exploding into glittering shards. With a thunderous roar, Chu Chun launched himself upward, dodging the 6 wind blades midair, then descended like a meteor toward one of the crimson wolves. His plump little fist clenched tight, slamming with terrifying force into the wolf's skull. HSS, this toddler broke free instantly. What monstrous physical power! Yet why strike the head? the hardest part of the beast. Indeed, aiming for the flank would have been wiser. Still no experience, no wonder. Though awestruck by his raw strength, the crowd again shook their heads, disbelieving dismayed, upon seeing where he'd struck. A heavy thud reverberated. His pudgy fist crashed into the crimson wolf's skull, and for a fleeting instant faint divine sigils shimmered across its surface. A sickening crack echoed, its skull imploded instantly. The concussive force hurled the massive beast over 100 jong, until it slammed to a halt utterly still. HSS. A collective gasp rippled through the arena. Had this toddler truly slain a sixth-tiered demonic beast, with a single punch, to the hardest part of its body? The deep crater in the wolf's skull confirmed it. The blow had pulverized bone outright. Terrifying strength. Faces paled, gazes locked in mutual speechless horror. No ripple of true chi had stirred. This feat was accomplished purely through physical might. To slay a sixth-tier beast rivaling a martial sovereign with bare muscle alone. This toddler must surely be a ferocious divine beast in human guise. Every eye now fixed upon Chu Chun, not with condescension but with awe and primal trepidation. Chu Chun closed the distance in a blink, flinging out a spatial talisman. Ripples of spatial energy shimmered, coalescing beside him into a luminous portal, into which he seized the wolf's tail and hurled the corpse. "Big sister, it's yours." His milky voice chimed out, just as a spatial gateway flickered open beside Chu Xian, depositing the wolf's carcass onto the ground. "Got it." Chu Xian cheered, drawing a short blade, and immediately setting to work, gutting and skinning the beast on the spot. The crowd stared dumbfounded. Were these two toddlers truly planning to roast it here, on the arena floor? "Brat, you seek death." Blood Wolf, hidden in the shadows, roared in fury. Instantly, the remaining 5 crimson wolves threw back their heads and howled to the heavens. A terrifying surge of energy rippled outward, so potent that even the blood-red moonlight seemed drawn to it, streaming visibly toward the 5 beasts. In the next moment, 5 colossal blood-colored maelstrom erupted, towering pillars of storm that pierced sky and earth, encircling Chu Chun at their center. They spun with violent grace, their gravitational pull warping space as they inexorably converged inward. At the heart of those 5 maelstrom, Chu Chun felt 5 distinct savage forces tearing at him from opposite directions, each wrenching his body toward a different cardinal point. And as the storms drew ever closer, those 5 rending forces intensified relentlessly. An ordinary person would have been torn limb from limb long before this. Even a mid-rank martial sovereign would struggle to escape alive from such a vortex. Spectators surrounding the arena murmured in awe. No wonder he is the second prodigy of the 10,000 Beast sect. His strength is truly formidable. True, the toddler had stunned everyone by unexpectedly punching a 6th-tier demonic beast to death, but against these heaven-rending maelstrom, brute strength alone was utterly futile. That earlier strike was mere prelude. The real Blood Wolf has only just revealed himself. The 10,000 Beast sect's referee stroked his beard with quiet satisfaction, a rare cold smile flickering across his grim face. Indeed, a fearsome technique. Among peers of equal cultivation, few could stand against it. The referees from the Demon Blade sect and Tyrant Sword sect nodded in unison, offering measured praise. Yet when the 3 turned toward Long Yufei, they found her gaze entirely absent from the arena, and instead fixed upon Chu Xian in the spectator zone, who was calmly eviscerating a crimson wolf. With a light, amused smile, Long Yufei said, "It's been 2 days since we last had roasted meat. I'm actually quite hungry. Would the 3 elders care to sample some? The boy's roast is exceptionally delicious." "Oomph." A flash of fury lit the 10,000 Beast sect referee's eyes. His expression darkened, and he remained silent, lips tightly pursed. "Your Excellency jests. We hold no interest in roasted meat," replied the referees of the Tyrant Sword and Demon Blade sects, offering stiff, hollow chuckles. Though the 3 supreme sects stood united, even curiosity dared not cross that line. "What a pity." Long Yufei sighed faintly, her expression softening into serene amusement. Even if she could not yet act openly against the 3 supreme sects, watching them flustered was satisfaction enough. From beginning to end, she had never entertained the notion that Chu Chin might lose. After all, had not a mid-rank martial saint elder of the Demon Blade sect been soundly thrashed by him? 5 early-rank martial sovereign beasts posed no true threat to such a child. The 10,000 Beast sect referee turned back toward the arena, his eyes glinting with icy malice. "Let us see if you remain so composed when that brat is shredded to pieces." Though the arena was shrouded in a deep crimson veil distorting light, and Hewitt did nothing to hinder their within the maelstrom's core, Chu Chun stood utterly unruffled, curiously observing the encroaching vortexes, before summoning a stack of talismans from thin air and slapping them onto himself in rapid succession. In moments, his entire body was plastered head-to-toe with talismans. Even his face and scalp were covered, leaving only 2 large jet-black eyes visible. From afar he appeared less a boy than a living tapestry of overlapping sigils. No human form discernible. What on earth is he doing? All spectators stared utterly bewildered. Could this toddler hail from one of the supreme talisman sects? Yet Lan Province has never heard of any talisman sect wealthy enough to squander talismans so recklessly. Faces across the arena wore blank confusion. Meanwhile, Chu Chun, now fully armored in talismans, lifted his small talisman-clad legs and strode forward with arrogant, swaggering confidence directly into the maelstrom's maw. The storm shrieked, a force capable of warping reality itself. Yet as it neared Chu Chun, it inexplicably veered aside, parting like water before stone. That cataclysmic vortex, seemingly capable of obliterating heavens and earth, left him untouched. In mere instants he passed through unscathed, every talisman dissolving into ash the moment he emerged. Were those all wind-stilling talismans? Undoubtedly. Only the highest-grade wind-stilling talismans could nullify such a tempest. He must have affixed over 100. What staggering extravagance! Talismans were consumable artifacts, exorbitantly priced and perpetually scarce. Countless cultivators spent lifetimes seeking even a single talisman, yet this toddler treated them as scrap paper, covering himself head to toe. Truly comparison bred despair. Accursed brat. Blood Wolf, still concealed in darkness, watched Chu Chun emerge unharmed and ground his teeth in impotent rage. Just as he prepared to seal hand seals and command the remaining wolves to attack anew, Chu Chun leapt skyward once more, landing squarely before one crimson wolf, and delivered a devastating punch with his plump, fleshy fist, shattering its skull. Swiftly he tossed out a spatial talisman, the beast's corpse vanishing into a shimmering rift. "Sister, another one's here." A childish, syrupy voice rang out from within the arena. "Coming right up." Chu Xin responded cheerfully and set to work with practiced ease. Only then did the crowd realize she had already finished butchering the first wolf, its meat now sizzled evenly on the roasting rack. Her speed was astonishing, clearly the work of a seasoned master. Blood Wolf fusion. Blood Wolf's chilling voice echoed once more through the arena. Instantly, the 4 remaining crimson wolves launched themselves skyward, hurtling toward one another, while beneath them a blood-hued formation rose, pulsing with arcane resonance. Under the formation's influence, the 4 beasts began merging, fusing into a single monstrous entity. "No!" Chu Chun cried out sharply, his chubby hand transforming into a razor-edged palm blade, and slashed forth with explosive force. A terrifying crescent of sword light tore through the air, radiating an overwhelming, tyrannical sword intent. Every swordsman outside the arena felt their blades tremble violently in their sheaths. Frantically, they channeled spiritual energy to soothe their weapons into stillness. Such terrifying sword intent. Faces paled in collective shock. Where had this toddler emerged from? His physique defied reason. His talisman reserves defied logic. And now, his mastery of the sword path proved equally absurd. From head to toe, inside and out, he was simply incomprehensible. Boom. The sword light struck the blood formation, shattering it instantly with a thunderous detonation that shook the heavens. The 4 wolves mid-fusion recoiled from the backlash, howling in agony before plummeting helplessly. Fearing Blood Wolf might attempt another trick, Chu Chun flashed forward, dispatching each defenseless wolf with a single punch, then banished all 4 corpses beyond the arena using spatial talismans. Only then did he pat his tiny chest with relief and mutter, "Lucky I acted fast. Otherwise 4 portions of meat would have become just 1. Hearing this, Blood Wolf nearly exploded with fury. Yet with all his spirit beasts slain, he dared not confront the monster himself. Chu Chun turned toward Blood Wolf's hiding place, though he'd known his location all along, and asked, eyes bright with hopeful anticipation, "Do you have more big dogs?" "More, please." Spurt. Blood Wolf choked, spat a mouthful of blood, and collapsed backward, unconscious. The crimson veil dissolved slowly around him. Hey, don't faint. Not yet. Do you still have big dogs? Release them first, then faint." Chu Chun dashed forward, genuinely distressed. Last time the man had summoned 20 or 30, this time only 6. Hardly enough for a proper meal. Everyone outside the arena was taken aback, thinking that the little child would take the opportunity to strike, which was strictly prohibited. Although weapons are indiscriminate on the stage, if one side loses their combat ability, they must cease their attacks. Continuing to strike would result in the forfeiture of their cultivation. The referee from the Wanshou sect narrowed his eyes slightly, his true chi surging, ready to rush into the arena space at any moment to incapacitate that unruly child. The referees from the Bajin sect and Mo Dao sect also cast their gaze intentionally or unintentionally upon Long Yufei, prepared to intervene and stop her from rescuing that unruly child. The sudden appearance of a child who could easily defeat the Blood Wolf was bad news for the 3 top sects. If they could take this opportunity to eliminate him, it would be welcomed by all 3 factions. Long Yufei's expression remained unchanged. She was not worried at all that the little guy would harm anyone. She was merely curious about what the child intended to do. Among the crowd, only her sister Chu Xian was not focused on this matter. She had 5 giant wolves to deal with, and was too busy to pay attention to what was happening in the arena. With everyone's attention, Chu Chun appeared beside the blood wolf, took out a pill from his Sumi ring, and fed it to the blood wolf. Moments later, the blood wolf slowly opened its eyes and awoke. That little child actually revived the blood wolf. After all, he is just a child, so kind-hearted. Everyone was stunned at this scene. Even the referee from the Wanshou sect, who had stood up and was ready to rush into the arena to incapacitate Chu Chun, found it hard to believe. He had witnessed countless competitions in Lanzhou, seen numerous schemes and intrigues, yet he had never seen anyone rush to save their opponent before the match was declared over. If this had happened to a teenager, everyone would simply have called it foolish. But when it happened to a 3-year-old child, everyone was touched by his innocence and kindness. You? Seeing Chu Chun, the blood wolf was startled, suddenly flipping over and distancing itself, taking a defensive stance. After realizing its injuries had seemingly healed, it understood that Chu Chun had saved it, and its expression became complicated. To put it bluntly, they were supposed to be enemies. Being saved by one's enemy left the blood wolf unsure of its feelings. Chu Chun, however, was excited and said, "You finally woke up, come on, let's continue." Continue. The blood wolf was momentarily stunned. This unruly child used a pill to revive it just to continue fighting. Was this child out of their mind? The blood wolf was speechless, shaking its head as it said, "I'm not fighting anymore. All its pet beasts had been killed. Oh, what was the point? Was it supposed to fight this unruly child as a weak beast master? That won't do." Chu Chin panicked and urged, "Quickly summon your big dog." Big dog? Was it referring to a pet beast? The blood wolf hesitated for a moment before shaking its head, saying, "There are none left." None left? Chu Chan was taken aback, shaking his head repeatedly, disbelief written across his face. "I don't believe it. Last time you had 20 or 30. How could you only have 6 this time? 6 isn't enough for us to eat. Not enough to eat." The blood wolf was stunned, seemingly understanding something, trembling as it pointed at Chu Chun and incredulously asked, "You revived me just so I could summon more pet beasts for you to kill and eat?" "Exactly, hurry up, don't dawdle, the more the better, my sister, and I can eat a lot." Chu Chin nodded, as if it were the most natural thing. "You? PFF." The blood wolf's face turned red with anger, and the next moment it spat out a mouthful of blood and fell back unconscious. Hey, you're not going to faint again, are you?" Chu Chun rushed over, peering at the blood wolf lying on the ground, its chest heaving rapidly and the expression of the enraged blood wolf. He sighed in relief, saying, "Thank goodness you're not fainting, you otherwise I'd waste another pill." After saying that, a talisman suddenly appeared in his chubby little hand, which he slapped onto the blood wolf's forehead. "Do you still have your big dog?" Chu Chun asked expectantly. "None." The blood wolf's gaze was dull, but its lips instinctively uttered 2 words. "None." Chu Chun frowned slightly, and then asked, "Oh right, isn't it called a pet beast? Do you have any more? The more the better." "None." The blood wolf continued to coldly spit out 2 words. "Then it seems you truly have none left." Chu Chun scratched his round head, his chubby little face filled with disappointment. With a wave of his chubby little hand, the talisman detached from the blood wolf's forehead and automatically turned to ashes in the air. Talismen are one-time consumables and vanish after use. Although the blood wolf had just lost control of its body, its consciousness was clear. It quickly understood what had happened, sat up, and pointed at Chu Chun, roaring, "You little brat, how dare you humiliate me?" PFF. After roaring, it spat out another mouthful of blood and fell back unconscious again. "You should have said you had no pet beasts. I wasted a pill and a truth talisman for nothing. Truly despicable." Chu Chun waved his chubby little fist at the unconscious blood wolf, his chubby little face full of displeasure. Everyone outside the arena was speechless. They had thought this child was pure and kind, even willing to save his opponent. Unexpectedly reviving the opponent was just to have them summon more pet beasts for him to kill and eat. This had nothing to do with innocence or kindness. He was simply a mischievous little devil. Indeed, the thoughts of a mischievous child are forever beyond comprehension. Oomph. The referee from the Wanshou sect snorted coldly, his face dark as he returned to his seat. Although the child's behavior was undoubtedly despicable, it did not violate the rules of the competition, and there was nothing he could do about it. The referees from the Bajian sect and Mo Dao sect exchanged glances, praying that their disciples would not encounter that mischievous child. A female guard turned back, and after seeing Long Yufei nod slightly, walked onto the stage, waving her hand to close the arena space, announcing, "In the first round of the 9th match of the first arena of Lanzhou City, AI Cow Row from the Roasted Meat Village is the winner." Roasted Meat Village. AI Cow Row. Hearing this name, everyone knew it was fake, but it suited that mischievous child quite well. Chu Chin looked up at the female guard and said with a grin, "Auntie, come eat roasted meat later." Sure, the female guard nodded, her face full of smiles. Brother, come eat roasted meat, I'm hungry. At that moment, Chu Xin's childish voice rang out. Okay, sister. Chu Chun responded, leaping nimbly to the roasting rack, skillfully starting to roast the meat. As for the unconscious blood wolf, disciples from the Wanshou sect would carry it away. The referee from the Wanshou sect and the leading elder both wore grim expressions. The blood wolf was the second pride of the Wanshou sect and was expected to easily reach the top 10. They never expected to encounter such a mischievous child, preventing it from even entering the top 100, thus losing its qualification to enter the secret realm. That despicable child. The elders and ordinary disciples of the Wanshou sect all glared ferociously at Chu Chun. But when they saw Chu Chun engrossed in roasting the blood wolf's pet beast, their blood pressure spiked, nearly sending them into a rage. The contest continued. Though the contestants fought with all their might, hoping to display their prowess and catch the eye of the great powers so they might be taken as disciples. This was the purpose for most ordinary youths who came to the Lanzhou competition. They believed they had no right to enter a secret realm, but if a great power noticed them and took them in, their futures would be boundless. Yet now neither the representatives of the great powers nor the ordinary spectators could muster much interest. These fighters' strength paled far behind AI Cow and the Blood Wolf, and the bouts looked dull. All eyes kept drifting to the sibling barbecue duo. The elder sister skinned the giant wolf and gutted it with practiced, deft motions. The younger brother sliced the meat, turned it over on the spit, and seasoned it with equal ease. As he turned the skewers, the scent of roast meat spread, making those nearby inhale hungrily and salivate. It smells wonderful. I could eat right now. These two little toddlers are incredible with a spit, everyone said in astonishment. Though the pair were only 3 years old, their barbecue skill seemed almost like 2 years training. Their parents were peculiar indeed to have taught children how to roast meat. But that was fine, at least they would not go hungry. Younger sister, is it done yet? I finished mine, she called. Chu Xian finished the last roast, washed her hands, drew a tray from the Shumi ring, and hurried to the spit, unable to contain her excitement. These are ready, you can eat, Chu Chun said, pointing to the first pieces of meat he had already moved to another rack. Wonderful, Chu Xian said, placing several large pieces on the tray. With her short legs, she scampered toward the judge's area, calling out cheerfully, Aunt Long, roasted meat for you. By the time she finished the last word, her small frame stood before Long Yufei, two snowy hands holding the tray. Thank you, Long Yufei ruffled Chu Xin's hair, took the tray, and set it upon the little table before her. If you want more after you finish, call me, Chu Xian chirped. After speaking, Chu Xian darted back on her short legs to hand out roast meat to the female guards. Long Yufei turned to the 3 judges from the top powers and smiled. Would you like to try? It's delicious, she added. The Wanshou sect judge's face darkened, but he suppressed any display, emitting only a cold snort. The judges from Bajian sect and Mo Dao sect glanced at the roast, swallowed, gave awkward laughs, and waved them off, saying, we are not hungry, we are not hungry. Yet their eyes could not help drifting back to the meat. No one knew how that wild child had roasted it, but the aroma was irresistible. Once the contest ended, we must have someone roast some for us, one murmured. Even though tempted, they hesitated. After all, it was the pet beast of a Wanshou sect disciple, and eating it in front of their elders felt improper. Especially now that the 3 top powers were closely allied, anything that undermined their unity was best avoided. What a pity, Long Yufei said softly. She shook her head, slightly wrapped a handkerchief around her hand, then picked up a piece of roast and ate it at leisure. This little one's barbecue seems even better than last time. This meat tastes far superior to those blue wolves, Long Yufei praised between bites. At the mention of the blue wolves, the Wanshou sect judge clenched his fist, rage kindling in his chest. The Bajian and Mo Dao judge's eyelids twitched as well. The child was ruthless, eating other people's pet beasts. But pity for the blood wolf was palpable, all its pets had been eaten by that brash child. Here, big sister, this is for you. It's very tasty, Chu Chun said, placing 2 pieces into a bowl and offering them to the girl who had kindly warned him earlier. Thank you, the girl said, accepting the bowl amid envious glances and beginning to eat with elegant restraint. After one bite, her eyes lit up and she abandoned any pretense of decorum, devouring the meat with Is it really that good? The onlookers murmured, swallowing hard, scarcely able to believe it. Chu Chun scanned the crowd. Seeing so many older brothers and sisters staring at him pleadingly, his kind heart could not bear to eat alone. He returned to the spit and whispered to Chu Xian's sister, shall we share some with them? All right. Father said good children must learn to share, and we must be good children, Chu Xian agreed, then used a small knife to slice the roast into neat portions. Her knife work was exquisite and astonishingly swift. She soon finished cutting the entire giant wolf. Chu Chun formed a hand seal and a vast tide of blade chi rose up behind him. Everyone gasped, thinking the little toddler intended to launch an attack, genuinely startled. Then with a wave of his chubby hand, the countless slices of meat leapt into the air and descended with absolute precision to rest atop the blade chi. Uncles and aunts, big brothers and sisters, we invite you to enjoy the roast, he announced. With that, his pudgy hand flicked, and the dense blade, Chi froze perfectly positioned in front of every person present. What terrifying control! Everyone stared dumbfounded at the blade Chi, and the roast pieces balanced upon it, unable to fathom what they had just witnessed. Wielding blade Chi to strike an enemy was not unusual, though every blade cultivator present could do that much. But to command such a mass of blade Chi with that level of precision to bring it to a halt before numerous individuals without losing control required absolute mastery over one's blade Chi. Among the blade cultivators there perhaps only the Mo Dao judge and an elder possessed such skill. Could the little toddler truly possess the strength of a Mo Dao elder? But he was only 3 years old. Shock filled every heart. Though they still did not know the child's true power, one thing became clear: he had concealed his strength when fighting. Eat its really delicious, Chu Chen urged again when he saw everyone staring dumbly at the meat. Hearing his childlike voice, the crowd finally snapped back and reached out. At that moment the blade Chi began to dissipate, and the 2 pieces of roast fell neatly into their hands. "Wow, it's truly delicious," someone exclaimed after a single bite. Soon everyone present began to eat ravenously, praising the flavor without end. Everyone except those from the Wanshou sect. They held their pieces awkwardly, wanting to eat, yet unwilling to do. At that moment the dazed blood wolf stirred awake. Seeing the feast and the 2 pieces before it, it seemed to understand and howled in grief and fury, "My pet beast, those wicked children, I will not let you off." Hearing the roar, Chu Chun scratched his bun, hesitated, and feeling a twinge of guilt, he cut a piece of roast and brought it to the blood wolf. "Sorry, I forgot this was roasted from your pet," he said with innocent sincerity. "Here is more for you, please do not be angry. Father says adults should be magnanimous. Being angry is not good." "Too little. Am I supposed to be angry about that? Adults should have larger chests. What nonsense is that? Still think it's too little?" Chu Chen glanced at the skewer in his hand, then back at the meat on the grill, murmuring, "It does seem a bit scant. Don't worry, I'll add some more." With that he darted back to the grill, snatched a few more pieces, and brought them to Shualong. His chubby face assumed an expression of magnanimity as he declared, "This is plenty this time. You supplied the meat, but I washed them. My sister did the skinning and gutting, I did the roasting. Giving you so much is already generous. Don't be greedy." His attempt at saying the word "die" came out oddly and almost comical. Shualong, pointing at Chu Chun, trembled so with fury he could barely form words, sputtering and seething. Already wounded and now overcome by rage, he coughed up a mouthful of blood and fainted once more. Chu Chun sighed like a small adult. Why faint again? With such a narrow chest, it'll be hard to become a great man. Chest small, hard to be magnanimous. The crowd puzzled for a long moment before realizing he meant a small heart and little ambition, difficult to achieve greatness in the future. This little tyke was not only formidable in strength, his talent for infuriating others surpassed even his power. In any case, it would be unwise to offend this child from now on. He may not kill you, but he can aggravate you to death. Truly terrifying. The roasted meat is here. Don't ever say, I didn't give you any. Chu Chun placed the skewers beside the unconscious Shualong, then bent his small frame and performed an exaggerated solemn bow. The gesture was meant to thank him for his selfless contribution, yet the scene somehow resembled a funeral. "Poor child," someone muttered. They cast a pitying glance at Shualong and then resumed their feast. Sympathy aside, nothing could dampen their appetite for the barbecue. There was no denying it. The meat grilled by this little child was truly delicious. His roasting skill was almost more impressive than his knack for provoking others. What a scandalous scene. At that moment, the Wanshou sect judge thundered angrily, appearing in the spectator area. He swept his gaze over the diners and fixed it on the siblings Chu Xin and Chu Chen, scolding. "This is the Lanzhou Grand Tournament, not your barbecue banquet. You have turned this contest into chaos. How can the matches continue like this? You have disrupted the order of the Lanzhou Grand Tournament. As the judge of the Lanzhou City Division, I hereby expel you and revoke your competition qualifications." No sooner had the words left his mouth than several Wanshou sect disciples serving as guards materialized and surrounded Chu Xin and Chu Chun. One by one summoned beasts appeared, their power comparable to latest-stage Wuzuan or even Wuzuan at its peak, far stronger than Shualong. The judges of Beijian sect and Modemin also materialized and spoke in turn. Their own guards likewise appeared, encircling the 2 siblings. Those clutching skewers fell silent. Disrupting the order. It was merely a pretext. Everyone understood that the true aim of the 3 top sect judges was to use this as an excuse to expel the 2 children. If the little one remained, he would likely encounter disciples from the 3 top sects in subsequent rounds. With his present strength apart from the top Tian Jiao, few of those contestants would be his match. Yet the top Tian Jiao from those 3 supreme powers were all seeded entrants who advanced directly into the top 10. Before facing them, this child's prowess would be unrivaled. What a pity. No matter how strong the child, he could not stand against the 3 presiding judges. All eyes turned toward Chu Chun. To everyone's surprise, he cheered, his eyes bright as he stared at the summoned beasts and exclaimed, "Wow! So much meat. Big cats, big dogs, big snakes. While they looked delicious, Chu Xin's gaze was like that of a predator long-starved, fixed on the prospect of a feast. The Wanshou disciples instinctively glanced at the roast on the grill and swallowed hard. The Wanshou judge frowned, snorted, and waved his hand as the guards prepared to advance. The siblings' faces changed abruptly. They darted to the grill and spread their small hands like chicks guarding their Chu Chin snapped. You lot are just like those toothless people our father talks about. I brought you barbecue, and you still want to steal it. His chubby face trembled with indignation. Chu Exine bared her teeth and tried to look fierce. Whoever dares touch my meat, they'll beat them to death. Yes, beat him up, Chu Chun echoed, nodding vigorously with grave seriousness. Those watching were left speechless. The two children actually believed others had come to steal their barbecue. In their tiny minds, whether they could continue in the Lanzhou Grand Tournament mattered far less than whether their meat would be snatched. Just then a massive seal appeared above them out of nowhere, and a dreadful pressure swept the venue. The State Lord Seal, people cried, rising to their feet with reverence. Every state possessed two great relics, the State Lord Seal and the State Governor's Seal, but it was the State Lord's Seal that held primacy. The common folks' reverence for the seal often exceeded that for the State Lord himself. State Lords may come and go, but the seal endures to guard the state. A proverb long recited throughout the 9 provinces ran: State Lords flow like water, the State Lord's seal stands iron-bound. Do you all pretend I do not exist? Long Yufei descended through the air and landed before Chu Exine and Chu Chun, her face cold as frost. Everyone bowed in unison. Hail the State Lord. Long Yufei waved them off and then turned her gaze to the 3 top sect judges, saying coldly, have you spent these years suppressing the Tianjiao? What does the State Lord mean by that? The Wanshou judge growled, frowning. These 2 unruly children disturbed the contest order. As the division judge, I have the authority to expel them. How is that suppressing the Tianjiao? Elder Bao speaks rightly. The State Lord's words are unbecoming the Beijian sect, and Modaman judges chimed in, echoing one another. Long Yufei remained calm. Is that so? Contestants continue on the arena and spectators remain in their seats. Where is the disorder? Who forbids eating while watching? Who forbids barbecue at a match? The 3 judges tried to reply, but Long Yufei cut them off. Enough. If you do not return to your positions at once, that will be the real disturbance. Do not force me to mobilize Lanzhou's Qi. The Wanshou judge snorted and vanished, reappearing in the judges' area in the next instant. The Beijian and Modaman judges exchanged glances, saluted Long Yufei, and turned to leave. Although their cultivation surpassed Long Yufei's, were she to invoke Lanzhou's Qi through the State Lord's seal, any attack upon her within Lanzhou's domain would rebound under the seal's influence. Aunt Long is so cool, Chu Exine said, her face full of admiration. Chu Chun leaned close to his sister and whispered, Sister, if father marries Aunt Long and she protects us, father won't dare spank our bottoms again. It seems to make some sense. Chu Xin's eyes brightened. Her father was good at everything except for his habit of spanking her and her younger brother. She heard the older brothers in the village say that if you keep getting spanked, your bottom would eventually become flat and look ugly. But she had told her father many times, yet he refused to believe her. Aunt Long is so fierce, she can definitely keep father in check and prevent him from spanking her and her brother. But soon she shook her head, repeatedly waving her hands, saying, No, no, we are going to save mother. How can we let father marry another wife? Mother will be angry if she finds out. Moreover, once they rescue their mother, she will surely protect them and not let father spank them. That's true. Chu Chin nodded in agreement. Suddenly Chu Xian turned to Chu Chun, clenched her small fist, and warned, You little rascal, stop thinking about these crooked ideas. You must always remember that we sneaked out not to find a wife for father. If you keep this up, I will make your bottom bloom. As she spoke, she waved her fists as a show of threat. Got it, sister. Chu Chun instinctively covered his bottom, nodding repeatedly with a face full of innocence. Their voices were not low, and nearby, people heard them, unable to hold back their laughter. These 2 little kids actually want to introduce the governor of Lanzhou to their father as a wife. Don't they fear getting scolded by their mother? It's just too cute. Long Yufei's pretty face flushed slightly as she shot a fierce glare at the 2 little cuties. Chu Chun scratched his little bun head, his eyes spinning as he picked up 2 pieces of grilled meat, asking sweetly, Aunt Long, do you still want grilled meat? I'm full from your antics. Long Yufei shot him a glare and turned back to her spot. Chu Chun looked down at himself, then at Long Yufei, and leaned over to whisper in Chu Xin's, Your puzzled sister, what could make Aunt Long full? Chu Exine leaned and sniffing closely around Chu Chun, her delicate face filled with confusion. Aside from the smell of grilled meat, there's nothing else. Could it be that this smoky smell can fill one up? But I've smelled so much and my stomach is still empty. As she spoke, she rubbed her little belly, looking very puzzled. That's hilarious. These 2 little tykes are so funny. Nearby people could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Sister, what are they laughing at? Chu Chun asked, his face full of confusion. How would I know? Chu Xian rolled her eyes and continued to focus on eating her grilled meat. Seeing this, everyone laughed even harder. The competition continued, but people's attention was no longer on it. Every move of Chu Xian and Chu Chen drew everyone's attention. Fortunately, the competitors in the arena could not see what was happening outside, otherwise they might have lost all interest in the competition. Amidst the distracted focus of the crowd, the first round of the competition finally concluded with more than 400 participants advancing to the second round. The second round of the competition will take place in the afternoon. On the way back to the governor's residence, Chu Xian and Chu Chen walked on either side of Long Yufei, their little heads looking around curiously at everything. Everything here is something they have never seen in Dashikan. Kami, you must be careful in the afternoon's competition. Long Yufei warned seriously, in an upright fight you naturally do not fear any competitors, but they might not continue to fight you fairly. This time they have gone to great lengths to send all the disciples of the three major forces into the secret realm, so they must have ulterior motives. If you disrupt their plans, they will surely not let you off easily. I understand, Aunt Long. Chu Chen nodded seriously, waving his chubby little hand, and said in a babyish voice, no matter what they want to do, I can take them down. Aunt Long, don't worry, my brother and I are no longer kids. Oh, what kind of treacherous schemes have we not seen? Chu Xian waved her delicate little hand, speaking like a little adult. Long Yufei glanced at the two little cuties, 3-year-old kids. What do you mean they're not children? They have only been in this world for 3 years. What kind of treacherous schemes could they have seen? The world is vast, danger lurks everywhere. I wouldn't dare say I've seen all kinds of treacherous schemes, let alone 2 3-year-old little cuties. Of course, Long Yufei did not burst their bubble. She just reminded them again, in any case, be careful. If things go south, admit defeat immediately. Don't worry, Aunt Long, nothing will happen. Chu Xian patted her little chest and assured. She wasn't joking. In Dashikan, she and her brother had often been pranked by their father. It was because she had thought of mixing the dishes and wine to test for poison at the banquet that she remembered how Chu Feng had once done such a wicked deed in Dashikan. Although the poison Chu Feng used was just a little mild laxative, it left a deep impression on Chu Xian. Long Yufei nodded, not saying anything more. After all, they were just 2 3-year-old little cuties. How could she expect them to fully understand her words? At that time, just keep a close watch. As long as things go wrong, immediately have the little ones admit defeat. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Beast sect in Lanshow City, the 3 judges and several elder team leaders gathered together. Damn those little brats. Elder Bao held a teacup, growing more and more angry as he thought about it, and slammed the teacup on the ground, his face dark as thunder. Bloodwolf is the second pride of the Beast sect, possessing 6 pets comparable to early martial sovereigns, with a 90% chance of making it into the top 10 and obtaining a secret realm map. The more secret realm maps obtained, the more complete the map can be formed, making it much more convenient to operate within the secret realm. Never would they have expected that a little brat would unexpectedly emerge halfway, not only eliminating Bloodwolf, but also roasting all his pets to eat. Such a humiliation is intolerable. Now Bloodwolf cannot even talk about obtaining the map. He doesn't even have the qualification to enter the secret realm. Elder Bao, that little brat must be expelled or even eliminated. Otherwise, not only will we lose one map, but even several maps. Even if we enter the secret realm, it will likely hinder our disciples from gaining opportunities. The judges and elders of the dominant sword sect also agreed. No one could guarantee that in the second or third rounds of the competition their disciples would not encounter that little brat. With that little brat's strength, if they meet, they will undoubtedly lose. However, the judge from the demon sword sect frowned and said, it is indeed important for our disciples to enter the secret realm for training, but do not forget our true purpose. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Using all means to get their disciples into the secret realm for training was merely the surface. The real purpose was not this. But he is closely watched by Vice Master Long from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, making it difficult to escape. Elder Bao calmed down, his brows tightly knitted. The judges from the dominant sword sect nodded as well, although it would not be difficult for him to kill Vice Master Long. Once Vice Master Long is dead, the new governor will surely notice, and at that time, he will activate the destiny of Lanshow to support him. Even he would not dare to touch the governor. The judge from the demon sword sect thought for a moment, and said perhaps eliminating the little brat and diverting Vice Master Long's attention can be done simultaneously. Do the Elder Fire Demon have any good plans? All the elders from the Beast Master sect and the dominant sword sect turned their gaze towards the referee from the Demon Blade sect. Elder Fire Demon revealed a chilling smile and said, to eliminate the little brat, it must be done on the stage, and we cannot use our disciples. Elder Fire Demon is right. That little brat is only 3 years old, but possesses the strength to slay a martial sovereign in the early stages. Such a prodigy surely has a strong background. If one of our disciples were to eliminate him, it would undoubtedly provoke the forces behind him. An elder from the dominant sword sect nodded in agreement. Who besides our disciples would be willing to take the risk of violating the rules to kill an opponent? Who has the ability to kill that little brat? Elder Leopard asked in confusion. An elder from the Demon Blade sect smiled. and said, "I remember a poor knife cultivator, seems to be named Lu Tian. His talent isn't particularly impressive, but he has always wanted to join our Demon Blade sect. He can be utilized. I can prepare some short-term potency-enhancing pills and treasures for him and promise that as long as he kills that little brat, our 3 top powers will protect him and allow him to directly enter our Demon Blade sect as a core disciple." With such temptation, he is sure to agree. Upon hearing this, everyone displayed expressions of sudden understanding. The Demon Blade sect had no shortage of such things. The demon in the Demon Blade sect is not just for show. How can you guarantee that he will definitely face that little brat? Elder Leopard inquired again. The others nodded in agreement. The new State Lord possesses the State Lord seal. Even if their strength is much lower, they wouldn't dare to act under her watch. Elder Fire Demon's smile grew increasingly sinister as he said lightly, "What do you think will happen if at the time of distributing the tokens the assassin who killed the previous State Lord suddenly appears and attempts to assassinate the new State Lord?" At that moment, everyone's attention would be drawn to the assassin, and the new State Lord would be fully focused on defending against the attack, naturally not noticing the tokens. This would be the perfect time to act without anyone noticing. Furthermore, if the new State Lord is attacked, the Vice Lord Long from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion will definitely rush to her aid, thus providing him with an opportunity to escape. A brilliant plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, indeed worthy of Elder Fire Demon. "You flatter me." Elder Fire Demon smiled slightly, stroking his beard with great satisfaction. Then everyone began to discuss the specific plan in detail. The next day, the second round of the competition in the Lanzhou City area began. The female guard hosting the competition repeated the rules on stage, but the audience below, including the contestants, were not listening their attention fully on Chu Xian in the observation area and Chu Chun in the contestant area. After having tasted the roasted meat from the little baby yesterday, they still longed for it, wondering if there would be any roasted meat to eat today. At that moment, they even hoped that the little baby would encounter a disciple from the Beastmaster sect again, as that would surely mean more roasted meat. In the contestant area, the disciples of the Beastmaster sect involuntarily shivered, looking up in confusion at the dazzling sunlight, wondering why they suddenly felt cold all over. "Next, we will begin distributing the tokens." The female guard waved her hand and hundreds of tokens floated in midair automatically, beginning to mix and rotate chaotically. Long Yufei formed a hand seal, summoning the State Lord's seal from within her body, which flew through the air and hovered above the tokens. Invisible threads of luck descended, forming a barrier among all the tokens. Elder Leopard and Elder Fire Demon turned to glance at Long Yufei, realizing that this new State Lord was truly cautious, mobilizing the luck of Lanzhou to enhance the barrier. Even a martial emperor's will could not penetrate it. At that moment, the female guard waved her hand, and all the tokens came to a halt. She quickly formed hand seals, sending pure true energy to propel all the tokens toward the contestants. Just then, a masked figure suddenly appeared above the stage, launching an attack toward Long Yufei. "I didn't expect another State Lord to arrive so soon." His voice was cold and hoarse, resonating throughout the entire Lanzhou city. The assassin who killed the previous Long Yufei's eyes showed a flicker of astonishment. Upon probing with her consciousness, she discovered that the black clothes and black scarf on the newcomer were extraordinarily capable of blocking consciousness, probing, obscuring his face from view. "Lanzhou does not need a State Lord to die for me." The voice of the black-clothed figure was cold and hoarse once more as he extended his hand into a claw, unleashing a surge of violent energy, which coalesced into a black eagle claw behind him, striking toward Long Yufei. "Protect the State Lord." All the female guards rushed forward, positioning themselves in front of Long Yufei, their swords drawn, sword intent surging. "Get away!" The black-clothed figure shouted angrily, slamming the eagle claw down. The sharp and cold force directly sent all the female guards flying. Long Yufei's expression darkened as she snorted coldly, forming hand seals to retract the State Lord's seal and suppress it toward the black-clothed figure. The black-clothed figure struck the State Lord's seal with a claw. Although he successfully knocked it away, he suddenly let out a shriek, his body flying backward, blood spraying profusely. What a powerful force of luck! The black-clothed figure's tone was cold, his gaze venomous. Chu Xian and her brother Chu Chun had already stood up, preparing to support Long Yufei, but upon seeing this scene, they sat back down. Impudent! Suddenly, a loud shout came forth as a figure appeared out of thin air, lightning flashing in the sky, and a heavenly sword descended. "A mere mid-stage martial saint, do you think I would fear you?" The black-clothed figure snorted coldly, energy swelling around him, as though preparing to unleash a powerful technique. "Protect the State Lord." At this time, the 3 judges surged forward together, unleashing a furious attack that drove the black-clothed figure away. "I will return." Though the black-clothed figure spat blood and was injured, he seized this force to make a swift escape, vanishing in an instant. Long Yufei glanced at the 3 with a gloomy expression and turned to the suddenly appearing old woman, saying in a deep voice, "Master, why have you come?" The old woman dissipated the heavenly sword, and said, "I thought the assassin who killed the previous state lord had come and was worried about your safety. Thank you for your concern, master. I am fine, you should return." Long Yufei shook her head, a hint of worry flashing in her eyes. The old woman also realized and quickly departed through the air. The three judges stepped forward, greeting Long Yufei. "We did not expect that the assassin would be so rampant as to dare attack the state lord at this time, and we failed to react in time. We asked for the state lord to punish us." Long Yufei stared at the three for a long time and finally said in a calm tone, "You three drove away the assassin, which is a merit. What crime is there?" She emphasized the words, "drove away," clearly having seen through the connection between the three and the black-clothed figure. The previous state lord was a peak martial saint, and the black-clothed figure's strength could not possibly have killed the previous state lord. The black-clothed figure must be connected to the three top powers. It's just unclear what they are plotting. Luring the tiger away from the mountain, giving that steward a chance to escape. Or Long Yufei suddenly thought of something and looked toward the contestant area, her gaze falling on Chu Chun, who held a token in one hand and a milk bottle in the other. Chu Chun was waiting for the competition to begin, feeling quite bored. Upon sensing someone watching him, he looked up at Long Yufei and flashed a bright smile, his innocent and radiant grin brightening Long Yufei's mood considerably. This brief interlude quickly passed, and the second round of the competition officially began. Pairs of contestants entered the arena space to compete. Long Yufei appeared calm on the surface, but her heart was filled with worry. Before long, a female guard rushed over and whispered to Long Yufei, "Governor, the sect master reports that everything is normal over there." Normal? Long Yufei sighed in relief, nodding to indicate she understood. Since the steward showed no signs of abnormality, this farce was likely aimed at that little rascal. Her gaze fell once more on Chu Chun. Clearly, Chu Chin's appearance had disrupted the plans of the three top factions, inciting their murderous intent. Using a fake culprit to draw attention while plotting something in the shadows. The token. Long Yufei suddenly realized, her eyes landing on the token in Chu Chin's hand. Those guys have probably already swapped out Chu Chin's original opponent. But now that the competition has begun, she couldn't possibly stop it to redistribute tokens. That would be unfair to those who had already won. She called over a female guard and whispered a few words. The guard hurried to Chu Chin's side, lowering her voice. "Young master, the governor asked me to remind you that your opponent may have been changed, so be extra cautious. If you find it too challenging, you can admit defeat immediately." Changed opponents. Chu Chun sipped his beast milk, his big, innocent eyes blinking as he asked expectantly, "Is it someone from the beast sect? Can we have barbecue today?" The female guard was speechless. How could this little rascal not grasp the main point? Was that truly the focus? After a moment of thought, she couldn't help but threaten him sternly. "I don't know if it's someone from the beast sect, but they will definitely be very strong, perhaps able to take you down multiple times over. You must be careful, do you understand?" "Oh, I gotta thank you, Auntie." "Thank you, Aunt Long." Chu Chun took another sip of beast milk, nodded his little head, and at the moment the guard turned to leave, he muttered softly, "I hope they swap me with someone from the beast sect. Otherwise there won't be any meat for the barbecue today." The guard stumbled, nearly falling over. Great, that was a wasted effort. This little rascal could never grasp the main point. Or perhaps in his little mind, whether there would be barbecue was the main concern. "Contestants holding token number 35, please step forward." At that moment, another female guard's voice echoed from the arena. Chu Chun grabbed his token, glancing at it, his little brows furrowed in distress as he mumbled, "What number?" Just then a young man carrying a large ghostly sword, his gaze shadowy, ascended the arena. However, the other holder of token number 35 had yet to appear. The young man with the sword, however, was fixated on Chu Chun. Chu Chun, holding the token, examined it again, stored his milk bottle in his storage ring, and poked a nearby young female contestant with his chubby little hand, asking, "Big sister, is this number 35? "I don't know," the girl replied, somewhat speechless. But recalling that she couldn't recognize characters at age 3, she smiled and took the token, nodding, "Yes, it's 35. It's your turn to compete." "Oh, thank you, big sister." Chu Chun grinned widely, leaping onto the arena. "Wow, the little baby is on. What a pity, what a pity. Why isn't his opponent someone from the beast sect?" The audience instantly became excited upon seeing Chu Chun. Yet when they saw that Chu Chun's opponent was a young man with a sword and not a disciple from the beast sect, disappointment surged through them. It seemed there would be no barbecue today. The young man with the sword clearly knew who his opponent was, showing no surprise upon seeing Chu Chun. He clasped his fists and said, "My name is Lu Tian, a peak martial emperor sword cultivator from the ghost sword sect." Peak martial emperor. With that kind of strength, you might as well admit defeat early. Exactly, even 6 early-stage martial sovereign beasts were easily defeated by the little baby. What are you doing trying to stir up trouble? Upon hearing the young man's cultivation level, the crowd couldn't help but feel speechless. Seeing this young man looking so confident, they thought he must be incredibly strong, only to find out he was merely a peak martial emperor. What a joke. Chu Chun didn't seem to care about his opponent's cultivation. Imitating the young man's posture, he clasped his chubby little hands together, and in a babyish voice, said, "My name is Chu, I kill meat. I have no cultivation, and am from the barbecue sect." No cultivation. Lu Tian frowned slightly. Yesterday he had seen this little baby in battle effortlessly taking down 6 blood wolves that had completed their blood transformation comparable to early-stage martial sovereigns. How could he possibly have no cultivation? If it weren't for the item given to him by that person, he would have likely admitted defeat upon encountering this little baby. But now you're telling me you have no cultivation. Are you looking down on me? Or the Ghost Sword sect? Lu Tian felt a surge of unexplainable anger, which also strengthened his resolve to join the Demon Sword sect. He unsheathed the ghostly sword on his back, pointing it at Chu Chun, and said solemnly, "Even though you treated me to 2 pieces of barbecue yesterday, I'm sorry, but for my future, I must do this." "You want barbecue? No problem, go kill a few demon beasts, and I can help you roast them." Chu Chun, clearly not understanding Lu Tian's intent, innocently replied. Lu Tian's brows furrowed again as he coldly said, "What I mean is I want you to be my stepping stone." Chu Chun looked at his little shoulders, then at Lu Tian's big feet, shaking his head repeatedly. No, you have 2 big feet. You would crush me." The audience outside the arena nearly burst out laughing. "You." Lu Tian was furious, taking a deep breath and grasped his sword, no longer speaking as he awaited the start of the arena match. What could a 3-year-old child possibly understand? It was ridiculous to think he could communicate with him. It was like playing a lute to a cow. No matter what, I must complete my task today. He knew that with his cultivation, defeating this little baby was impossible, but with that item given to him by the person, there might still be a chance. With that thought, he instinctively touched the item in his pocket, feeling the pill still there, and his confidence re-emerged. The competition begins. As the female guard's voice fell, the arena's space changed abruptly, and the 2 reappeared in the boundless arena space filled with light. "Watch the sword," Lu Tian shouted, swinging his sword down. Chu Chun, lacking interest, thought that winning wouldn't yield any barbecue, making it hard to muster excitement. Clenching his chubby little fists, he threw a punch, and with a loud bang, Lu Tian was sent flying, sword and all. In midair, blood gushed from him, yet unnoticed, he seized the opportunity to swallow a black pill. After he landed, the pill's effects began to manifest. He slowly stood up, dark energy swirling around him, a chilling aura spreading out as his momentum surged wildly, swiftly crossing from martial disciple to martial sovereign. Is this demonic energy? Pure demonic energy. The crowd outside the arena was taken aback by the black mist. The true chi cultivated from the magic blade sect's techniques bore the attribute of demonic energy, but it was not pure demonic energy. Pure demonic energy would erode one's mind, causing confusion, but the demonic true chi of the magic blade sect would not. "Today I swear to kill you." Lu Tian's voice turned cold and hoarse, his eyes blood red. The aura around him surged dramatically until it reached the peak of martial sovereign, crossing 2 major realms. He has succumbed to demonic influence, and his strength has skyrocketed to the peak of martial sovereign. That little one is in danger. Everyone outside the arena was greatly shocked. No wonder this guy dared to fight the little one, even at the peak of martial emperor. It turns out he was already prepared to fall into demonic influence. But once one succumbs to demonic influence, they become unrecognizable. Can he still awaken? Long Yufei glanced at the 3 judges. Is this the elaborate scheme they devised? To draw out a contestant's inner demon, causing them to fall into demonic influence and significantly enhance their power. Peak martial sovereign. A cold smile curved the corner of her exquisitely beautiful lips. Among all the contestants, he was indeed among the top. But for that little guy, he was still too weak. In the arena space, Chu Chun curiously observed the surging black mist emanating from Lu Tian, mumbling in confusion. Black gas, cold aura, reedied condition, unpleasant laughter. This is very similar to what Father described about demonic influence. Father said that once one succumbs to demonic influence, they no longer recognize their father and mother. This big brother is too pitiful. His big round eyes were filled with pity. In his little mind, nothing was more tragic than not recognizing his father and mother. With a roar, Lu Tian, under the influence of demonic energy, raised his ghostly big knife and swung it fiercely at Chu Chun. A black blade aura tore through the air, accompanied by a faint sound of ghostly wails, making it difficult for anyone to concentrate fully on the battle. This was the unique skill of the Ghost Blade sect. Originally, it did not have such a pronounced effect, but after Lu Tian succumbed to demonic influence and activated it with demonic energy, these negative effects were amplified. Good. Kill him. The 3 judges and the leading elders of the 3 top forces all silently shouted in their hearts. Outside the arena, everyone's gaze passed through that black blade aura and landed on Chu Chun. Chu Chun was seen sitting on the ground, a talisman appearing in his hand, which he stuck beside his bottom. Buzz. A transparent shield rose up, enveloping him within. Bang. The black blade aura struck the shield with a loud bang. The terrifying energy wave rippled out, instantly destroying everything around, yet the shield remained intact. What a formidable defensive talisman! Everyone gasped in astonishment. A practitioner under demonic influence would not hold back on their true chi or demonic energy. Every strike from them would be with full force. And this little one casually tossed out a talisman that could easily withstand a full-force strike from a peak martial sovereign. The terror of its defense was evident. Roar! Lu Tian let out a beastly roar, his eyes growing ever more crimson. Wielding the ghostly big knife, he struck repeatedly, sending black blade auras that tore through the void, yet they could not damage the shield. And Chu Chun, after applying the defensive talisman, ignored the attacks from the black blade aura. Heavenly Fire Talisman. His chubby little hand conjured a stack of talismans out of thin air. He then turned to look at the demonic energy wreath. Lu Tian shook his head and muttered, No, the heavenly fire can burn away demonic energy, but it would turn that big brother to ashes. I need to change it. After saying that, he put the talismans away into his shumi ring. A moment later, another stack appeared. Heavenly Thunder Talisman. Chu Chun thought for a moment, then shook his head again, grumbling. No, Heavenly Thunder can restrain demonic energy, but it would also char the big brother to a crisp. Too violent. He stored away the Heavenly Thunder Talisman, and his chubby little hand produced another stack of talismans. Purifying Heart Talisman. Chu Chun turned to look at Lu Tian, who was wrapped in demonic energy, and shook his head once more, saying, The Purifying Heart Talisman can awaken one's mind, but this big brother is engulfed in too much demonic energy. He would need a lot of Purifying Heart Talismans. As he said this, a look of slight pain appeared on his chubby little face, and he then stored it away. Outside the arena, everyone stared at him as he produced stack after stack of different talismans, all dumbfounded. Has this little one plundered the entire talisman sects of the 9 provinces? This many talismans is just too much. If they knew this was just the tip of the iceberg of Chu Chen's talismans, they would surely be shocked. Bright Talisman. At this moment, after rummaging through his shumi ring for quite some time, Chu Chen's eyes lit up, and he giggled. This one is good, this one is good. Father said that light can purify all darkness, but it won't harm the person itself. It can eliminate the demonic energy on Big Brother without harming him. Haha, I am truly too clever. Roar. Perhaps seeing that his martial skills couldn't break through the shield, Lu Tian, under demonic influence, let out a roar, lifted his ghostly big knife, and charged over, wildly hacking at the shield. Chu Chen slowly stood up, patting his chubby little hands on his bottom, smiling as he said, Big Brother, don't rush. They'll help you purify the demonic energy, so you won't forget your father and mother. After saying that, he held a stack of bright talismans and stepped out of the protective shield of talismans. Swish! A ghostly big knife emanating demonic energy swung towards him, tearing the void, as if one could vaguely sense the howling void storm behind the rift. Bang! Chu Chun clenched his little fist and smashed it onto the ghostly big knife, with divine patterns enveloping his fist, unleashing a terrifying force. Crack! The ghostly big knife was actually shattered by his punch, turning into countless fragments that shot out. Even in a state of unconsciousness from demonic influence, Lu Tian couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Smack! In that brief moment, Chu Chun pressed a bright talisman onto Lu Tian's forehead. Boundless light erupted from the talisman. Wherever it passed, the demonic energy seemed to hiss, as if encountering a natural enemy rapidly shrinking. Lu Tian, who had merged with the demonic energy, let out a piercing scream. He reached out his hands, wanting to tear off the talisman on his forehead, but upon touching it, he was burned by the light's power, letting out an even more anguished scream. Clap, clap, clap. Chu Chen's chubby little hands waved continuously, sticking one bright talisman after another all over Lu Tian's body. Moreover, to prevent the talismans from being destroyed, Chu Chun used a binding talisman to keep Lu Tian rooted in place. Strands of demonic energy rapidly dissipated under the purifying power of the light, and piercing screams echoed throughout the arena. The intense pain made Lu Tian want to roll on the ground, even wishing to slam his body against something to alleviate his suffering. Unfortunately, his body could not move, not even his hands could budge. Too tragic. The crowd outside the arena could only sigh. Big Brother, be good, just endure a little longer, it will soon stop hurting. At this moment, Chu Chun floated in midair, his chubby little hand gently stroking Lu Tian's head, comforting him in a babyish voice. As the demonic energy was purified, Lu Tian's screams grew fainter. It should be almost done. Chu Chun touched his own chin with his chubby little hand, pondering for a moment before pulling out a purifying heart talisman and placing it on Lu Tian's forehead. Waves of gentle energy surged into his mind, cleansing his soul and awakening his intellect. What happened to me? After a long while, the crimson hue in Lu Tian's eyes faded, returning to clarity as he looked at his body covered in talismans with a bewildered expression. Big Brother, you've been possessed by demons. I'm helping you purify the demonic energy. Chu Chun revealed a pure smile upon seeing Lu Tian awake. Possessed by demons. Lu Tian felt somewhat confused. After a while, he finally came to his senses. Yes, I consumed the demonic seduction pill to lure out my inner demon. Didn't I reach the peak of martial sovereign? What the hell? Where is my demonic energy? Damn it, you little brat, give me back my demonic energy. Lu Tian fumed, trying to tear off the talismans on his body, but found he couldn't move, letting out a series of furious roars. Without this demonic energy, he couldn't kill the little brat, and without killing the little brat, he couldn't enter the Demon Blade sect. If he couldn't enter the Demon Blade sect, his life would come to a halt here. This year he just turned 20, barely reaching the peak of martial emperor through the use of pills. Without opportunities, he might not even break through to martial zone in this lifetime. As the strongest blade-wielding faction in Lanzhou, entering the Demon Blade sect might allow him to advance his cultivation further. Hence he had always been eager to join. However, a 20-year-old martial emperor was considered a decent genius in the Ghost Blade sect, but among peers in the Demon Blade sect, he was rather ordinary. Moreover, the elders of the Demon Blade sect could see at a glance that he had reached the peak of martial emperor through the use of pills, so naturally, they would not accept him. He thought he would never have the chance to enter the Demon Blade sect in this lifetime, but unexpectedly last night an elder from the Demon Blade sect suddenly sought him out and gave him a demonic seduction pill. It induced the inner demon, causing demonic energy to surge temporarily, enhancing his strength. The stronger the inner demon, the greater the power after succumbing to the demonic state. Before he lost consciousness, he already sensed that his strength had risen to the peak of martial sovereign, believing that the task was nearly guaranteed. Once the demonic energy was exhausted, he would awaken. Although the competition did not allow killing opponents, if he accidentally killed someone in a demonic state, it would not be a death penalty. Plus, with the Demon Blade sect backing him, he would surely be acquitted in the end. However, he never expected that upon waking that little brat would be completely unharmed, and his demonic energy had not dissipated due to exhaustion, but was purified by the little brat using talismans. At that moment, all the talismans on his body turned to ashes, and along with them disappeared his overwhelming demonic energy and the power that had surged from it. The sudden feeling of weakness caused his legs to buckle, and he half-knelt on the ground. Chu Chan examined him closely and clapped his chubby little hands joyfully, saying, "Big brother, all your demonic energy has been removed, so you won't forget your daddy and mommy anymore." Yet Lu Tian showed no gratitude, raising his head with red eyes and glaring at Chu Chun, roaring, "Damn it. You little brat, why did you waste my demonic energy?" Chu Chun blinked his big eyes and said in a babyish voice, "Daddy said that once possessed by demons one would forget even their own parents. That would be too pitiful. I helped you, big brother, purify your demonic energy so you wouldn't forget your daddy and mommy. You brat." Lu Tian shouted, "Why should it matter to you whether I forget my parents or not? As long as it helps me advance my cultivation, what if I forget them? The path of cultivation is inherently lonely. Only one's cultivation can accompany them throughout their life. This guy is truly heartless. Indeed, for the sake of cultivation, would you forget your parents? What kind of nonsense is that?" However, what he said does seem to make some sense. On the path of cultivation, indeed, only one's cultivation can accompany them throughout their life. Everyone outside the arena heard Lu Tian's words, some agreeing, some opposing. Chu Chun frowned slightly and mumbled, "Daddy said only beasts forget their parents. Could this big brother be the beast that Daddy spoke of?" "Beast?" Lu Tian was taken aback, then became furious again. "Damn it, you little brat. Let go of me." Chu Chun paid him no mind and continued to murmur to himself, "Daddy said that when encountering a beast one should beat them until their parents don't recognize them." While saying this, he rubbed his chubby little fists and happily walked towards Lu Tian. "What are you doing?" Lu Tian was startled, a hint of fear appearing in his eyes. At this moment he realized that without demonic energy, he was merely at the peak of martial emperor, while this little brat was a terrifying being capable of easily slaughtering 6 early-stage martial sovereign beasts. He quickly turned to look at the high sky of the arena space and shouted loudly, "I concede this battle." "Oh." Before he could finish his words of surrender, a chubby little fist struck him on the right cheek, and he let out a scream, flying hundreds of meters away. "I concede." "Oh." Lu Tian dared not hesitate, disregarding the intense pain, scrambling to get up to surrender, but before he could finish his words, Chu Chan appeared before him again, the chubby little fist landing another punch on his left cheek. Accompanied by his piercing screams, he was sent flying hundreds of meters away once more. Chu Chan leaped into the air, his small body instantly catching up his little fists, swinging down repeatedly on Lu Tian's face. He controlled his strength, well ensuring that Lu Tian would not die. However, the intense pain caused Lu Tian to continuously scream. The elders from the 3 major factions did not intervene. Seeing their plan fail, they instead hoped that Chu Chan would beat Lu Tian to death, as it would not only silence him, but also provide an excuse to expel Chu Chan. Uncertain how long it had been, Chu Chan finally stopped, observing Lu Tian lying on the ground, gasping for breath, unable to even scream. He circled around him twice and murmured, "This looks similar to the piggy with a big head in the village. His daddy and mommy probably wouldn't recognize him now." "Wait." Suddenly his gaze fell on Lu Tian's nose, shaking his head. The nose is too small. It doesn't resemble a pig's nose. With that, he squatted beside Lu Tian, clenched his chubby little fist, and with a bang smashed it onto Lu Tian's nose, causing blood to gush out. Lu Tian let out another piercing scream, and his nose swelled at a visible rate. This time he definitely won't be recognized. Only then did Chu Chun nod in satisfaction, and after glancing at his little hand stained with a bit of blood, he disdainfully wiped it on Lu Tian's clothes. The onlookers outside the arena looked at Lu Tian, who had been beaten into a pig's head, and listening to Chu Chen's muttering and his disgusted expression couldn't help but laugh. This little baby is just too funny. Oh right, and he mentioned this fellow was specifically assigned to oppose me. I must find out who sent him. After wiping the blood from his small hands, Chu Chun retrieved a truth-compelling talisman from his Shumi ring and affixed it to Lu Tian's forehead. Did you intend to kill me? Yes. Lu Tian knew full well he must not admit it. Yet his mouth moved of its own accord, uttering the truth. A wave of terror crashed over him. Why did you wish to kill me? Chu Chun pressed on. By killing you I would gain entry into the Demon Blade sect as a core disciple. Lu Tian spoke honestly, but his heart quailed in dread. To reveal such a secret meant certain death. Frantically he screamed inwardly, don't say it. Yet his lips betrayed him utterly. This matter now implicates the Demon Blade sect. Spectators outside the arena exchanged startled glances, their eyes darting toward Fire Demon Elder in the judging zone, and toward the Demon Blade sect's lead elder and disciples seated in the observation area. A truth-compelling talisman. Elders from all three supreme sects paled in unison, clearly unprepared for the fact that this child possessed such a rare artifact. Lu Tian was now utterly defenseless. Under the talisman's effect, he would divulge every last secret. Fire Demon Elder turned to Lord Long Yufei and said gravely, Your Excellency, since Lu Tian has clearly lost, may this match now be declared concluded. Indeed, the outcome is settled. It is time to end the match. Leopard Elder and the Tyrant Sword Sect's referee quickly concurred. No need to rush, Lord Long Yufei replied with serene composure. The contestant has yet to yield. Perhaps he still intends to mount a counterattack and claim victory. To prematurely declare the match over would be profoundly unjust to him. The three judges bristled with fury, yet remained speechless. Such precedents were not uncommon, and Long Yufei's reasoning was irrefutable. Very well, those from the sect who met Lu Tian had surely altered both form and voice. He could never identify them. He could simply fabricate an excuse later. So Fire Demon Elder thought, his gaze sharpening with murderous intent upon Chu Chun within the arena space. Not even a demon-fused cultivator at the martial sovereign apex had succeeded in slaying him. Even Black Tiger, if confronted, might stand little chance. This child possessed far too many extraordinary treasures. Meanwhile, within the arena space, Chu Chun withdrew a small chair from his Shumi ring, sat down, took a leisurely sip of chilled beast milk from his feeding bottle, and then asked slowly, Was it someone from the Demon Blade sect who ordered you to kill me? Yes. Lu Tian answered without hesitation. Puzzled, Chu Chun asked, Why choose you? I recall you claimed to be only a martial emperor. Did they know you could undergo demon fusion? Lu Tian replied, I do not know why he chose me. He gave me a demon-inducing pill claiming it would awaken my inner demon and trigger demon fusion. Upon demon fusion, I would attain the strength of a martial sovereign apex. After slaying you, my demonic energy would deplete entirely, and I would awaken naturally. The Demon Blade sect would then extricate me and grant me core disciple status. A demon-inducing pill? What is that? Father never mentioned it. Chu Chun wore an expression of pure bewilderment, while spectators outside erupted into shocked murmurs. It's a banned substance in Lan Province, strictly prohibited. The Demon Blade sect dares wield such a forbidden item. Do they truly regard Lan Province's laws as mere formalities? How despicable, using such vile methods against a mere infant. Precisely. Fortunately, this babe possesses endless stratagems. If another cultivator had faced this, they'd surely be dead. Likely the Demon Blade sect never anticipated the child carried a radiant talisman, a specific countermeasure against demonic energy. Their scheme collapsed, not only failing but violating Lan Province's law. This will not end quietly. Moreover, the Demon Blade sect clearly deceived Lu Tian. From what I know, one who consumes a demon-inducing pill and undergoes demon fusion can never awaken again, ultimately devolving into a true demonic entity. That is precisely why the pill is banned in Lan Province. Voices buzzed across the arena, and scornful glances rained down upon the Demon Blade sect. Lord Long Yufei's expression darkened as she turned to Fire Demon Elder and demanded coldly, The Demon Blade sect wields astonishing audacity, daring to deploy a Lan Province banned substance. Do you take our provincial law for mere decoration? Fire Demon Elder rose, bowed respectfully, and replied, Your Excellency, please calm yourself. I was wholly unaware of this matter. It must be a rogue disciple acting in secret. The Demon Blade sect shall render a full account to your excellency and to all of Lan province. Unnecessary. I shall investigate myself. Lord Long Yufei gave a sharp, icy snort and signaled her female guard to deactivate the arena space. In an instant, Chu Chun and Lu Tian reappeared atop the main platform. The truth-compelling talisman on Lu Tian's brow had expired, crumbling into ash. No, it wasn't like that. Ignoring his searing agony, Lu Tian lurched upright and slashed downward with his blade. Cursed brat, what sorcery did you cast upon me? I'll kill you. A pitch-black, demon-headed greatsword shrieked as it descended toward Chu Chen's tiny head. Still coming at me, eh? Chu Chen's small brows furrowed faintly. Clenching his plump little fist, he struck, crack, shattering the demon-headed blade. His fist continued its relentless arc, slamming squarely into Lu Tian's chest and launching him clean off the platform, landing directly before Lord Long Yufei. His ribs shattered upon impact. Not fatally, but the excruciating pain wrenched a piercing scream from Lord Long Yufei gazed coldly at Lu Tian and declared, open use of a Lan province banned substance constitutes grave violation of provincial law, punishable by execution. Execution. Lu Tian panicked instantly, forgetting even the agony of broken ribs, as he pleaded desperately, Your Excellency, spare me. Have mercy. Lord Long Yufei spoke calmly. I offer you one path to survival, named the one who gave you the demon-inducing pill, and your sentence may be commuted. Wah! Lu Tian froze, stammering. But he concealed his form and disguised his voice. And his cultivation level far surpasses mine. I couldn't pierce his disguise. I truly don't know who he is. Long Yufei studied him silently for a moment, then waved her hand. Take him away. Confine him in the subterranean dungeon, awaiting disposition after the Lan province grand competition concludes. Yes, Your Excellency. Two female guards stepped forward, seized Lu Tian by either arm, and dragged him away. His desperate cries echoed faintly into the distance. Your Excellency, spare my life. Long Yufei lifted her gaze once more to Fire Demon Elder and asked coolly, Elder Fire Demon, your Demon Blade sect's disciples and elders present in Lan province are all gathered here, correct? Indeed. What does Your Excellency intend? Fire Demon Elder nodded gravely. To identify the one who secretly hoarded the banned substance. Long Yufei's voice turned frosty. Fire Demon Elder frowned slightly and asked, Surely Your Excellency does not plan to employ the soul-searching art. If so, I must respectfully decline. To risk the very foundation of the Demon Blade sect for one rogue disciple. Even our sect master would not permit it. Naturally not. Long Yufei offered a faint knowing smile. Moreover, I possess no mastery of the soul-searching art. Fire Demon Elder's eyes narrowed, then flicked toward Chu Chun on the platform, sipping beast milk with casual ease. Does Your Excellency intend to rely on the child's truth-compelling talisman? Though potent, a single talisman affects only one person. We have over 100 disciples here, martial emperors and above. Do you truly believe he carries enough talismans for all of them? His tone carried quiet pride, merely those attending as spectators, martial lords and martial sovereigns, numbered over 100. Such was the Demon Blade sect's profound legacy. Ah, you mean these? I have plenty. Hearing Fire Demon Elder's words, Chu Chun, still sipping his beast milk, waved his plump little hand. Instantly, truth-compelling talismans materialized in midair, piling up on the platform until the stack towered higher than the child himself. Fire Demon Elder froze, utterly motionless,